emotions. Now I'm running around town thinking about what you've been posting. Now I'm posted up here with my week of the song. I just hit it one time. Now you're cool in the new ones. Those are the really silly do shine. That's just like me and my off-white. How I drip it off-white. How I drip it off-white. Yeah, I like them thighs when they slide into your breaded type. She got a body, yoddy. Sip a 40 ounce of story. Put on with a shorty. 40 minutes later, she tell me you hella sporty. Head knocking, bed knocking, yeah, it's hella gory. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Oh, 40, yoddy. Sip a 40 ounce of story. Put on with a shorty. 40 minutes later, she tell me you hella sporty. Head knocking, bed knocking, yeah, it's hella gory. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Oh.
From
That's like me and my off-white, how I drip it off-white, how I drip it off-white. Yeah, I like them thighs when they slide into your breaded type. She got a body, yoddy. Sip a 40 ounce of story, put on with a shorty. 40 minutes later, she tell me you hella sporty. Head knocking, bed knocking, yeah, it's hella gory. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Oh, 40, yoddy. Sip a 40 ounce of story, put on with a shorty. 40 minutes later, she tell me you hella sporty. Head knocking, bed knocking, yeah, it's hella gory. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Oh. Didn't tell you, yeah, you were ready. Didn't tell you. Didn't tell you yet.
Eventually, everything must fade. Eventually,
when you fake like that.
What they say, yo, send tune a road there, you boy. Send tune a road.
I like to go out. I like to party, party. I like to get wild. I like to party, party. I like the way you look at me when we up in the club. I like the way you look at me when you showing me love. I like to go out. I like to party, party. I like to get wild. I like to party, party. I like the way you look at me when we up in the club. I like the way you look at me when you showing me love. I like to go out. I like to party, party. I like to get wild. I like to party, party. I like to go out. I like to party, party. I like to get wild. I like to party. Yeah.
We have a lot of VIP attendees here at Champs over the finals weekend. I've got one here standing next to me right now. It is Tens. Tens, welcome back to Champs. I'm going to ask you, go straight there with a question. How are your pick'ems doing?
Yeah, honestly, my pick'ems be going much better. I'm upset. I could have done better, but a lot of stuff happened that I did not expect.
I'm sure you're very happy with, you know, America's back on top. Another team in a grand final. How does that feel?
Pretty good. I actually have NRG making it to the grand finals, but I had them losing against Paper X in the finals. So I'm cooked now. I can't get any points for that, but I'm rooting for NRG. I hope they do well and bring America's another trophy.
And lastly, of course, over the weekend, a lot of people are going to get to meet you in person. I know it means a lot to them. But what does it mean to you to see this many people turn out for your meet and greet?
Obviously, it's everything to me. I mean, the fans are the reason why I got into esports in the first place, and so it's always great to see the fans come out here. Like, it's kind of crazy sometimes to like be in this spot, and I'm just very thankful.
We're thankful you're here. So make sure you guys, if you manage to come to Paris and see the games, come and see Tens as well. This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, two regions are fighting for survival. The last hopes of EMEA and the Pacific are ready to duke it out for a shot at taking on NRG for the trophy tomorrow. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Champions Paris Lower Finals. I'm, of course, Golden Boy alongside a great crew for today. We got Kakuka, Mimi, and Paper Thin, and well, we're looking rather nice.
Like
looking,
the prestige for French people from a cartoon.
I feel like I'm an extra in Expedition 33.
I feel like you're gonna paint something
you know?
somewhere. It really looks like you're gonna. Yeah.
Us too.
I basically just thank you. I've basically just been walking around hoping to find Lumiere everywhere. Now, of course, guys, Champions isn't the only event happening in Paris this week. It's also Paris Fashion Week. And now look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know diddly squat about fashion. I don't know what the meta is right now, but we are going to take a moment to judge the fashion of our pros. That's right. We're going to take a look at some of the jerseys.
How mean can we be?
I mean, look, it's Paris Fashion Week. I have a feeling they're a little brutal out here.
I want like Miranda Presley kind of.
Yeah, I'm a fashion icon, so I'm pretty ready to just throw it out.
Yeah, if there's one thing,
that from you,
if there's one thing we know about you, Paper Thin, is that you are in tune with Gucky and Louis Vuitton and all those other prestigious brands. Here's the first one. We have Fnatic for our first one. Kuka, why don't you give us your thoughts? What do you think about the orange hues of the jersey, the collar, the way that it rests on the player's body?
So I will say, first of all, I love the neck. Like to me, in jerseys, neck is one of the top priorities, and I really like what they've done. It's black, it's elegant.
The collar, you like that?
I think and the fact that it also has the same rib in the
consistency.
is key. Exactly. I like that. Do I love the design here in the middle? No, I think that for me that's a miss. I think that orange is a beautiful color, and it's misused here.
Disagree.
Ooh, okay.
Disagree. Love the star in the middle. Don't like the orange though. I'm the complete inverse. Yeah.
To me, it just feels a little busy because there's all these detail work on the jersey that I think could be nice in a vacuum. But I think that some of the placement of the sponsors feels like it's like getting into different parts of the design, which to me ends up feeling like the whole thing is a little. There's just a lot going on, and my eye doesn't really know what to look at.
I like the Fnatic logo here. Like I think it looks very good as well. Very different.
Yes.
I agree with you that the collar is really good.
Okay, all right. Well, here's NRG. They too like a little orange in their designs. You know, this is actually more akin to the old, was it San Francisco Shock colors back in the day?
Yeah.
Bringing that back into the fold here. What do we think about this one, Mimi? You've been watching these jerseys all day long. Surely you have some thoughts.
I really love the simplicity of the design. I think like the black accents along the sleeve that like run up along the shoulder and all like match. I think that looks very nice. I also like the shade they have. I'm a fan of this one.
Okay.
I will say, I agree with you. I think that the black detail and how they've used it in the t-shirt, it makes it come together. I think that sometimes in jerseys, one of the things that happen is that there's no clear separation between the front and the back, and it looks a bit weird. What I will say, this neckline is a 0 for me.
Oh,
the rest is very good. I'm just very against the round neck.
You send it back.
Yeah,
send it
exactly.
back. Okay.
No, but for
Clinton,
the rest,
as the beacon of fashion for men's fashion around the world, your thoughts?
My thoughts are I like the minimalist style here,
Okay,
right?
okay.
It's very simple. You're just keeping it clean. A few black stripes, you know, the lettering, very nice. The font, good choice there. I like it.
Magnifique. Okay. Lovely, lovely. All right, next up,
more?
last but certainly not least, we have DRX. They've had a couple of design change, Paperton, over the course of time here. You see these jerseys a lot. How would you rate them, especially in comparison to the rest of them?
This is among the best. Normally, I'm actually not a big fan of the collar, but on this jersey, it suits it really well. With the X kind of accentuating the outside of the jersey here, it kind of gives you that feeling that they've really done a good job of putting the whole design elements together to make this kind of representative of DRX.
This is my favorite of the lot. I love the like the like down the side of the torso, these like interesting lines. I think that's very good. I like that. Well, there is a lot of sponsors on it. I don't feel like any of them are too invisible, nor that they detract too much. I think they strike a very good balance with that. I just like it. A simple two-tone design. You can't really go wrong.
Oh, she's
they are
taking the glasses
lucky.
off.
Yes, I'm taking my glasses off because they are lucky that they have colors that usually look very well. It's very easy to make them look good, and even with the sponsors being like right under the line, I think it's very good placement. I will say, love this for the top 3, but my favorite for the entire event has to be EDG.
Oh.
They had an insane kit.
I like the jacket, but not the jersey.
I think that jersey in this stage would have been a different story. I think that in the other stage it was a bit misleading.
I feel like we have learned so much about fashion. You know, when you think about fashion, you think about Goki, you think about Lewis, you think about, I guess, YSL. I don't know what that is. None can compare to the fashionable Lou, who is hanging out at Champions Paris Fan Fest. Lou, what's going on?
And I have a very special guest with me here in Paris, Afolabi, also known as Phoenix.
Of course, it's a pleasure to have you here in Paris. Bonjour, bienvenue. And what I wanted to ask you is, Phoenix has been one of the first agents, released in Valorant. So how does it feel, seeing all those people celebrating your work, what you helped create? How are the vibes?
Great vibes. It's such an honor to be part of this project, and I'm incredibly humbled because of, I know you said my work, but there are so many designers and people who have got involved in this. I'm just, adding the finishing touches. So yeah, I'm very, very, very blessed.
But I think it's a finishing touch that everyone likes. And speaking about this, I want to ask you, what are your favorite voice lines, of course, that you could give us to the crowd in the stream?
My favorite, it's got to be "Joke's over, you're dead."
Should I try doing it with my French accent or okay?
Yep.
Joke's over, you're dead. I think we're good. I think we're ready, Afolabi, for today's matches. And tune in if you're going to meet him at the Fan Fest 2. He's going to be around. Thank you so much for joining me, Afolabi, and let's have fun.
All right, enough of the fun and games, but that was pretty awesome. Let's go ahead and talk about what happened on our stage yesterday. We saw our top 4 in action, and we had NRG taking down Fnatic in the upper final. This one, Mimi, was a genuine surprise. Not because we didn't think NRG could do it, but in the fashion that they did it, it looked like they were so comfortable up there in that map too.
Yeah, this team is so tuned in right now. They looked incredible with that Harbor comp. The team play is on point. It's really an incredible run, but you can say exactly the same for DRX, Clint. This game was so impressive, taking down the tournament favorite.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, Jing having a great game here, of course. This round was insane, but at that point, it kind of felt like the writing was on the wall, and the big difference maker is that guy right there, Hyunmin. Absolutely insane throughout the entire series. Dropped the most kills on a map in the partnership era with 36 on that ascent. Going absolutely crazy on the Waylay. This is a good sign for DRX if he can keep firing like that.
Yeah, and Bea, it's important to know too, right? These 3 teams that are in our top 3, what a start to their seasons.
Yes.
The bumpiest ones you could possibly ask for, but to find themselves here, way to stabilize and get yourself across the finish line.
Energy, an amazing surprise that we are very happy to have, but I think that I align pretty much with Clint. Don't get me wrong, I would love for Fnatic to get to the final and maybe get another trophy for EMEA because it's been a while. But on the side of trophies, for Pacific to get 3 on a year it would be absolutely amazing.
And 3 different teams.
And for it to be also DRX, the ones to do it, also in a very similar fashion to how T1 did it at the beginning of the year, would be awesome. So I'm very happy with our top 3.
Say that Pacific region you got over there is
we're
kind of good at the video game.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good for ourselves. Yeah, we had Genji last year, and now we've strung together a few more Masters trophies. Yeah. But we need that Champions one. That's the one that's missing from the case.
I know, that's the eluding one. That's the one that's eluded the Pacific region. Now, of course, for today's lower final, the subject of our MasterCard fan polls, we want to know who you think is going to be moving on to face off against NRG in tomorrow's grand final. Scan that QR code, cast your vote, and of course, we're going to have the results at the end of the pre-show, so don't worry. We're going to show that, and we'll see what you guys think. And of course, tell us who you're rooting for. Use the hashtags VALORANT Champions as well as VCT. We'll feature your stuff all throughout the broadcast. We've been seeing some pretty awesome content, funny tweets, funny posts, all that stuff across the board. So shout out to the Valorant community. But you know what, actually, speaking of NRG and their run to the grand finals, we actually have a special guest that's standing by with Yinsu at the FanFest. I believe he was the former IGL for NRG. What was his name again? Yinsu, you mind taking that away?
If you ever needed another reason to attend VALORANT Champions in person, I'm going to give it to you. Being able to rage bait your favorite streamer in real life. Hi, FNS. Welcome to Champions. Now, first of all, you have a very dedicated audience. They all turn up to meet you here. How does it feel to be able to meet some of your European chatters?
Honestly, it's so fun. Meet and greets in general are really fun, whether it's Europe or anywhere else, but it's been a different vibe here. Everyone's really sweet. The fact that I get to meet these people in real life and then they get to see me. And, dude, a lot of these people walked up to me and they go, "Unk is real." And it's just so interesting. So it's awesome that they get to see me. I get to see them. I get to shake their hand, where they're from. And they become very real to me as well. And I think for a lot of esports pros and even streamers, content creators, whatever, we would not be here if it wasn't for them. So the least we could do is do all of this. And I wish we could do it for longer, honestly.
And of course, you turn up for PaperX too, right? You wanted to see them win. So how much was Shanks' fault that they are eliminated from the tournament?
I don't think Ryan has any impact in anything he does. So I'm not going to give him the power to tell him that there was a curse at play. I think all I'll say is it was a good year for the boys. We're happy. We are happy with how we performed. And yeah, we'll bring it back next year. We won an event, so. and now I have 2 trophies.
All right. Thank you very much, Unk. Yeah, good luck with your watch party.
Thanks.
Good to know that I'm not the only one getting the Unk as real thing, because that happened to me once yesterday as well. So yeah, great, good stuff. Okay, we're bringing the shoes up there. Well, hey, let's go ahead though and talk about this matchup that we have, right? Fnatic coming into this one up against DRX, a classic matchup, Kakuka, that, you know, we've seen at global events, right? These two regions always squaring off against one another. But this time around, right, you know, Fnatic has gotten the better of these guys in the past. And
yes,
it looks like we're looking at a completely different DRX team this time around, and that's what makes this matchup so interesting.
Yeah, yesterday we were speaking about a possible revenge, and Fnatic was the team that sent DRX into this lower bracket. Same that they did with PaperX. And do not forget, at the beginning of playoffs, we were like, oh my god, that insane comeback that Fnatic had on Haven after being 10-2 down was against DRX. Now, DRX learned their lesson very, very well, but if we learned something, and we know something for sure after that match, is that today we're going to have an absolute banger.
No doubt about it. And I mean, I think it's been pretty interesting throughout the history of these two teams. It's been back and forth throughout the global meetings that they've had. This is DRX's turn if you look at the red light, green light situation they've got going on right now. I think the biggest thing for me is that DRX looked like they kind of played safe. They didn't play to win. Like, they started just playing back. They didn't really try to take those contact fights. A lesson they have learned since then. I'm seeing them be really confident in the key pressure points on the map.
But they need to keep that into today, which is going to be the biggest moment of their year for the newer players on the roster, the biggest moment of their careers. DRX in the past have only played 2 best out of 5s globally. They lost them both versus Fnatic Bea, who is just so comfortable in these kinds of games. They've done it so many times before.
Yeah, because, you know, it's our team for EMEA. We most likely will see them getting further. Yes, last year, a little bit more of the Team Heretics, but the experience is definitely there. These situations, they are no strangers to that. For the side of DRX, they still have to win one globally. So, literally, this could be the tournament of their legacy.
Yeah, well, let's dive into some of the details here. And Mimi, I understand you had to tell us, you kind of wanted to break down some plays you were seeing from that upper bracket final.
So let's talk about last time these teams played. Fnatic only won a third of their defensive rounds. 9 out of 27 they played. But DRX went on to play against PaperX. And despite PaperX losing that game, I think they had some really good ideas of how to shut down DRX's double duelist waylay compositions. DRX have a couple goals when they play this comp on their attack side. The first one is obvious if you've watched it. Bully side anchors. This comp excels at double diving in with the waylay, throwing down that hinder, pulling out, and then letting the Yoru TP in and get that punish. The other is that they always want to be dictating their fights. Their comp excels when they can be the ones to fight up, when they're double diving in, when they're choosing the moment of aggression. It starts to get a lot harder when they're the ones who want to react. So let's take a look at how PaperX played into this one. This is one of the rounds on Ascent, and as you can see, at the start of this round, watch what PaperX is doing. They're going to immediately throw down a slow orb here. They're going to walk a player in while covering him from this angle and over here as well, completely watching out in mid. They do this fairly quietly to start, but with that slow orb there, DRX, they have to be suspicious. And now, this goes from a round where maybe they wanted to go faster towards A, to now they have to go back and deal with this off in mid and put pressure on him. The more that teams are willing to fight up and create that pressure, the more DRX is going to struggle to pick the right timings for those fights. But it was only a trade, 1 for 1. How does the rest of the round play out? Because watch this map as to where the PaperX players are now. You have 2 back towards heaven, 1 in spawn, 1 playing a relatively passive angle. That's Jing within the smoke there, trying to find his right moment here with the Sage Wall. And DRX is going to exec into this site. Watch how they go. Double dive, have the hinder, the pullback ready to go. But the crucial piece is that absolutely no one is on site to receive this. This A site is empty. The other key, after you fight up and you pressure them, you force them to clear out that space, is to play retake, play more passive, and not let your site anchors get ran over. Playing flood retakes is going to be your best way to get back in. And let's see how successful that is for PaperX in this round. Here they are out from heaven. Drone going to go up. Youngman is trying to fight forward, but take a look at what they actually have in terms of util now. some other comps on this map. You think like the double Senti, you're going to have Thorns, you're going to have Cypher Trips, you're going to have all these tools to hold it down. But they used everything to take this site. They used Mako's Paranoia, Bane's Dart, Flashback's Flash, and his TP, on top of literally everything Waylay has. Every time they go for a Mosquito Dive, pretty much, Hyunmin is going to be dumping his entire belt of utility, which means if you hold your util, get them to go for an execute, and then retake, you are going to have a big advantage in terms of utility. Here, PaperX have the ultimate. They swing out together. DRX then gets stuck on this site, and they're going to get cut down. So if you're Fnatic today, you're looking at the failures of your defense last time. I think there's a lot to learn from what PaperX did in being aggressive and not letting them play their game, and in late rounds, playing passive and playing towards retake on defense to find more effect against this comp.
I will say, I think there have been adjustments made by DRX, especially on some of the bigger maps like Bind, where they're much more willing to just take contact fights, play for that natural ability that they have to win those duels, get Flashback involved with the operator and holding down some of those long angles. I think initially coming into the tournament, these were their big ideas, right? We're going to come in, we're going to out-execute you, does ridiculous executes, right? That's what DRX stands for in my book. Are they going to be able to keep doing that? I think these are like now pocket things. I think they spread the map better now than they did in the beginning.
And I agree with you, but I think because it's going to be a 5-map series today, and they're going to be a lot more tested on finding deeper and deeper ideas on their attack side, if Fnatic can continue to disrupt the big ideas and force DRX to instead play these slower mid-rounds that I think they are weaker at. I mean, remember, Boaster said DRX is a team that he does not think knows how to mid-round. So he's going to try and force them to mid-round today.
I think also that one of the things that surprised me yesterday, and I think is working towards the favor of DRX, obviously they won. We were guessing how far can they take this composition? How much of this is going to still be a surprise deeper into the tournament? One of the things that I saw is that the cycle of ultimates is incredibly important. So I really hope that Fnatic has done their homework in that regard, because that literally adds another layer to a second possible dive.
Yeah, but you know what's a more incredible thing about DRX in this situation here, Bea, is that they have been absolute beasts when it comes to taking down these first-seeded teams. So they have clearly shown a willingness to adapt on the fly, and they have been growing as this tournament progresses. And it feels like none of the top teams in the world have been able to stop them. The only #1 region they didn't face off against was, I believe, the Chinese one. And that's about it.
Yeah, exactly. I think that what DRX has been doing, slaying all of the giants, again, having all the people thinking that at some point they will leave the tournament and it would just be another chance for DRX where they cannot actually make it.
But this could be different. This could be different.
This could be different. I'm telling you, this what a wild scenario that we find ourselves in with this lower bracket final here. But for more on DRX, it's actually here from DRX's Hyunmin. He had an opportunity to catch up with Yinsu ahead of today's match.
I agree.
So I agree.
I agree.
Yeah, it was a good
wholeheartedly.
Yeah, unfortunately, something went wrong there, but it's all good, though. Let's go ahead and move forward and talk more on DRX. And, you know, the stalwart of this team, the guy who has been there from the beginning, that man on your screen, Mako. I mean, Paper Thin, you have casted this man for such a long time, but we've also just seen his incredible growth as a player. This is a massive achievement for him, especially when it comes to global runs.
No doubt. And this is, you know, he's been talking a lot about at this event, that he hasn't lifted a trophy yet internationally. You know, they got it done this year in Pacific when they won kickoff, so he's got that under his belt.
Yeah.
Now he wants that trophy to join, you know, his former teammates in Buzz and Stacks, wants to get it there. Hyunmin was talking about in an interview yesterday after the matches that he looks up to Mako. Like, he really respects him, and he watches him play to learn from how he thinks about situations, because Mako is so steady, so smart in those scenarios. Of course, he's been around since basically the beginning of Valorant. Another cool fact, it is a rematch here with Mako and Crashies of the Istanbul lower finals.
Oh.
But that was the last time where he made it this close, right?
Yeah.
He's never been to another lower finals. He's never had another chance to make it to a grand finals at a global event, to go after that trophy that he wants so much. And that's after this guy has been playing, has had a career since literally the dawn of this game, has attended practically every event you can think of, but still it's eluded him. And finally, another opportunity today.
Yeah, no, but it has been a tumultuous year for a lot of these teams and a lot of these players. And one player in particular is Bane Bea, who has really been in and out and in and out, and then finally is in and they settled on it. And it's very clear, hey, this works. What we have done, what we have built, it is clicking.
Yeah, and I think it's also one of the reasons that DRX has made it here. But to me, seeing him, it has to be a very, very stressful year to be a part of, not knowing, having the uncertainty, thinking that they might be better without you. But then ultimately coming back and deciding to just stick with him and going 100% on this decision. I think that in so many of these situations, when we speak about the Mosquito and everything and all that it works, is actually working the sides and working everything else that Bane has been doing so beautifully. Every single time that we see the hunt and getting a kill, where we see someone spotted, Bane is behind all of that.
Yeah, he's teeing up the rest of these players, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's his job, and this is something he's really clearly looked very good at, is whether he's on the Sova or the Fade, of either getting the info on where players are or clearing the info for, where's the Sentinel util, especially on Abyss. He's been so sharp with those shock darts and doing his prep and making sure he understands where the Cypher trips are going to be, how are they going to be positioning themselves. And he's also had some really nice clutches, and he brings the energy, right? Like, he's the guy who's jumping up and down, going crazy after they win.
Yeah.
And there is a comparison to previous DRX years where they had Foxy 9 and he was in, he was out. Termi didn't really know if he wanted to trust him fully at the highest level of competition. And I thought that this was going to be the same story, that it would end the same way with him getting subbed out, with the turmoil continuing. But I'm so happy to see that in this year, with this opportunity, that the coaching staff put that trust in Bane, let him prove himself. Because prove himself he absolutely has here at Champions. And I think with the weight of always being benched or moved when things go wrong off his shoulders, that has made him an even better player now in Paris.
Yeah, we always look at the duelists. We like to highlight them and their impact, but a lot of that stuff doesn't happen without the setup of the initiators. What they can provide for those players is a critical part of the success of DRX here. But let's go ahead and flip the script, talk about Fnatic, and for more on that, we have Yinsu standing by with the one and only Alfier to get his thoughts.
It is great to see this man next to me, Alpha. You're back in action on the stage. First of all, Alpha, how are you feeling? Is everything okay?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Today is a different day and it's a different mental mindset. Let's see what happens.
You haven't had a lot of time to fix everything that happened yesterday. So what was the biggest focus on your team last night to try and make sure you come out today with a win?
I think it was energy, definitely, because yesterday we were not playing like a Fnatic we were playing in the past. But today we're just gonna go there and play like a Fnatic, and I hope it's gonna go well. Yeah.
That's great to hear. I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Alpha.
Well, hearing him say that, and it makes sense. Look, yesterday we saw a Fnatic that honestly got rattled. I mean, this was not what I was expecting going, especially going into that map too. Map 1, man, back and forth, right? Exactly. But where did you see things go wrong?
I mean, the second map, I'd rather not even think about it. I think that, it was rough. Energy played it beautifully. I think that some Scuba went absolutely nuclear on this map. We can see it in the replay here. But more importantly, I feel like the fact that they have been here for such a long time, and do not get me wrong, this applies to all of the teams, the tiredness kicks in. And it's not only the tiredness, but having a couple of days to settle down and not continuing the competition, sometimes it doesn't play out so well. We were so excited to see Alpha again and like, oh my god, this Fnatic is going to be even stronger. But what I ended up seeing is in map 1, an Alpha that is really trying, standing up, cheering for his teammates. But then when we move on to the second one, it's just him looking defeated.
It was a brutal turnaround, but I do think that this game exposed a bit of a gap in Fnatic's map pool. We were lauding their Abyss early on, but I felt like their game plan, particularly on defense, was just not up to snuff against the Harbor. They want to play a lot of retake on that map. They think they're very good at it because they are, but into that Harbor, Energy's very proactive post plants where they were fighting up absolutely cooked Fnatic. They could not get back into those sites whatsoever. And when it started to go wrong, it snowballed. And I think that is a worrying sign. So today, against DRX, who is absolutely excellent on that map. I would love to see Fnatic try and ban that Abyss out.
I think that is 100% going to be their ban. That's my full anticipation that they ban Abyss. Oh, absolutely. I mean, DRX is the best Abyss team at this tournament in my book, and I think you just got to remove their best map, let the rest of it ride. You know, you've shown that you can take them even when you go down 10-2 on Haven, a pretty good map for DRX, and they completely lost their mental. So, I mean, the big question for me is yeah, Fnatic got snowballed yesterday. Can they kind of figure things out today and, you know, do what they did the last time if things start to go bad? Find that groove where they can come back and get into the game, and it's going to be on players like Kayak, Alfier, who destroyed Chronicle, who destroyed DRX last time.
Yeah, I'm actually glad you mentioned Kayak here, because even in the loss to NRG, we were still seeing him, you know, put in that work. We were still seeing him, Mimi, try to have that impact, and we know what he can do. He's been having a pretty damn good tournament so far.
He's probably the most important player, I think, to just feel comfortable on the big stage. And I think that that should be a priority for Fnatic, because when this rookie is playing at his best, he's so good. Those rounds with the Outlaw on Ascent, when he had the AWP in his hands, he was bringing so much impact to this team single-handedly. But he has also had lows early in this tournament. But I think his team has really lifted him up, enabled him to feel comfortable on bigger and bigger stages in more and more important matches. And I just think that's going to continue to be so important playing today in a lower final.
Absolutely. Here's my question. Is this the battle of the Rookie of the Year here? Is this Hyunmin versus Kayak for Rookie of the Year?
I don't think so, just because Energy has too many. And
that's true. That's true.
I have to give it to them. We cannot ignore the fact that they're already waiting in the final. But otherwise, Paper Thin, this could be like our battle.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah. I like that.
No, I mean, I kind of stand with Clint though a little bit, because I think that the Energy players, well, they are rookies. Like they've played years before in like the open circuit before partnerships. Yeah, he has. Okay. I mean, that's why I'm looking at the side of DRX, because you do have some talent that is fresher, that wasn't quite at that same level. And that's part of the reason why guys like Hyunmin are so impressive to me, because it does feel like he kind of came out of nowhere. A guy like Kayak or the NRG rookies, they have been around for so long, kind of waiting in the wings. But Hyunmin, at least to me, as a non-Pacific head, felt like he just popped up and was excellent.
It's crazy.
Yeah, well, you know what, we were talking about the maps. Let's see where our battlegrounds will be set. We have our maps, picks, and bans, standing by.
Okay, so Fnatic, you came from upper bracket, so you're higher seed, A or B?
Team A.
Yeah. Okay, so your band?
Abyss.
Abyss, your band?
이거 하자. 밴 로터스.
Lotus. And map 1 from Fnatic?
We'll go Sunset.
Sunset, side on Sunset.
디펜스.
Defense, map 2.
픽 고로드.
Corrode, side on Corrode.
Attack.
Attack. Map 3, you have Ascent, Bind, Haven.
We'll pick Haven.
Haven, side on Haven.
어택.
Attack. Map 4, you have Ascent and Bind.
픽 바인드.
Pick Bind, side on Bind.
Attack.
Attack. Map 5 is Ascent, DRX, side on Ascent.
디펜스.
Defense. Okay, just confirming. Bans, we have Abyss, Lotus, Map 1, Sunset, DRX Defense, Map 2, Corrode, Fnatic Attack, Map 3, Haven, DRX Attack, Map 4, Bind, Fnatic Attack, Map 5, Ascent, DRX Defense. All right, good luck, guys.
All right, we have our maps, but let's see the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you who you think's going to advance to the grand finals. 55% of you said DRX. Clinton, you saw the maps, picks, and bans. Do you think that correlates with what the fans believe?
I think it's going to be tough for DRX. This map pick draft didn't go exactly how I expected. I expected Sunset to be their ban. I appreciate that the fans have confidence. Get wrecked time zone theory. So here we go. But they have to win one of the first two, I think. They either have to take Sunset or Corrode. The fact that they let Sunset through means they feel comfortable enough with their one outing on it when they kind of just said, we're going to throw it out there and see what happens. We haven't really practiced it. Maybe now they've got a little bit something cooking. I don't know.
I completely disagree. Fnatic don't play Sunset. Like, they only play it one throughout the entirety of the stage. They've banned it multiple times here at Champs. So it was their time to use the Kerbal. And DRX probably was like, they either ban it like they have in the past, or maybe it's one of the later ones.
Oh, it's going to be a wild BO5 without a doubt. though, folks. It's exactly what you want to see. Two fantastic teams are about to take that stage, and the moment is finally here. It's Fnatic versus DRX, a best of 5 for a shot to become a world champion in all the glory. The lower final starts right now.
일단은 되게 생각지도 못한 자리에 와 있다고 생각을 하고 있지만 저희 팀원들이 5명 다 같은 마음을 가지고 있다 생각을 하고 있고 같은 목표로 향하고 있고 또 이제 무너지지 않는 모습들을 보여주려고 5명 다 노력하는 게 보여서 되게 기특합니다.
The love for my teammates is something that I can't even explain. Right now, I believe we are at our peak. Not just as teammates, but also friends. Every other team should be scared of us. Fnatic will never stop.
DRX 하면 꾸준함인데 사실 제가 DRX에 되게 오래 있었고 뭐 올드 멤버에서 중에 제가 마지막으로 남았다고 한들 결국에 DRX는 DRX이기 때문에 어떤 로스터가 와도 항상 잘할 거라고 믿고
I had these feelings once in 2021, playing that close to the grand finals. In Fnatic, it's a different vibe. Fans just explode. It's honestly insane because you feel all these vibrations, like you just hear all that noise coming from everywhere. But sometimes you just have to forget about everything and just focus only on the game. That's what I'm doing right now.
크로니크 선수도 진짜 오래 했기 때문에 오랫동안 이 폼을 유지한다는 거는 그만큼 잘한다는 뜻이니까. 페나틱을 이미 플레이오프 첫 경기에서 만났었고
An unthinkable round by round turnaround. You do not see that every day.
좀 더 이번에 만나게 되면은
DRX, another underdog of this tournament.
So coach put me in.
We beat them once already, but it doesn't mean that we will beat them twice. Right now, we need to have a good start in order to finish this series very well.
All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up.
I have only 4 special words for you. We will beat you.
크로니클, 내가 너한테 한국말 하나 알려주고 싶은데 집 잘 가라.
Fnatic.
And here we go! Fnatic have forged themselves through the setbacks and ups and downs, a legacy of greatness in the EMEA region and on the global stage. But they have one step more to take in order for them to fight for the one trophy that has eluded them. But on the other side, you have a set of giant killers in DRX who have established themselves as threats in this competition. And the question on everyone's mind, can this underdog strike yet again?
These teams remember the opportunities they've had in the past at this achievement to make a final at Champions. Mako, it was 3 years ago, the last shot he had, shut down by Crashies then, and now a massive opportunity for either organization to find themselves in a Champions final for their first time ever.
Can Fnatic bounce back from the loss yesterday, especially that second map? Can they find themselves? Can they go back to being the team that brought the last trophy to EMEA and allow it to stay home?
That's a great point you make there, because Clinton, if we looked at the juxtaposition between both teams, Fnatic in their second map, they got absolutely trounced. DRX in their second map, did the trouncing. Both teams are coming into this one with very, very different experiences, and that could very well play off in the field later today.
I totally agree. I mean, for me, I think DRX has that confidence. They have to be thinking back to that first matchup against Fnatic, saying, we let that one slip. We should have won that 2-0. We're not going to let that have the same thing happen here again today. Right. We're going to come in strong. We're going to come in confident. You know, we're not going to let those players like Alfier, like Kayak heat up on us. We're going to keep taking those fights, and we're not going to back down.
Something that DRX has been very good at this tournament is keeping that resilience throughout the best of threes, coming back in very dire situations. They were not able to do it, though, against Fnatic. But today, we are going the distance, a minimum of 3 maps, and that is going to be one of the keys of winning.
This is not the DRX that choked the 10-2 Haven half against Fnatic earlier in this tournament. That was only a week ago, but DRX have improved so much. They've learned so much since then. Yesterday, they beat PaperX, the odds-on favorite for this tournament. The champion of the previous global event knocked them out of contention. Now, for the Pacific 4th seed, who only made it here because someone else won a match, an opportunity to take down Valorant's winningest team.
And it is really something when you also analyze the fandom for both squads, right? Fnatic, they've always had the fans on their back. They've always believed in them. But, you know, Paperton, throughout the years, DRX, they've become a household favorite. Everyone loves this squad. Who doesn't love Mako? It feels like this audience, it's going to be really hard to pick a favorite here.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty surprised. I thought this would be a very Fnatic-biased audience, but there's a bunch of people waving DRX flags down there.
Giant flags,
It's great. And even when we're back at the other arena, I mean, it was loud for DRX there when they played Fnatic. So I expect that this is going to be just a hyped arena. Everybody's going to be enjoying the match, and they just want to see a 5-map banger, no doubt.
It was always supposed to be DRX. At least that's what we all thought. But, you know, times they are changing. They still have that opportunity. Let's focus on what we're going to see on map number 1. We were speaking about the team doesn't play it. DRX has not played it once against MIBR. They lost it. Do we expect changes? Because for both of them, the last showing that they showed, we saw the Mosquito comp for the side of DRX. Now, for the side of Fnatic, they were also running some double duelists in stage 2. I expect changes on both of the sides, and that is already a massive change in the side of Fnatic with Alpha going on the Vice.
Yeah, a smaller change for the side of DRX as well. They were running the Neon on this one before. Now they've pivoted that over to the Yoru. I think having the flashes is really good on this map. You're going to have a little slower rotates. You're going to lose that on that stun for main control, but I do think that's a better agent for flashback overall. On the other side, though, Fnatic's still thinking and hovering this breach.
Yeah, I think Breach still makes a lot of sense on this map, even though people have kind of pivoted away from it in some regards. At least, well, where I'm from, there's barely any Breach played on this map. But, you know, there still is so much potential there with those stuns, with those lineups that make it so much easier, especially on your attack side, to really get in there, make life miserable, especially in post plants on that B site. So that's something DRX needs to be aware of. They need to be taking a lot of map control, fighting for the extremities. That B main, A main control is going to be so crucial for DRX on this map.
Yeah, you'd expect crashes on the Fade or the Sova in that last slot. He's going to go towards the Fade. So a double initiator comp for Fnatic. They're going to have a lot of fighting power to go and take main control really early in these rounds. There's ideas to split through top mid. This is a great comp for them to dictate the pace, to be the ones to choose the fights instead of DRX.
And Chronicle is the best man to do it, to fight for those angles, to help you out. His utility is going to be pivotal, and Crushes has had a brilliant year. My head goes to Alpha. Can you bounce back from what happened yesterday?
Folks, we got a dramatic best of 5, and we got 2 of the best to ever do it standing by for every twist and turn. Here is Bren and Sideshow.
And what a matchup we have here in the lower finals at the Accor Arena. 2 teams with history rife between them throughout the entire history of VCT. 2 cores being led by Boaster and Mako. And they faced each other countless times here, but they are going to be tested heavily. The underdog narrative, DRX going on this lower bracket run that nobody was expecting. And they're up against a Fnatic squad that want to round out the trophy cabinet. They want a chance to grasp their dreams of lifting a trophy at Champions, the highlight of any player's year.
And of course, they've already been able to lift trophies in the past, but for Mako, for DRX, that is something, never mind Champions. They've never been able to go to a global event and lift a trophy. Mako's been hunting for it at every single Champions. He and Boaster, 2 of only 3 players to attend literally every Champs. And they've played each other every time. This time, multiple. This is a rematch of a playoffs match. But we're starting off on unfamiliar territory.
Yeah, we certainly are. I mean, there's lots to be discussed on the map. Vito, the picks and the bans overall.
But we also just haven't seen Fnatic play on these first two maps at all, Sunset
Exactly.
and Corrode. So my eyes are glued onto what Boaster's game plan is. DRX with a decent idea that Fnatic might be exploring up towards top mid. Here come Hyunmin and Bane.
Might be tested soon enough. They look like they want to square up for the engagement. That is a fight to be taken. Hyunmin! Hyunmin! Never to be outdone. This kid is shining on the biggest of stages. And to open up a pistol round with a three-piece like that, what a statement to make.
His ability to just adapt to the big stage has been incredible. You need people like that. And now Flashback tested on the other side. Boaster the better. And that's opened the way, the path towards B.
Boaster has found a bit of an avenue, but Hyunmin, he's going to be hot on their heels. A hinder, bit of a catch there. Boaster slowed down to a crawl. 30 seconds left to play with, to work an advantage potentially, but Fnatic are being surrounded on every single front.
They look like they want to go prodding back into Hyunmin. That's the last player you want to tangle with.
Could be looking to square up to him again once more. This is an opportunity for an ace to open. Denied towards the tail end, but Boaster has no chance in hell of carving a path to success here. The seconds are dwindling, and with it, cements victory for our opening round of this lower bracket finals in the hands of DRX, leading nice and early.
And that's got to feel incredible to come out here, playing for a chance to be in the grand finals and come out with almost an ace. 3 HP away from one. And it's not going to be on the stats, but it essentially is. Hyunmin, the level of individual impact late on in this tournament has been absolutely absurd. He's kept all of that momentum going.
I mean, he saved them yesterday.
Yeah, he was insane. They took Jing on Ascent, dropped 20 kills against DRX. He responded with 20 in the second half. You know, so even if he did land to a slow start here, I would still believe in him being able to pick it back up, but he's come out blazing through the gates.
It's been a question of the mental resilience of DRX as well. It's a team formed up of very young players and experience at a big stage, but Hyunmin was the one to save them. One of the youngest players on this team.
I think, you know, it's not really to do with age and experience sometimes. It's to do with your attitude. It's to do with whether or not you take grasp of opportunities when they're presented and have that killer instinct. And I think they've got a lot of players on this team that have it.
Hello, Flashback, hello.
Here's another one.
Yeah, a couple of eco kills rack it up nice and early, and the confidence must be flowing right now for DRX.
They've got the Waylay ult online already for round 3.
Ridiculous.
That's a great chance of starting out with a bonus round win here. And when you look at the map, Vito overall, Brent, just to touch on it early on in this series, the last 2 maps, DRX are 3-0 on. So when I'm looking at this map, Vito, I'm thinking, all right, fair enough, it might not look like the most amazing thing in the world for DRX early, but Fnatic kind of need to win 3-0 here.
Yeah.
Or at least land a major upset towards the end on Bind or Ascent. So a start like this, exactly the opposite of what Fnatic were looking for, and pay attention to Hyunmin with his ult here. If they go over towards B, he's got a trap set up, but he needs someone taking contact for this.
He's just holding it out in the open. Hoping for sound cues. An indicator. He's not going to be given one for now, so it was a bit slapdash, almost thrown together here by DRX for their bonus conversion, at least an idea for it.
You also have the cam watching contact over towards A main here, so they'll have some idea. Now that's actually been smoked off with that one way. So a little bit of information denied. Hyunmin will have heard the Vice going into that direction. Alfia putting down the wall, and Flashback off the back of that is going for a wander down tiles. What a risk. But a perfect player to do it with the Ghost.
It's all about how you clear that corner. Alpha is dropped in the midst of all of it. Left wondering what the hell went wrong there. Kayak wants the entry though. Be the tip of the spear for his team to set the path forwards. Bane still holding tight to the corner. Close quarters, exactly where the Stinger will thrive. It is traded out and equalized. Still plant down now for Fnatic. It's that 3v3. Looking to again gain a little bit more ground and not content to sit back and relax.
Yeah, they're going forward because they know the Flashback was on the flank, and Mako catches contact but catches a bullet as well. Hyunmin is still behind them with this ult. But can you actually land a big ultimate when you don't know where Fnatic are?
He's just biding his time, doesn't want to reveal his hand, his positioning, trying to keep Fnatic unknown and guessing here. Tap and Flashback, he is forcing the issue in a fight out wide into the open. Crashes, instant response and sharp shooting from Kayak from afar. Make sure to seal it up and ensure that there is no danger.
Good to see him firing early as well. Kayak's been great towards the latter end of this tournament. He and Hyunmin have come online at basically the same time. You know, took other players early on. Beginning of the tournament, we were looking at Flashback, we were looking at actually Chronicle even before Alpha started having insane games. But now Hyunmin and Kayak looking like the players to watch and showing you early why that's the case. So the Waylay ult, not used, not wasted, but also didn't guarantee them that bonus round win. Now you're looking to apply maximum pressure to Fnatic here.
And a slow siege attempt. That's what Fnatic know and love. It's defined their style over all these years.
And DRX were really struggling with that last time we saw them play. Especially on, well, actually across the maps, but I was particularly thinking about Haven. They were wasting a lot of their util early on. Here Mako just takes a bit of contact, backs it up. I look to try to refight. They've still got Paranoia and Saturate to be able to use here, so it's dangerous territory still for Fnatic. Nothing stable.
Quite a bit of util. That's Convergent Pass will start being used for a bit of a reclearance, but I mean, Fnatic is still so slow. Not even within the same zip code of where those ultimates are being used. Mako is going to trail back now, a bit of a rolling retreat.
It's good awareness from Fnatic, really, but it has allowed them to get 4 defenders in position. Fnatic saving util, but as the pop comes through, DRX will have a good resistance here.
Yeah, gearing up for it now. There's a lot of util going to be sent forwards. Hyunmin, here he is, trying to really light them up. This guy, one up, he's stopped. You're kidding me? Smoke in your face does not matter. Mako's still alive, sitting pretty to the corner, but not for long. Crashies turning a fire, brings it to that 2v2. Still out wide, does force the fight, gets info. Also a flashback. He is still calm, cool, and collected with the game. Composure's there, and a Dimensional Drift just to spot out this last straggler. Boaster spotted, and there's no chance for him, not quite. Freeing puts a bullet to the back of his brain. That's 3-1 now for DRX, leading nice and early.
And you see there how DRX look to try to take the fight. I think across this series, you're going to see DRX be the ones on defense trying to up the tempo, trying to take the engagements to Fnatic. And Fnatic's job is to bait that out, which they did this round, and still be able to hit a site that isn't stacked. That second point, the real problem there. Especially when you're playing against a Yoru. Gate crash, flashback, straight there on A. And that's a massive round for knocking down the economy of Fnatic. They don't really have much to work with, but they can take more risks on a round like this.
Very much all in here, but with that hinder and the dart, you're revealed up. Going to be falling as a result of it here. Mid being pressured and stressed. It is a weaker buy for Fnatic, so they can afford to take these risks.
Boast of the kind of player that loves to mess around with this top mid area. That's why DRX are also putting 3 players in this spot. You want to be wary of it. The EMEA teams love focusing on this area of Sunset on their attack sides. But easily dealt with in this one.
Dynamic duo. Really making sure that they can make the most of that one. Now you've handed over a gun to Alpha. Player you do not want to get online. He was dominant in the matchup that they played versus each other, but Mako will ensure that there is no danger, no funny business, nothing that could get out of hand soon enough here. So,
well, Alpha's not even really online there. That was his first kill in the game so far.
Right.
You know, before that, 0 and 4. He's also not someone that we see play a lot of Vice. This is only his 3rd time ever picking up Vice. Last 2 within the last couple months, so, you know, it's something that he's dabbled with a little recently. But you need to see him being able to take those fights over towards B main, rely on his incredible rifling skills. I think he was the highest, I think he was the 2nd highest rated player in the tournament behind Aspas, who obviously had a ridiculous tournament. But after he took that unfortunate breakout with the health complications, when he came back in, don't know whether it was a little bit of lingering health issues or just a bit of rust getting back onto the stage, whatever. He didn't actually perform that great in their previous match.
Yeah.
And you're really relying on, I think, at least on 2 out of 5 of the players on Fnatic to turn up in a match like this.
Oh, for sure, because, I mean, DRX are going to test you. They're going to take fights often. Hyunmin and Flashback are prime examples of that. They've been set the pace, meta-defining almost from the way that DRX are playing this Waylay Euro composition, and I love that they made this adjustment as well to the Sunset. I haven't liked it when Flashback has been playing the Neon. More of a fan of when they do sync it up with the Yoru, where Flashback is more comfortable. And listen, they are so eager to take those fights and they win them often.
Yeah, I think it also just gives you such great opportunities on your defense side to have those fast rotates coming through.
For sure.
Something that was really hurting them on Haven too, where they run the Neon. But it's so sick to see our top 3, a different team from each region, all bringing a different flair to the final 3 of this event. A 4-player stack for DRX to open, but remember, Flashback going to be able to reposition if there was some kind of quick B split on the cards for Fnatic. Not that they run those fast rounds often, but Boaster has been throwing them in a bit more than he was at Toronto, for example.
Very
looking
aggro.
to test. Yeah, getting really aggro. These are opportunities, actually, for Alpha to try to take one of those engagements, but he's not in the right position to punish this time.
Very aggressive when you still have the cam up, but might not be expected. The entire setup really does hinge on him. He's not going to be pressured unless Chronicle walks about past that box, but mid being contested, Flashback just umming and ahhing, and Chronicle setting this one up for the B split. In through Market, Prowler. Deal with a trip, but no one left to punish that spot. Cam going to be broken, and again, this is unexpected. Why would you ever think that he could be lit up onto this corner, and it's a war of attrition. Flashback trying to deal that damage still. Freeing's going to be cleaned up here. A lot of damage done in the process, no kill claimed, but you see some ults now being offloaded to Nightfall to lead the charge. Thorns towards the back. Hyunmin's looking to really speed this one up. He's slowed Fnatic down to a crawl. Crouch tucked tight, seeing if they can avoid the ire of the opposition. Again, double blinded up. Hinder comes out as a result of it, and Bane locking down one of the extra avenues, ensuring that he buys time for his team to get in.
They are so claustrophobic right now.
They really are. Fnatic are trying to see if they can find a way to bite and punch their way through this one, but it is stalled out entirely. Plant has to go down. Alpha's got a heavy task ahead of him. Has to really deal with all of this one. The double dash in, crashes, puts a bullet towards it, and Alpha delivering from the side. The savior when they needed it most.
That's the reason you gotta respect him. And DRX taking a couple of extra liberties in that round, pushing deep into B main, into Alpha's territory, and freeing. Destroyed. That kill, though, so crucial from Crashies, to give him credit too, because Hyunmin simply forcing a 1v1 in that spot as soon as Crashies planted, had to get the Phantom out and win the duel quickly. It's a necessary round for Fnatic to stay in this one. Utterly absurd that Hyunmin had a second ult to play with as well.
Yeah, it did. He's racking them up at a rapid rate.
Well, he's just farming the orb over by A main as well, right? He's done it again.
Yeah.
At the very beginning of this round, he's just gone and got that.
Speaking of contested, up the gut through mid. Overdrive now popped off as well. This could be galvanizing, and how the hell do you deal with this one? If you flashback, you've got to respect that util. It's up to Free now. He's got to hold them back out towards Market. Ajar with the movement. Crashes. It's just trying to make it awkward, but it's not good enough. Not against the likes of him. Real heat up in form over the course of this tournament. He stamps down his authority over towards the B side. Time being bought for his team to get into the fray, into the fight.
Could be winnable here still, actually, with the Steel Garden. We'll see whether Alpha wants to commit it.
Waiting into the back pocket. Corners need to be cleared, though. That's great movement from Kayak. Just a jar again with that movement in time, but it's not enough to overcome. Massive player advantage, and DRX are going to be flexing with it.
Fnatic there choosing to try to take the duels instead, but that's a round where a couple of their players are just not going to be in a good position for the next on the economy. I know it's a weird spot because you're in a 3v5, but when Kayak gets the kill over towards Boba, I think that might even be a chance there of trying to rip an ultimate. Fnatic, though, do tend to be conservative in those kind of moments. They want to spend the ultimates on big, important rounds. And look at this buy. I said that a couple of players would have to eco, but what are we looking at here? 3 players full buying,
weird one.
and then 2 of them full ecoing?
Gonna make a decision.
Okay, they are gonna force in the end,
Force,
but
not force.
swapping the guns all over the... All right, so all light armor, a Stinger and a Spectre it's gross.
Not the best of buys. Definitely scraping at the bottom of the barrel for that one. Again, no contestation over towards A main. It's purely mid-control. The sole focus here for Fnatic. Backing away, Hunter's Fury. They see that one as well. That pressure coming in through into Market now to Trip. Really going to be highlighting a lot of these players, and that's just to relieve most of it. Still with Flashback going down and Alpha soon to collect.
Huge value from the Stinger, isn't it? Able to collect onto Freeing, who's gone pushing out in B main again and died. This is a gift for Fnatic, an absolute gift. They thought they were going to have to use massive amounts of ultimates in this round, and actually, they might get away with it. In a really good position now, 5v3 with full market control.
DRX have a bit of a buffer in the bank, but whether or not they want to go for it, dependent on if they can find some kills. Paranoia is going to be good. Connection onto the 2, forcing Fnatic. Backing up. Digging in deep now into the side to try and hold this one back into the retake. Hyunmin swinging wide. Time is ticking though, and with Hyunmin falling, surely that's it. First domino that was needed. Mako will just try and exit and roll and retreat out, doing damage where he can alongside Bane here. As we were saying, a much needed round for Fnatic and a gift towards them. Ultimates saved winning despite the poorer weaponry.
Yeah, not even just save. Chronicle actually taking that fight towards the end, got his Rolling Thunder online. So now they have a breach ult to work with in the next two. It'll make the next round easier, if anything, for Fnatic to be able to pull off. Kayak with a huge entry here towards Flashback and Market, but I think Freehan's got to stop going walkabout over there in B main. If you want to be controlling B main and taking the fight to Alpha, to potentially Chronicle, whoever's in that area, you've got to have a buddy with you. You can't just be wandering in alone. You're putting so much risk there into the round. By the way, Hyunmin, 3 away from having his 3rd ult online, despite not having a kill. He's literally just picking up this A main ult orb at the start of every single defense round.
Again, no pushback. This whole game plan from Fnatic, putting the focus onto mid.
Yeah. At the same time, though, DRX not really adapting and putting more pressure over towards Market. They have a trip there for Flashback to play off, but he wasn't up to it previously.
Oh, Lion Prowler again, that trip. I want to really play off the back of this one. Way out into the open, that's a Steel Garden. You're going to be forced to respect that one. TPing back and away. Cider! Pulled out Freeing. Hello! Surely into the hands of Bane. That's long distance and range for Freeing. Has been set up beautifully. Still jammed out Hinder. And what a supplementary fire. Hyunmin, the savior for his comrade, right when he was being stressed, strained and pressured.
And I take it all back. I said that DRX hadn't adapted. It's these two players up here, Freeing and Bane, who actually use Flashback as bait and then come and swing from Boba to hold on to market control. And then Hyunmin gets played in the back as well with his Saturate. They were so ready for that hit to come through, but instead of stacking inside market, they baited and lured Fnatic in. Really nice adjustment, actually. And that without a timeout.
Yeah. Just let's go one step further. Double trips committed to market.
Hyunmin, what are you going to do at the start of this round? There's no point taking the ult orb. You've already got your 3rd ult online. And now, yeah, double trip in market.
Yeah.
So really trying to double, triple down on stopping Fnatic from taking this space. Got to imagine that Hyunmin is going to be looking to reactively ult wherever Fnatic decide to end as well. And the buy is shoddy. Fnatic are going for a half.
It's all over the place.
2 Guardians, 2 pistols.
Kayak trying to force the issue as well, trying to take a fight forwards, but that is a good connection. Conversion pass is ready. These players are lit up. Hailers around their heads are going to be slowed down. That fault line not quite good enough for the bodies. The players ready to swing out and trade anyway. Finding their mark and finding their footing. These are guns reclaimed, but again, it comes from every single angle. Watched for, anticipated, Freeing, put in the squeeze. Crashes from behind. Looks to do the damage. A dimensional drift to escape. No way. An exit out as well. This is uncertainty across the map, but it leaves it in the end all just down to Crashies. Snarled up, chewed up, stunned up. Know exactly where he's playing from. It's an essential 1v1, but he misses his chance. And plays it safely with discipline in his mind. Right time for Mako. Then claim to be main, and now Crashies. Surely it's inevitable. Wrapping pillar. Guessing game.
But now it's not planted for him.
It's a major difficulty. Not even really the right weapon for the job, but he just spots it. Freeing. Back towards it. They spot each other out. And now getting a bit of a move on. Smoke layer down. Horn is broken. Freeing. Defense in his mind. The captain to cover. Through the smoke. Watching onto the angle. Mako falls. Freeing! Gets off just in time to deliver that death blow and earn DRX that 7th round.
Respect to Crashies for making that one close, because DRX had them in their palm that whole time. Look at the way that they're taking all of these fights up through mid. It is a half fight from Fnatic, but DRX constantly fighting them, never allowing them to continue to move. They just got stuck in mid, fending off attacks from left, right, and center. Second to last round of the half, and Fnatic have weapons to work with. Chronicle still sat on 1 kill. Unusual to see for the winningest player of all time in Valorant, playing for his spot in a 2nd Champs Grand Final.
Love that opportunity. Talk about rounding out the trophy cabinet for Fnatic. Chronicle got tons of trophies back home. Looking for the chance to lift that 2nd here. Mako pressured. Paranoia will have to be offloaded here. The spacing on it just right. Slowed it down. A bit of a fake TP into the corner. He is hard committed.
Off your feet! Here comes the breach ultimate.
Rolling under Mako. He's still holding down a conversion path, like you said, and that sets it up beautifully. Mako strikes where it hurts. Slowed to a crawl once more. And the flood in from DRX ready to put a stop to whatever Fnatic were up to.
They've been waiting for that the whole time. Hyunmin sat there, feasting on the ult orbs. Throwing bodies in now to try to take down Alpha. You still got to give him a little bit of worry.
Of course you do.
40 seconds.
You know how good his rifling can be, but Mako squares up to it anyway. It's a 4-piece for him to finish.
And that's the game plan in a nutshell there for DRX, isn't it? You know that the attacking team is using double initiator comps with massive ultimates. So you just farm up your own huge defensive ult, and it counters it completely. And these players are sitting ducks over here. Crashes and Chronicle can do naught but die. And now Fnatic push down onto an eco round again. This has been a disaster of an attack half for them. Last time these two teams played, Boaster was calling rings around Mako, and now I feel like the prep work has flipped things entirely on its head.
DRX have really come into this one. Primed, ready, round 12, last chance and a half.
The only major weakness has been over here towards B main, but it's been in the mid round, not the early round, when they've baited freeing into going for walks.
Massive group up. Ult earned up as well off the back of that orb. Plenty of them to work with if you're Fnatic.
Bane has the Outlaw, 4 players with light armor on the other side, and they are going back over towards mid.
Not ready yet.
Double hold up, smoke in your face though. What can be broken as a drone used in response of it. Just the acknowledgement you're looking for, Mako. There's an ult used just to see if they were taking up a bit of that space into main. Prowler forwards again. Nothing else alongside it. It's fake pressure from Fnatic. They're looking to end this one on B.
Yeah, it has actually pulled Hyunmin over towards the A site though. So, still with DRX, having 3 players ready to defend the B split, but Steel Garden's going to force them out.
Steel Garden fault line, slowing it down, freeing. He did get out just in time, but that is a lot of ults being used now. Overdrive, and that's freeing, just putting the bullet straight to the body. And the brain of Kayak, double holding up. Hyunmin is fast onto the scene of the crime. That YouTuber, what is that? From the bloody brink. It's Alpha again. Inserts himself and shouts out his authority onto the round. What a stamp to end round 12.
Alpha has been huge for them in a couple of big moments. 13 kills he ends with, 1 behind Hyunmin, who also had a monstrous beginning. But in terms of rounds on the board, Fnatic are scraping the bottom of the barrel just to get 4.
You can't see my face.
Yes, they lost the pistol, but I think you expect more from Fnatic on their attack sides. This is going to be tough to recover on the next half of Sunset.
Absolutely, it's going to take a lot to recover from that one here. Still down with a deficit, but for now we're sending it down to the floor with one of Coach Milan's biggest supporters.
Et bonjour Paris, hello everyone. I'm very glad to welcome David, Milan's best friend, here with me. So David, first of all, welcome to Paris. It's a pleasure to have you here. And you've been able to see Milan's evolution. He started as an analyst and assistant coach, and now he's back to head coach. So how do you feel about, his evolution? Does he make you proud? What about all those responsibilities that he's having right now?
I'm super proud of him. I think he's always had it in him to be the best coach in the world. He is super willing to learn from everyone in any position. He never thinks he knows it better, and I think that's what makes him such a good coach.
For sure. Donc première question, comment est-ce que tu as vu un peu l'évolution de ton meilleur pote Milan? On le sait, il a commencé en analyse, maintenant il est head coach, il a eu plus de responsabilités. Comment tu vois ça? Je suis trop fière de lui. Il a le potentiel d'être l'un des meilleurs coachs du monde et surtout, il reste curieux tout le temps pour essayer d'apprendre des autres. And the second question I'm going to ask you is, we know that you both are a very good duo IRL for sure, but what about in-game? Have you guys been able to play together? Who's the best one?
Milan is by far the better player, but we do work well together because he just makes me bait for him, and then he gets it done.
You're just the wingman, right? He just makes you go in.
I'm just a human shield.
A human shield for the coach, for your best friend. Deuxième question, on sait que vous êtes un très bon duo dans la vraie vie, meilleurs amis, mais est-ce que c'est pareil dans le jeu? On a joué un petit peu ensemble, Milan est largement meilleur que moi et il se sert un peu de moi comme d'un bouclier humain. Thank you so much, David, for joining me, and we're gonna see if Fnatic can take the victory on Sunset. See you.
Time to find out. They're going to have to really dig deep, pull this one back. Currently down 4 rounds, but you never know with a pistol round. A follow-up, you can always even it up, but for now, 2 of these teams, and when we've been talking about them being defined by the veteran presences, Boaster, Mako, the quarters formed around them, but it is the rookies that define a team like DRX, and Hyunmin, my God, he saved them in the game the other day, and he is off to an absolute lightning start. He's 14-9 so far. for this opening half of our lower finals.
I think he got up to 11 kills in like round 6, something like that, when he got his second ult online. And then from there, managed to get a third ult just by farming ult orbs. So yeah, he was absolutely instrumental in getting DRX up to this lead very early on. And I think you need that. Now, we also don't know what these rookie players are going to be like over the course of a full BO5.
For sure.
Yeah, it's not a sprint, it is a marathon. Not only do you have to start strong, but you have to finish strong too. Here come Fnatic going on a walk down mid to open up their defensive pistol.
Spotted that idea. Spotted out. Chronicle has been lying in wait, holding that fault line in case there is that towers pressure.
Yeah, he's looking for anybody to try to punish in that direction. Playing a very supportive breach in this map. Hasn't really got a chance to get involved in too many of the gunfights himself on even terms. Here's freeing, re-exploring again. Spots that that mid setup has been dismantled and calls for his team to come back in that direction.
Crashies walking around here, will freeing contest it, will even spot it just the shoulder. Not sure if he saw the signs of life, but
I think Freeing's doing a great job here of giving information to Mako, to the caller, of where the gaps should be. Having spotted the Neon and the breach in mid, you know that they were about to go and follow all of that noise over towards B. They might have just missed the timing though. Chronicle and Boaster are onto this.
Yeah, big rotations. Fnatic making sure to get reinforcements in place over towards A. That's a miss on the dark. Crash is revealed up, so position going to be noted. Hornet's going to be broken on top of it. One way.
They still have the fault line to defend with, and Boaster's paranoia, but Boaster's starting to think it might not be an A finish.
Chronicle is going to come down to reaction times here. He's now holding Util, wants to square up and take that fight. Double ups, shoulder to shoulder, him and Crashy. He's doing enough damage. Make sure to slow the approach. DRX really being stalled up, chewed up, and with that C's connecting, trying to spot the tendrils. Where the hell are those bullets going? Time is of the essence. No anticipation for Mako, but it's all being covered. Chronicle, what a time to come alive. Bane trying to batter his way past this one, but with time going down to the shreds and finer moments, it is Fnatic claiming that pistol, sorely needed.
There's the GOAT, there's the guy who's won all the trophies. Apart from the champs one, that one's eluded him, but he's on for it potentially at this tournament. Chronicle comes alive here, asked a lot of, doubles up with Crashies, the two players with the experience of playing in Champs Grand Finals before, and they get it done on the pistol. Fnatic, the kings of comebacks. Didn't work for them yesterday. They went out a bit too easy. But usually you're seeing them recover all sorts of stuff. They went down 10-1 against DRX and still won on Haven. Just in the playoffs of this tournament alone.
Their careers have been defined by it. I mean, remember lock-in. Team knows how to dig deep, they know how to pull it back, and they know that every single game is winnable.
That's a lovely little combo there. Sees over the top, you get confirmation, you get information on the player aftershock. They're forced to peek into the bullets or die. Fnatic starting to heat up here. And like I said earlier, I really think you look at Sunset and Corrode, we haven't even seen Fnatic on those two maps, but DRX is so good at the maps towards the end. Fnatic need these wins early on. At the very least, they need to win on either Sunset or Corrode. And we don't know what comps are going to run. Came out with a new one here today. Might change it up for Corrode, who knows?
For sure.
But more than that, you need the players to be on as well, especially with the way that DRX likes to take those dry fights. On the attack side, though, DRX are going to be running at you, zip-zapping all over the place. Turn your sensitivity up to try to deal with Yeoman and Flashback.
Just try and swat them down, but tricky. Hard to pin them down as players.
Kayak's pulled out the operator, looking over towards Elbow, but no dice just yet. DRX instead slowly taking mid control. Both teams with a pretty similar idea on their attack.
Yeah.
Push the defenders out of mid.
I think it makes a lot of sense as well when Fnatic are running the Vice, because it's not as good as controlling the mid avenues.
Yeah.
You don't have the concrete info of having a trip up.
Yeah, you don't get that cam that can peek through market into mid as well.
Kayak though, this is potentially unexpected, but now he reveals the hand, the operator purchase. DRX now know what's up. Drone's going to be used shortly after, making sure to clear most of the way, and he gets the tag on the Crashies. Prowler to repost and set up Kayak forwards again. This is mid-round information that is critical. Stack of bodies of Fnatic now, leaning over towards B. And top mid. Looks like that's a call to be made here, the 50-second mark for DRX.
Chronicle's expecting them to go market here.
Contestant, smoke in your face as well.
He can swing around and fault line all of this for Crashies to play through.
Forward to peak, it's a horn forwards again, but now this is getting a little bit messy. It's a fault line again, sidesteps and avoided, sees is good, and the paranoia a little bit better, but still, Yeoman Lights out, double dash forwards again, but recalled back just to get tricky with it. Chronicle forced out into the open. His position noted from prior. Now Kayak and Crashies, no intention of holding this one down, no intention of playing this one into the retake. Got to save the big boomstick and a rifle for another day.
I like the idea from Fnatic there, that you've got Chronicle in this swing position where he can either send a fault line down into market or he can turn around and send a fault line off in this direction as well. The problem being that they were incentivized to fight into a crossfire for DRX. DRX had already managed to slip into that defense side spawn, and it became a brawl in very close quarters. If anything there, I think you want Crashies to be the one backstabbing and being aggressive rather than the players from Boba looking to try to take the fight. These kind of scraps and small execution errors, probably just a lack of experience really for Fnatic, because they don't want to play on this map very often. It's mad that we have it as our first. But that's because both teams have had it as a permaban at this event at some point. Oh, and that's... I mean, it didn't, honestly, it didn't end up mattering at all, did it?
Yeah, he didn't care.
Hyunmin's just immediately activated off the back of it. Weapons still online for Fnatic, yet to get up to any of those ultimates. Kayak would love to get himself into a position where he can actually take some fights. He was holding the whole of A main in the previous round, and that's still really good information for Fnatic to call around. But you also just want to put your star player in a spot where they can get kills on the board. Early drone pushes back Alfia towards B main. Kayak investigating, curious.
Again, mid being left entirely open. Full extremity control is the name of the game for Fnatic. I mean, they've got the offline, they've got A main control for now.
Kayak got himself onto a fairly deep position. And Bane's already used the drone early on, remember? He pushed Alfia off. So that means they don't have the same level of tools to deal with Kayak. Kayak can be pretty confident on this spot, but again, like I said, the kills are just not going his way. He's got himself on a good line, but that's not where DRX are looking to go.
Full contact, so brave when you know that Kayak is holding on to the operator. And Alpha, rifle aim tested. Hyunmin with the trade. Chronicle, it's a fault line up towards the top section of mid, and the kills, they claim at least, and the space is there for DRX. Flashback. See if he can take that fight, but Kayak finally spotted and reveals his hand. He's doubled up. Has some backup. Bane looking to bait. Shoulder just peeking out, but you really want to test that guy. Kayak lights him up, crashes with the follow-up, that 1-2 punch.
Nice ideas from both teams, in my opinion. DRX trying to contact onto Fnatic and caught two players really off guard. The first one, they got on and managed to find a jump into market, right? They overwhelmed Alpha a little, went 1-for-1 in that spot. And then Flashback goes and tests Chronicle. We've got ourselves a small tech pause. But of course, the adjustment coming out there from Kayak is lovely too. Just getting himself more involved in what's actually happening, rather than just getting posted up for info.
Not playing a passive game here. Fnatic, early days yet on this half, but showing good signs that they're calling around the way that DRX are playing. I've already noticed as well a bit of a change in DRX's play, I think, on their attack side, because when they initially played against Fnatic, you're seeing evidence of Fnatic trying to fight them forwards a lot, trying to pull util out of them. And DRX are opting into a lot of contact plays, trying to save util, trying to get into positions to pounce when they spot a target.
Yeah.
That's why the operator is so good in the hands of Kayak. It's a really good pickup.
Yeah. I think that's also just, it suits DRX's comp. You want to contact at the start of the rounds and then explode as soon as you get into position to exec a site. But while we got a tech pause, just...
Hello.
Hey. Hey, very good, very good. I mean, it is another incredible end to an event here at Champions. Like I was saying earlier, a top three, all from different regions. Again, showcasing how global a game is. DRX looking to take their third trophy for Pacific this year. Each one would have been lifted by a different team as well.
Yeah,
T1, then PaperX, then DRX. And then Fnatic. All-time greats, really, aren't they? They're the best team, the greatest team of all time, but have never quite been able to get across the line when it comes to Champions, the biggest event that we have in Valorant.
Absolutely. It would be the thing that would complete the cabinet for them, a bit of a trifecta. They've got lock-in, never to be repeated.
Yeah.
Masters, rounded out with champs would be a dream for them, but still one more contender in the face of them, that is that underdog of DRX. And this is a team, I mean, scary, honestly. The Slayers are the first seed. Bit of a rollback in a round, not too sure why.
Yeah, well, we had a crash on the DRX side, so we've got a round rollback here. I didn't catch it while the round was live, but that's a devastating one because Fnatic had a really nice answer there and Kayak had sick individual impact, so he's going to have to try to replicate that just to get the gap back down to between two.
Good tidings here for Fnatic. War further back. Alpha can't really kill the clone in time, so it's unfortunate for him. Triggered early. Now primed, ready for the pounce. Bit of an exit coming through. Thorns to slow it down. Hyunmin, it's not Favor trying to take a fight like that. Will recall all the way back into it. Still, it's going even, not quite. Scales being tipped in the favor of Fnatic, all at the back of Alpha Year. Doing some heavy lifting now, 17 to 11. Mori falls down, back to that spectator seat. Plant still down for DRX. Looking to retreat back.
Yeah, dropping off in this position is dangerous because Boaster still has a smoke.
Yeah, smoke
or
to
at
be
least
up.
He will do. He's already used one, but the next one's going to be coming back online very shortly.
Dart up in a few fault line to clear most of the way, spotting out the players. Hyunmin wants a chance to shine here for Boaster. What a shot. Adjustment though from Bane. Micro flicker. That! And it's really just Bane can't quite wrangle control of that rifle in time for Fnatic. An instant answer back after that unfortunate rollback at a round.
Anytime you get Alpha in spots like that, where he's pissed off about something, he just activates, man.
Oh yeah.
He definitely refuses to lose in these kind of situations. His attitude is one of a winner. And he's popping off with Jake at the end there as well. I think that's what was really missing actually in Fnatic's game against NRG. It was a mentality issue. It felt like there was no one player who would make the big play and rally the team behind them. I know that Pansy and Mike were talking about it as well, but it usually is somebody like Alfia.
Yeah.
And he's at the top of the table right now. Tucking behind, dodging the recon dart as Kayak gets played in a little here as well. You see both Thorns and the wall set up to stop a market split, so Fnatic's setup really heavy around B main control.
B main control freeing, hold on. Might be surprised sorely here. Okay, well he still ends up finding out one. A deep push of Alpha, almost anticipating there would be a second player with him, because why would Alpha be playing that brave and brazen up towards main?
I think he might have even caught a glimpse of Kayak, just for a moment.
Gearing up for the B split.
Yeah, he found the perfect line there, didn't he? Kayak's going to find it hard to get out of this spot, even as Neon. He's got to land the first.
First shot goes wide, it just was not there. You called it, Josh. You said it and spoke it into motion, freeing. Sends him packing. Head slams back to the seat. Same can be said for Boaster here. An instant answer. What an entry from DRX.
They dealt with that challenge so cleanly. We're talking about freeing going walkabouts in B main on the defense side, but they're on attack. He just finds the perfect little angle. Fnatic are trying to set up a crossfire where Kayak's watching the left side so that Alpha can focus on main. And again, maybe it's just a bit of inexperience on the map. Maybe it's not quite knowing the angles and how an attacker would peek into that situation. Maybe Alpha should be a couple steps further forward so his back's covered. But reality of the situation is that Freeing was able to dismantle that easily without being traded. And now the task is just to hold on to guns because Boaster and Alpha have very little money to work with.
Yeah, they need these two rifles if they want to get a buy going for the next. A few players have built up the bank, but still that pressure coming through. We'll see if Freeing decides to take that fight and the swing. Smoke up. They're happy to let them keep them.
Yeah, funky little smoke there towards the end.
Very good.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha just not quite having his back watch there, maybe starting to adjust the setup. And Kayak misses his shot, which could have bailed him out. They still have enough funds to be able to go for the op. Boaster has a stinger, willing to take the knock for his team. His job is to make the others on his squad shine. And look at this defensive setup. It's almost identical here in terms of where the wall is positioned from Alpha. Yeah, Thorns as well, but Kayak early on taking the op to look over towards tiles. DRX have, I think, done a really good job at the start of these rounds of not really showing face anywhere.
No.
It's hard to anticipate where they're going to end.
Slow to a crawl. Like you said, always sowing that misinformation, question marks across the map. Despite the operator in the hands of Fnatic, it's a pretty good tool for gaining mid-round information. Makes the calling a little bit easier when Kayak can get posted, but
they haven't been walking into it.
No.
The one round where we saw him really get active, was the round that didn't count.
Drone stunted, crashes, is putting on a brave face over towards A. Let's have Chronicle by his side. He could peel with a bit of info if he's feeling the pressure, but DRX are taking it now towards this operator again. Kayak has been posted all game long. He's had a few chances. Smoke in his face, though, denies him. The sight line.
They're going to contact through that.
They're walking all the way through. It's a flash forwards again, but that has just gone wide again with a shot. Flash didn't even connect it to the first place, but what a stun. Follow-ups there. Fnatic filling in the gaps, making sure to reinforce all the available areas where there could be that weak spot. Double dash forwards again, freeing, doing some damage. Carving out a path to success into B. Flashback. There's a TP as well, just to get into the cross. Has that spike in his hands, and now a fight forwards again. Convergent paths. He saw the connection just into the back. Chronicle was a sit-in duck. No help, no bailout, but Boaster will at least answer back. Flashback and free now in a 2v3. Nightfall now used to get some audio information. It's going to be 2 tags. Plenty more where that came from now. You can see it. Fnatic gearing up.
Oh, the
One
TP.
step after another, the TP forwards.
Unheard.
No sound cues. Freeing, it all comes down to reaction. He's not going to be knowing exactly where Boaster's playing. And he slipped the net into a 1v1 now, but time ticking away onto the defuse. Half earned. Boaster taps, trying to pull freeing out wide and into the open, but he doesn't expect it. Up from behind like a dagger in the back. It's freeing to earn DRX at 11th.
It's such a good idea from Boaster, but he doesn't double swing with his teammates into freeing first. There's trails on the ground and he chooses to ignore one of them and instead put pressure around the back. He finds a really good kill onto Flashback, but he's not there to help his team get through. Maybe just expecting the others to double up together and trade out, but the execution off again in critical moments, allowing just a small avenue and DRX take it. And in 1v1s like that, DRX have been immaculate at this tournament. A normal team, Brent, what are they going to win? About 50% of their 1v1s? Yeah, I mean, if you're good, sure maybe it'd be a bit higher than that. DRX have been winning 79% of their 1v1s at this tournament. It's absolutely absurd.
It's largely off the back of this Hyunmin Flashback. Dynamic duo. Hyunmin will dash in. If he doesn't feel comfortable taking a fight, he'll recall back and he'll set up Flashback as well for the entry, getting information in the process. So, you know, DRX, not only do they have the shooters, but they're also setting each other up for success constantly. It's a comp that just plays entirely into their wheelhouse, and you can feel the pressure it's putting onto Fnatic. In a matchup like this, unfamiliar territory, it's shaky ground to begin in this best of 5. It's worth reiterating, it is a best of 5. It's going to be a long haul, a marathon, really. Something that the rookies on DRX are not going to be too experienced with.
No, there is a possibility that they could burn themselves out a little bit and not have that towards the end where you really need to put your opponent away, especially a team that's used to comebacks like Fnatic. But at the same time, the final 2 maps are just so stacked for DRX.
Definitely feels like it on paper. Favored for the underdog to carry it forwards all the way to a grand finals and keep that lower bracket run dream alive.
Here comes Alpha, walking down mid. We talked about the fact that in tough moments, he's often the player that drags Fnatic, kicking and screaming forward to believe.
Walkabouts, Guardian in hand. Kicking and screaming, he might have just done it, but surely, what is that?
Where did
I'm not too sure.
Where did the shots go?
Need a 0.25 of that one.
How on earth? Has he got a Bible in his back pocket?
Might have been moving. Bit of inaccuracy there, but what a mistake to make in a moment like this when the weaponry is really getting quite tight for Fnatic still. Bane willing to take point now. Answer back for his team. Still, Guns not able to be reclaimed from spots like that, but rapidly approaching. This is Fnatic now trying to apply the pressure and the squeeze. Paranoia forwards. Kayak's damage done, but inside the spawn. Flashback's no more. It's up to Bane now in a 1v3. Ults against him. Steel Garden will push him out to the outer reaches of the site. Kayak as well going to be that human drone. Gets the info, exactly what they needed, and now Discipline played for, trying to set this one up to 3-2-1 and swinging past it. Fnatic are not done yet.
Even with the best clutcher of the tournament on the other side, Bane has been immaculate. Fnatic persevere. 3v1, played that beautifully. Kayak putting his body on the line and setting up with Discipline to close out. A MasterCard Thrifty. And it's Alpha again to me, who he constantly is the playmaker in these kind of moments.
Hello.
Is he moving? Is that what causes the inaccuracy? What's
aim punch?
I mean, mean, the second shot
God.
aim punched,
Yeah.
that is ridiculous.
Oh my God.
The first shot just straight up missed, I think. Maybe a bit of movement inaccuracy. That is by the finest of margins. Fnatic getting themselves in a position to be able to win that one with low eco. And going for a tiles crunch here.
Hello.
Pushing down.
Yeah, pace increased. This is completely subverting the expectations. Fnatic, we know them to be a bit of a slower team, but no one home, no one waiting in the wings to receive all that pressure. It's flashback now without dimensional drift. He's going to be gaining a ton of info. Backside control, Ron in Thunder. This is committed nice and early. Push back. Again, not allowing for that plan to go down, to get it into the post plant once more. Still with that U-tilt up. Wall into your face in close quarter combat. That's where it's going to be thriving now. Hunter's Fury, another layer towards it, and there is no comfortable ground to stand. DRX, they fill up the feed and get to that 12.
They absorbed that Rolling Thunder beautifully. All backed up, stabilized, and then counterpunched. Smacked Fnatic with a Silver Ultimate of their own and just won so many of the duels. DRX has got some shooters, as does Fnatic, but rounds like this, all of the important kills going the way of the Korean squad. Nods of approval from the coaching booth. This was supposed to be a difficult map for them. This one that they've been banning repeatedly. Even Paperthin didn't quite have hope here to start, and DRX are up to map point.
That's right, one more round for an unreal opener here. The best of 5 lower finals, pressure into the corner. Alpha, yeah, spotted out, there's that recall, and look at it. They just follow it. The sight lines onto the minimap. The blind is good. The rifle aim could be a little bit better, but still, it's the kill that counts.
Oh, and now a little bit of patience called by Mako. A 5v3 on the verge of winning map 1 of the lower bracket final, and he just makes sure everybody is calm and resets. There are no mistakes to be made here. No opportunities for Fnatic to get back in. They've had to spread the defenders back out. And Chronicle alone with a stinger in the right place at the wrong time.
Maybe the sole recipient of this one, Mako. So not used just to clear that front section of sight. Sees the all clear. Smoke layered down. There's possibilities and potential to play in this one, but no one's really home. Towards the back, still umming and ahhing. DRX so will be able to lay claim to most of this site now. And Kayak is there, operator in hand, still finds it. Flashback now, left to answer back. Can he do it? Can he get it done? The reactions are fast as anything, and surely this is it. TP backing away, Kayak all on his shoulders to survive in our opening map here. But DRX just like that, they scatter, peel up the rug, peel up the curtain. DRX don't want to give any more opening fights, no more engagements. They want to play this one with discipline. They want to make that statement. And what a statement it is, leading this best of 5 lower finals with a win on Sunset.
We said it was going to be unfamiliar territory, unknowns to open this game. DRX came out with a bang, an 8-4 lead, and they've kept it going. Corrode, the next map coming up, we've never seen Fnatic on it at this tournament either, but they're definitely have the pressure on them for map 2.
Absolutely. Still going into the unknowns, of course. We're going to be stepping away. GP and the analyst desk will be breaking it all down for map number 1, so do not go anywhere.
Got the new iPhone 17 Pro, and Verizon picked up the tab.
No way.
Yeah, it's me. Handsome and hilarious. It's a rare combo.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us, on the best 5G network.
I mean, where else would I get it, right?
Yeah. Let's go.
World Cup, where we are starting off with VALORANT.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
So looking for revenge.
Alpha behind one. There's the shorty. And Alpha goes crazy.
They've all battled through the pressure and expectation. Heretics have come back all the way!
Finally we won, finally!
It's DRX that take map 1 in this lower bracket best of 5. I've got Coach Termi here and Bella to do some translations. Now, I saw your reaction during the map vetoes. It didn't look like you were super surprised. They picked Sunset, but do you think this was a mistake? And what did you think about the rest of the maps?
밴픽을 할 때 저희가 로터스를 첫 밴으로 하면 푸나틱이 선셋이 약한데도 불구하고 좀 무리를 해서 선셋을 고를 걸 예상을 했고 저희가 예상한 대로 푸나틱이 조금 당해준 것 같은 느낌이라서 다행이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
I mean, we thought that if we ban Lotus as our first ban, they would pick up Sunset even if that's not their strongest map, and that it worked out according to our plan.
Oh, he was prepared. Thank you very much, Termi, and good luck.
Well, right now, DRX has them right where they want them. Question is whether or not they can sustain it, because it's a long series. DRX manages to take Sunset. They go up 1-0 here in the lower finals, and we got ourselves quite an interesting matchup. Welcome to the desk, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi. We got a special guest joining us, Sid City, aka Sadil, in the house. How you doing? You having fun?
I'm doing great. The energy in here is crazy.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool experience. It's a good vibe. I know this is your second Champions, right? But how's Paris been treating you?
It's been amazing, honestly. I don't understand French. All I can feel is the energy, and it's like, it's amazing.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's awesome. Well, we're glad you're joining us here. Let's go ahead and break down the action and take us to our Verizon high-speed moment. Now, this is going to come from Route 9, and Mimi, we were seeing DRX just really take the task of Fnatic here, and you were kind of hearing it from Coach Termy there, right? They knew what they had in the Sunset.
Yeah, see, that's something we were talking about together. It's just how good this DRX team is with this composition and like their reactions. Whenever they see something happening, I feel like they're so good at getting this Waylay in the right position, at using that utility to help out. Here, it's an incredible kind of swing in from Hyunmin with the hinder to help out Free, who's already going crazy with the classic, and somehow managed to stay in control of the round. There's that hinder from Hyunmin, who he's just playing so well today.
Yeah, it's insane. And Flashback showing the pressure at market, making them funnel into CT there and forcing them into the Neon, or not the Neon, the Waylay was... Yeah. It's just insane.
Yeah, we were seeing just some great layers from this DRX team for sure, and it continued to play out as the map progressed here. But let's actually flip the script, go on to the other side of the field, see what's good with Coach Milan as he gets ready for the next map.
I'm now joined by Coach Milan from Fnatic. Now we're about to go on to Corrode, another map you haven't played this tournament. How big of a concern is the lack of stage experience in the map vetoes today?
I mean, backstage, the boys, they're pretty relaxed, considering we're 1-0 down. Obviously, Sunset wasn't the greatest priority for us to play, so we just thought, well, we'll get it out of the way early on. We kind of knew that it could go either way, and for Corrode, I mean, it's a map we're a lot more comfortable on, so I'm just looking forward to it.
Great to hear that. Good luck.
Okay, interesting to hear there. Sadil, I want to get your take on this. You're hearing Coach Milan say, kind of knew that this was not going to be the smoothest of rides for us. Does that surprise you? Does that give you hope for the rest of the series?
I think for Corrode, at least, it's one of DRX's best maps, and I think it'll be really difficult because we're going to see the same thing with the Waylay and the Yoru combo, I expect. And we saw the way that Fnatic was not able to anticipate and be ready for those explosions, and I think we might see the same kind of formula play out on Corrode. So we'll see how that turns out.
It is interesting for me to hear that Coach Milan feels very comfortable on Corrode, because his team hasn't played it here at Champions. They played it twice in EMEA, won both times, playing the kind of vanilla comp with the double smokes, with the Yoru in the mix. Really interested if they're sticking to that read, if they have something new. Watching Champions for you at home, have any teams really impressed you on this map that you've liked the way they play or the comp they play?
I honestly think it is DRX. I mean, like, again, with the Waylay and the Yoru combo, the entries onto the site, using the dash on the Waylay as a distraction and being able to go back in such a map that is in such close proximity on every site with the corners.
Oh yeah, it definitely does play out quite nicely here, Mimi. Here goes Angel Select.
I think this is the best map for Hinder as an ability. It's so easy to hit multiple players. But DRX start on defense. Fnatic instead starting out on this attacking side. Alpha, despite the loss, is having a really good map one. So I'm looking to continue to see how he can do on these lurks. Fnatic loves calling around the double lurks of Alpha and of Kron and letting them kind of find different positions within the map. So I think Alpha continuing his form and Kron finding a bounce back from a tough map one are going to be two big keys for Fnatic here.
Oh yeah, for sure. Sid, are you liking what you're seeing here from Hyunmin and Flashback map one? They were absolutely dynamic. Are we expecting the same thing again here?
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
It's going to be a tough one.
They're so good. They're on this map as well. Playing against this comp, though, I feel like it's got to be so hard if you're Fnatic, even if you're prepped, to go up against those kind of combos.
I'm honestly hoping to see them fight the aggression with aggression. I think instead of just waiting for them to do something, I think...
Like, get proactive, disrupt them, and fight ahead, not let them dictate the game.
Not let them set the pace, exactly,
Yeah, no, that's a good note there. It's going to be a tough one across the stage, no matter who you're rooting for. But let's go ahead and get right back into the action. Here's Brennan Sideshow with map 2.
This is really where we're going to be seeing this DRX composition that we've been talking about thrive, to be honest, on Corrode. Execs are filthy stuff overall, but they're going to be starting on the defense half to begin. And Fnatic, it is this untested territory. They haven't played it in Champs yet. Road, newest map in the pool, as an addition as well. You can definitely tell that some teams' playbook not as fleshed out, but got to agree with the desk. I'm pretty aligned. The flashy style that DRX love to play on a map like this really suits it. It's in their wheelhouse once more.
I think on this first half, before DRX can really get into their massive attack side execs, Fnatic have just got to be able to punish little peaks that DRX go for. You know, if Hyunmin's going to swing out mid, or if Freeing's going to be anchoring B and peeking into B main, Fnatic's players have got to be good enough to be able to hit that head and punish them. Because if you're not punishing the defensive players for taking fights like that, I think you've got no hope at stopping the executes in the other half too. And Fnatic need one of these maps early on in the series.
Early beginning, a lot of mid presence, emphasis being placed as well. A couple of shots rattled too. Kayak is going to be worse for wear. It's alive for now.
Looking for that peak coming out from Hyunmin. You know, the spot that the Waylay is going to be playing in over towards A-Link.
Making it feel like A-Link pressure. It's going to go into a B split.
Yeah. And that puts things on flashback.
Spotted, freeing there onto the side as well. And, well, aim well trained, anticipating that this fight could be taken. Dinked across the board here. So much damage being done, and the Fnatic players getting whistled down. It's almost anything, nothing at all. Boaster very much alone now. ISO needs some bailout from the rest of his team. Flashback looking to see if he can square up and take that fight nice and early, but the IGL makes him pay and makes him hurt for it. Chronicle following up again. B-side's going to be there sort of taking here. 2v3 for DRX to play and make it a 1v3.
All on the back of Bane coming up through the flank. Alpha the first.
Yeah, it's an off angle as well. Not expected, not anticipated.
And the pop-off instantly from the Fnatic players. Boaster the hero in that round, man. Those three players that went up mid, I would like to see Fnatic do that a little slower, because they've got to know that somebody's going to be trying to put pressure on them from behind there. But when Boaster gets stuck in this corner, he fights his way out. And he's the player with Spike as well.
Yeah.
So if he goes down in that spot, it is curtains for Fnatic's chances on the pistol.
Why do I only get kills on pistols?
Well, you got the kill when it mattered, man. That was one of the biggest rounds that Fnatic will play on this map, because it also lets you, in theory, win an easy follow-up.
Freeing, not much to his name here. Prowler forwards. Clone is going to be happy to let it glide past. He hasn't set up a wall, no real util that they're bringing into this round, saving it. A deep push from DRX through mid. That's 4 players now. Freeing forwards. What an adjustment from Alpha. Snapping towards it. Reaction time test for Kron. Has to step up, but he's got Crashies to help out, supplement the fire out. Round out the round flawlessly. 2-0 now for the beginning on Corrode.
Strong opener there. Alpha showcasing that he's going to be able to take the fight to his opponents. I'm interested to see where this wall goes. Chronicle, 2 rounds now, has been putting it over towards B main. I would expect Fnatic to go and put it in mid for the majority of their attack side. But they might be trying to condition early on. It's this Vibe wall I'm discussing over towards B here. They might be trying to condition early on that there's going to be a lot of pressure over towards B main, and that should open up mid and A later on in the half. At the moment, though, they're just having to take mid control off the back of Boaster's smokes. And that is quite a bit harder. At the moment, no resistance.
Oh, and Alpha just takes a peek. Not anticipated, not expected. What a mistake for Mako to make. Hyunmin looks to, again, see if he can answer back, but as he's peeking for the info, Kai wins the engagement. Critical win cons being met here for Fnatic's bonus round. Talked about it, you've got to be winning those 1v1s. DRX have been capturing that lightning in a bottle with the way that they've been playing.
Well, Mako was just unaware for the first, wasn't
he? For sure.
Flashback, if there was going to be a hero, a savior, it would be him.
Boaster.
Doesn't have the spike this time.
Yeah, signs of life there, and even jump spotting over, so he ensures and knows now that Flashback has drifted in. The flank pestering, and so many unknowns right now for DRX. I mean, they got 2 players anchoring over towards A still. At this point, with the size of the map, you're looking at a save.
Yeah, you just have to save in this position. Fnatic have managed to work themselves a very nice round there. And Alpha was just so unexpected over towards A main. I think, again, that's the pressure that they've applied early in terms of going for B splits, going for mid control. They were very noisy through mid. 2 stars and a haunt. And the wall itself, the Viper wall, is on B. So Marco probably just thinking that they're set up to take some mid and B pressure, not anticipating Alpha walking up, full contacting. Early as well. Yeah. Very confident.
It's pretty critical here for Fnatic. We know they're a team with that resilience. They've been in positions back against the wall at times before. Flashback. I don't know if you want to contest with this guy. Still through the wall, he will eventually be peppered down. But 3-0 early. Bonus conversion for Fnatic is massive for them. Best foot forwards after going down a map here in a best of 5. And this is where you start to see the experience shine through a little bit. They've been in tough spots like this.
Yeah, I think the deeper the series goes, the more you're expecting the experience on Fnatic to start shining. Having said that, though, we've talked a lot about how this is going to tie the best that DRX has ever done. They haven't made it to a big final. This is also the best the Fnatic have ever done at Champs.
Yeah.
They've never made it to a podium spot before. DRX looking to try to take the fight to them in mid on a bit more of an eco round.
See them really squaring up. Look at that, the recall is popped off again, but it's haphazard, really thrown together at the last minute. But that blind is good, the damage not quite with the follow-up. Instant reaction called for here by Fnatic. Moving over towards B. Leaves it into the hands of Freeing, but he doesn't have a weapon for it. Only the full armor. Has the util though to try and slow them down. Everybody goes over the wall at the same time. The blind is even better. Bane drifting back and away here to trade intact here from Crashies and Chronicle. They combine their might, and that is a foul concoction to deliver death down to DRX.
Fnatic keep all of that momentum and pace going. Happy to dispel this fight happening over towards mid. And again, the Viper Wall being used on B. Chronicle really sticking to his guts with this one. 6-0 beginning for the Viper player, and final kill. Marco just melting into dust.
Viper, fight with
This round, though, DRX finally get rifles back up. So this is our first proper rifle v rifle round. Flashback with an op as well at A-Link.
Looking towards it.
Horn not broken. Hyunmin can't get out until just now.
It's not the best line as well. Look at it, uncertainty in the way that Flashback's aiming. Like down the reactions as well. Boaster is really quite brave. The reload hurts.
Yeah, but also a massive force on the refract. Hyunmin using that really early in the round.
Yeah, Crash going to be fading soon enough. Fnatic, though, looking to see if they can increase the pace. Kayak's in, all the way forward. I mean, this guy completely ISO from the rest of his team. Doesn't matter. One-man army comes in.
Bane had util in his hands. He wasn't expecting them to be all the way on site already.
And his pace is just so unorthodox for the way that Fnatic like to play. Normally the slow siege, normally the ones to take their time, but return at least. It's a kill going his way. Dimensional Drift now is going to get that extra information. 1, 2, 3 players spotted, looking for the fourth, and he's found it. Now going to be calling for the rest of his team to see if they can collect these kills. Oh, that's a good blind. Flashback, exits, Crashies! Delivering and raining down and laying onto him. Goes both ways, and now in a 2v3. Still all onto Hyunmin. Mako, see if they can find a way back past this one, but the smoke only just earned up, and Alpha's ready. He's got the shorty, held in hands, ready for the peak.
And the mentality is starting to shift on Fnatic. Anytime that they're in a bit of a winning streak, you're going to see the energy and the mood go up massively. But DRX are making some huge mistakes to allow Fnatic in here. We saw Alpha get the walk up over towards A main and get the kill on Mako round 3, I think that was.
Nice, come on!
Here in round 5, Bane has got util in his hands. He's just not expecting Kayak to be as deep as he actually is.
The timing is insane.
They're really missing, though, the cues on when Fnatic are looking to try to take space and fight.
DRX doesn't get easier for them.
No real shields to work with.
Oh my god, I mean, they picked apart.
Yeah, that's just a kill through a wall as well. Boaster's been spraying that. Was looking to put the damage on Hyunmin in the previous round. And Alpha throwing away the gun to make sure the DRX can't pick anything up as they backfill some space in A main. It's been clinical so far in this attack half for Fnatic.
Just with the Sheriff, spots a player, that is a nasty shot. Tries to adjust the aim in time. Cooling down the Sheriff, but unfortunate. Not able to get that second. It's all Fnatic again. Laying claim over towards the site. Doubled up now by DRX Alpha. It would be contested with this guy. Hinder dropped down as well, 5 HP. Shorty, in your face. Hyunmin picks up the upgrade, but again, plant down. Fnatic fully drilled in and now looking to see if they can do that extra damage. Hyunmin realizing he can't play for this one. And it needs to be a call, a pause, a tactical intervention, really, from the coaching staff. At this point, this is DRX just bleeding out.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one, because I think it's not just that DRX are playing their own game but making a couple of mistakes or Fnatic are out shooting them. DRX have got the wrong read entirely on the tempo that Fnatic want to play at, the style they want to play as well. They don't have footage of Fnatic playing this map at Champions, but it's not like that stopped them from having a great result on Sunset. Both of these maps, Sunset and Corrode, we hadn't seen Fnatic play here at Champs. But Fnatic, as the desk was pointing out, were having a lot of domestic success, or at least a little bit of domestic success. 2-0 on Corrode the 2 times that they pulled it out in EMEA. And those teams that they beat, the fans of those teams that they beat as well, in a very familiar spot actually, rooting for Fnatic to save the region in another end of a tournament.
For sure, the weight of expectations, and that goes both ways. DRX and Fnatic, but weight and expectations, you're carrying the hopes and dreams of your region to really get something done. It's been a hot minute for EMEA.
It's been a long time. And I mean, an even longer time if you want to talk about a non-Fnatic team lifting a trophy.
Oh yeah.
You'd have to go back to 2022 Copenhagen for FPX. And I mean, before that even, you're looking at Chronicle actually lifting the trophy and almost lifting a Champions Trophy in 2021. So they've got a huge amount of experience. They've been around the block. This team has gathered together huge talents from all across their region. And in fact, outside of their region when it comes to Crashies. And they're managing to recover here really nicely in map 2. The pressure's on DRX, that's why they're taking the tag time out here. I personally would like to see them try to take the fight over towards mid a little more, but I think a big problem is just that horn. You're going to have to do a delayed refight into mid. And I would imagine that Boaster's going to call a reaction, like a quick reaction off the back of that, because the tempo that he's calling here is faster than usual. He's not doing those 30-second execs. He's hitting the site around the minute mark.
That's really catching DRX off guard. All turned up as well for Alpha. The troubles don't stop.
Well, they're going to
DRX at least.
They're trying to contest this Viper wall. This is the big threat. They want more information over towards B main.
Upping this line though again. Put a wall in your face. Prowler is hard to clear you out.
Yeah, it's just going to be a horrible time. They also want to try to defend this ult op. There's 3 players, 1 away from an ult.
Tap, clone broken early, so the wall will remain intact.
Crashy's got his ult online. Fnatic with a huge opportunity to snowball.
Gearing up for the exec.
Hyunmin is nowhere near to counter ult.
Flashback. There's no way you're taking this peak, man. I mean, you're crouched up onto this one. It all comes down to who spots who first.
Can't they see the gun?
Double lined up there. Surely they can. They've got to be expecting and reading this one to get bullets to the dome. Only saved by the box there, but now you can be feeling it. Heat turned up. It's Fnatic sending this one flying forwards. Thorn's going to be used to try and slow the approach, but it's still got and all the weapons torn away out of the hands of these DRX players. It's up to them now to put a stop to it, but again, they go over the wall together. Emphasis being placed, and the gun just does not come back in time. Fight set up for success once more. Fnatic are coming into this one drilled, ready. Discipline in their hearts. The lay claim to most of this one here. Already with that side control, still feeling uncomfortable. It's a hinder that does connect to DRX. Should be surely getting this one. No way! Boasted not anticipated, not even expected. It's 7 rounds in a row, despite the timeout, despite the pause. DRX still left reeling.
Freeing just caught in elbow, unable to use his primary weapon. And Boaster and Crashy's feasting on sight. Wow.
Okay.
Giving it from across the stage, a 7-0 beginning.
Hey, he's gonna pull the headphones out. We're gonna have a tech pause before you know it.
Do tricks on him.
That's crazy, man. Okay. What a turnaround though as well. You can see the mentality difference.
I don't understand what DRX are up to over towards B main here. If you want to go for a refight with the Waylay and a Paranoia or something like that, fair enough, but I mean, they're just pushing their face into a Viper wall that can go up and down repeatedly. There's the C's, here's the refight.
Kayak, Gatecrash is going to be fading momentarily, will be forced to use it.
Hyunmin didn't even commit to that, but fair enough, Kayak gets out of there anyway, and I guess they can feel a little more confident that it's not going towards B. Hyunmin starts to back away, but the A site has not been well defended either.
No, you have the Thorns and just flashback, umming and ahhing, trying to hold this one back. Slower approach, and now you see with the Utils sent forwards, that's going to give the right timing, at least for DRX. It's time to see if they can flood their way back in. Cosmic Divide cuts it up in through that link area. TP back and away. Reinforcements arriving for DRX here, but they don't have the weaponry still. Will it stop them? TP now into the corner. Maka wants a little bit more extra info. Nightfall even being that committed.
Oh, he's stuck it.
He's hard stuck it! What a risk to be made again, but it's got that watchful eye on it. Hyunmin, 10 HP in a dream, and it will remain just that. Fnatic. Complete domination. The working of the map, the pushing and pulling.
A masterful performance here. Boaster leading the orchestra to an 8-0 beginning. Everywhere they go, they're just finding DRX making small errors. I mean, in this round, okay, they're working with lighter weaponry as well, but I feel like DRX are not falling back into more standard defensive procedures. I mean, there's good smokes, good double-up spots that we see a lot of the top teams using, and DRX maybe just not comfortable anchoring with their comp that loves to try to take fights. They can't find those fights.
No.
This actually does remind me of the incredible Haven attack that Boaster put together, where he was just slow defaulting and putting fakes all around.
Constant pressure applied, the flashback. He's not being able to get anything done with his op. You're right, it's reminiscent of that one. Relentless.
That, DRX were only able to put up a single round on the board on their defense side. Kayak with another ult to work with. It feels like the ult snowballs never stop for Fnatic. Bowen gets a free break on the wall as well. Freeing at least with an ult to try to hold on to B, right? So he doesn't have to be super worried, but there goes Mako. That's the punish I was talking about at the start of the map. If they go for an info peek, Fnatic players sharp enough to rip them off. 10-3 as well, Althea.
Who's next? A real step up from him. Now you're seeing ult's going to be popped off. All earned prior. Kayak's behind. That's Steel Garden. Hello, where's he going with that one? They're trying to combine their might again with a util to follow through. Convergent paths, that's enough of a slowdown. No one's home. No one entering into this side. The pit's going to be layered down anyway. That's going to attempt to get them back in, but DRX answering back. It's a quick pivot. Fnatic not looking to contest over towards B now, and they're going to get that mad sprint over towards the A side. It is open for the taking, but it's still left in that player disadvantage.
See whether Boaster can hold the Horde off for a moment.
It's an onslaught now. It's going to be approaching his position rapidly at that side. It's off angles, and that, no, okay, the Nightfall on top of it. He's not able to take that fight. Stand his ground towards it, and the back to Crashy's instinct kicking in, the awareness in the back of his mind that he's being pressured from multiple locations. Crashy's, no way, no way! DRX can catch a bloody break!
The America's import lights up the French arena. Crashy's 15-3. Determined to make it to another grand final at Champions. What a performance. Reminiscent of some of his very best. Incredible awareness with the Nightfall that there was one on the flank, because the ult caught two. And he manages to break the horn, put the fight forwards and go back to catch Bane as well. Monstrous, monstrous stuff out here. And at this point, Brent, I'm not even really thinking about whether DRX can come back in the next half. I feel like they still could, because their attack sides are nuts. Yeah, but I'm more thinking about the mental side of the game.
It really is.
I'm thinking about the amount of rookies and the amount of inexperience on DRX's side. And even Mako, who himself can get a bit shaky in big moments.
When you feel the energy of 6,000 fans cheering against you for your demise.
And it's
That's
not
very different.
We're not at the end of the series yet. These are not make or break moments necessarily. DRX could still lose on Corrode and win this lower bracket final, but you gotta make sure that you can handle the heat. And so that, I mean, even more than strategy, that's what I'd be trying to talk to the team about here.
Of course, correct. See if you can put any sort of semblance of rounds on the board. Look towards it here. There's only a few left to play for. 3 more rounds in this half. Essential, goes without saying here for DRX. Both timeouts being blown here early because mines are in the gutter, in the bin really at this point. Fnatic not slowing down. Instant take up towards mid. There was no real pushback. This Prowler's going to be broken on top of it. It's a flash and a peek with a paranoia again, but it's not really put together too well. Kayak, he's already drifted straight past this. He's found himself a pocket to play in. Smoke dissipates, and Hyunmin spots it out at least. That's going to be a saturate layer down at the feet. Attempt to slow this one, but again, Fnatic, they temper it, they hold it, they let it simmer. They wait for the peaks to come to them. Again, the fights are taking. It's emphasis being placed on DRX to see if they can step up and make their mark, but it's just not possible. Weaponry disadvantage, flashback. Whistled down, barely alive. He's going to be limping into this next engagement. And Boaster, lovely dodge of the flash. Bullet to the chest to flashback. That's 10 rounds now for Fnatic.
Anytime Fnatic are on a heater like this as well, they are so difficult to stop. I'm a bit concerned that there were no even really shots landed there, freeing with one. Your mechanics and your decision making have got to stay sharp in these kind of spots if you want any hope of comeback occurring. We haven't really seen DRX be the team to make massive comebacks like this. We've seen NRG do it, Fnatic do it. I think DRX need at least the final 2 and a pistol for me to have any hope.
Toxin screen down.
They've owned B main the entire time, and yet they've also been able to just wander into A as well. I'd have liked to see DRX try to fight A main a bit more and give up B and just lock Alpha out of these spots.
They've been guessing the whole time. Where's the hits landing? Losing mid control nice and early.
Yeah, losing mid, losing A main, and losing B main.
Already up. Hello. Just the leg spotted, but that might give him the timing to take here. Flashback's going to hold this one back. There it is. Boaster just wandering into mid, but his team's going to be speeding up off the back of this one. Flash up and overhead here. And he's spotting the backs of these players. Yunmin left to contain, and now a bit of a pincer, putting that pressure right back onto Kayak. Slowed down. Saturate, flashes again to buy him a bit of time, but they're trying to take this one tightly together with discipline. Again, you don't want to let it slip. Not a chance like this, not again, and this is it. DRX, their time to shine. With a round on the board, much needed.
30 seconds left.
No real opportunity for Alpha to get back into this one. Not with the operator, not with a spike in the middle of nowhere.
And off the back of just a small adjustment, DRX come away with what could be a flawless round. But far too little, far too late.
Yeah.
Unless they're able to string this together into something ludicrous.
It would have to be a
on
massive,
their attack,
like you said, uphill climb for them still.
And you've got to expect that with Fnatic preparing for this map, they would have been thinking about DRX's attack half. Because that's what's been giving people so many concerns. This a bit more of a standard one. Yoru takes a fight towards mid. Waylay makes sure that you can't get through a link. All really standard defensive setup stuff. Flashback now with the op. The op has been stuck behind smokes for the whole game, really. But he's going to try to make it work. Mako gets on the high ground over towards bricks again.
Found himself that little perch. All taken care of. A lot of presence here from Fnatic over towards A main. It'll be Maka to receive it. Breaking on either side. I know at least 2 players repositioned. A bit of spam as well, hoping to get lucky with a bullet caught to the dome. Not quite though. Fnatic, the kings at putting pauses, making teams feel uncomfortable into the middle section of these rounds.
Early on, we saw Hyunmin work with his refract to go and clear out B main. But now the Viper Wall can just go up and down, and DRX have lost information over towards there. So Hyunmin stacking on A because that's where they've heard people. But now as the Viper Wall gets cycled, they could play for this ult orb. They can get the Steel Garden online, and there's really not much that DRX can do about it. Hyunmin's just rotating from spawn to spawn, getting his cardio in.
It's a guessing game. Rotates are taking at least over 20 seconds as well from one side to the other. It's brutal to work with, and there's a gap here, an angle not expected. The heads are not going to be poking up as well, so Flashback has missed a trick with it. A-Link is going to be contested.
They might be overcooking this, though. They're going to use the Steel Garden as a fake.
27 seconds, he sees the sign of life. That's the Steel Garden over towards B, going for the split now. It's a Dimensional Drift, disrupting this one again, but he's being pulled back off to the side. We'll see if he can exit out into them. Flash is held into the hand, but again, the weapons removed, but not inspecting it, not clearing it. Finally, the weapons are free into their hands. Hyunmin trying to jump onto the chance, but Alpha! He's a monster, man! Tucked into the corner. It's a nightmare of a round has been turned here for DRX. Thought the time could have gotten away from them, but now it's left up to Bane, and at this point they know exactly where he stands. 11-1. Unreal domination to answer back from Fnatic.
2 maps that we didn't know quite what to expect from Fnatic. The one they picked, underwhelming. They never really got going. This one, the DRX decide to challenge them on, pretty much perfection. Their attack side punished everything that DRX were going for. And now, despite the fact that we know DRX's attack is insanely good, they've just set an impossible mark.
They really have as well. We're going to be sending it down to the floor. Lou is hanging out with a mastermind himself as well. I'll send it down and see what's up.
Et le prince des G2 m'a rejoint à l'arena. G2's Captain Valin joined me at the arena. It's a pleasure to have you here, Jacob. Of course, the first question I wanted to ask you is, we know it's always a bit bittersweet, you know, to be out of a tournament and to have to watch it, yet you stayed with us in Paris. So what has made the experience enjoyable nonetheless?
I mean, being in Paris has been amazing. It's a great city. I love going out. Now I'm here as a fan. I get to be in the crowd, feel the energy, feel the roar, and cheering on these two teams. I mean, two great teams. It's been a blast, man. I've been enjoying this side of the competition as well.
It's also nice to take like a side step also, sometimes for sure. Donc première question, on sait que c'est toujours un peu pénible d'être éliminé d'un tournoi et de devoir le regarder. Qu'est-ce qui a fait que ton expérience à Paris s'est quand même bien passée? Et ben je suis content, j'ai l'expérience des fans, je peux rester aussi avec le public, regarder ces deux énormes équipes s'affronter, et j'ai aussi eu le temps de visiter Paris, passer un peu de temps, sortir aussi, et j'aime beaucoup la ville. And now I'm gonna have to ask you the mastermind to judge two masterminds, the battle of masterminds here between Mako and Boaster. We know they're very good IGLs, different styles, but who do you see victorious on this series and why?
I mean, if you see the energy from Boaster right now, I gotta say Boaster. He's putting on a show for all of his European fans out here in Paris. He's looking like a king out there. Someone I look up to. I mean, he's a great leader for his team, bringing in the energy after a hard map one. And now they're up 11-1, so I gotta say Boaster.
Yeah, they're having a great recovery on this map. Donc deuxième question, plutôt Boaster ou plutôt Mako en IGL? Et ben j'ai envie de dire Boaster. Vous avez vu les danses qu'il nous fait, l'énergie qu'il nous met ici. C'est quelqu'un qui m'inspire beaucoup et je le regarde aussi de très près. Merci beaucoup, Valine.
Merci les gars.
Merci les gars. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me. Let's see if Tati can take the win on the second map.
Unbelievable stuff, really, from Fnatic overall, off the back of some real heavy lifting of certain individuals. Crashies, right, the tippity top of the board for his team, 16-4. We all remember that clutch that we just watched and saw, but this is a guy that is dead set on making it to another Grand Finals at Champs, doing it for his team, putting them into that experience, giving them a taste of it. Something that Fnatic have never really been able to grasp. It's the furthest they've ever gotten in Champs.
Yeah, you know, the funny thing too is, the team that Crashies had to beat in order to make that Grand Finals was Mako's DRX.
Yeah.
And that was an incredible barn burner of a game. Lower bracket final in 2022 at Champions. Went all the way. Full 5-map series that left DRX heartbroken, shattered, and hit their ceiling that they've never quite been able to repeat. Here, managed it, and looking to take that one step further along, but it would be one hell of a comeback. They have to win the pistol here, and every exec has to be perfection.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even ready to discuss it at this point. This is really just looking ahead to Haven.
Yeah,
unless we see that miracle magic. But it does need to be perfect. Across the board, there's a wall in your face, a lot of damage and bullets coming on either way, but Alpha falls. Wall even being baited out in the process. It's caused a bit of a scurry in the camp of Fnatic. You see the players repositioning. Reinforcements arriving over towards B, but calling again for the pause.
Flashback doesn't have that gate crash to be able to enter, but Hyunmin still with his engagement
Might
abilities.
hit these footsteps potentially.
Yeah.
He's walking around. Okay, freeing. Watchful eye on it.
Both teams looking to try to punish any defensive maneuvers from their other. Freeing spots out some players in mid as well, so can give that info to Mako that A is probably going to be a little weaker. Should still be a player hanging over towards B for the re-hit. Should be some exploring through mid off the back of that flash. So DRX take a lot of space here on the A side.
It's all theirs, essentially for free.
30 seconds
Being that backup policy, lying in wait towards it. Flashback might get tested soon enough. Time running a little bit short there, just a few stray shots missing the mark. Alerting to the position. Fnatic can still take this one, and as well as they take it together, traded out, at least with the one. Chronicle, though, he's delivering it now. He's raining and hammering down those blows with the pistols in hand. The damage is going awry. Not really landing onto the opposition, but as I say that, it's Bane be the one to collect. Over the course of this tournament, he has been a clutch play, has been able to step up when his team has needed it. But again, it's just one piece of the puzzle on a map like this, and you've got to keep it going.
He landed a good opener. That's the kind of thing that they need in order to get started. But it's just so difficult when you put yourself down 11-1 on the other half. Yeah. Almost some fake optimism there, I would say. Down 11-2. And it's not to say that DRX don't have an incredibly powerful attack side. You heard it from the desk as well. Sadil was talking about how much he enjoys watching DRX's attack side. It's beautiful, the way that they coordinate the two duelists together on their B site execs. But at some point, someone on Fnatic is just going to make a big play to be able to win them around. They have too many stars.
Too many hitters. To be relying upon it. Hello. Oh, okay.
Portal closed.
Slight spot at the back side. Okay, Flashback is going to be jumping on the chance. He wants to draw out the blood here. Claim a couple of kills while they're at it and slowly closing in onto it. But Fnatic, they take the initiative forward just to fight. Oh my god, what is that by Bane?
It's a big one.
Handed it as well. That's a Bulldog in the hands of Chronicle. Double dash over and around. That's recall. My god, Chronicle! 8 bullets left and this could get dicey. This could get dangerous. We were talking about it. Any one of these Fnatic players could step up, deliver those blows, and my god, an ace on the Thrifty, 5 HP and a Dream right now, back against the wall, freeing. With bated breath, the rest of his team can breathe that sigh of relief.
That's what we're talking about, the danger ever present with Fnatic. That round should have had no sting to it whatsoever, and yet a big wide swing coming out from Boaster just sets up full B main control for the rest of his teammates. And Chronicle's got that kind of sting to him, that kind of danger. He's ruined their bonus round, so now there is no bonus. DRX have to force.
Look at the weapons.
And they have to win. Yeah, the weapons themselves are not great, are they?
Double
2 Guardians.
Odin on the other side of Fnatic.
Oh.
Filthy stuff. CS viewers, avert your eyes of what you might be about to see.
He's missed him.
Hold on.
He's
Shot
missed
fine.
him entirely.
He's missed the gap. Yeah, the Prowler. Drifted straight past it.
Crashies went to take the fight. Sorry, Kayak went to take the fight as well. Looking to swing out through the smoke. He got punished.
Crashies, I should say Chronicle. Stands tall. Holding back the line over towards that mid angle.
It's a weird beginning to the round, but DRX come out better for it. But they've lost Hyunmin, and Hyunmin's normally the guy that's going to be doing the big entrying for their site execs and playing Flashback in behind as the second entry. Actually, neither of their duelists are going to be present on this hit. So they're just hoping they'll take it for free with a Nightfall.
Nightfall is in the right vicinity at least. They're going to get that catch onto Boaster. No sound cues for him. Wants to just hold down the line over towards this back elbow area. No committal by DRX. They only tagged the one. But they don't go forward off of it, waiting for Flashback to explore, see if he can clear most of the way. Cutting noise again, that's uncertainty just sowed in the back of Fnatic's mind, but all that time being waited out has brought these Fnatic players together.
I'm worried about the clock here.
Yeah, 22 seconds left, and they've got bodies and players in position. Flashback, refight towards it, the flash not good, and as well as he hops up, it's not a favorable fight to take. Fnatic, this is how you get back into it now with shots landing like this. Mako. Straight back to the spectator seat, and what a mistake to make, because just like that, it's flipped on its head. A 2v3. Bane and freeing. Nobody wants to push this one back, but Boaster, util available, the star's going to be deaded. Pushing them back and away out of the fray, and fight to be taken again, but a wall in the face of Bane. So damn uncertain, it's a tap. Looking for that reaction, looking to see where these DRX players are lying around. Snappy in the end, but the reactions need to be sharper than that. Not too many bullets left remaining. Time on the defuse. Time again is drifting. Boaster to be defended as a half onto it. A tap. Time still. Away for it. Where's the swing?
Freeing must have crashed or something, man.
Where is it?
He's just not even taking the fight.
That's so unfortunate.
He's just AFK in B-Link.
Oh, man.
He's just sat there with a Guardian. I mean, that's a tech pause for sure, but that's, I mean, that is straight at the end of the round.
That's a heartbreaker as well. Damage done. You can't be rolling that back.
Presumably not.
Oh, man.
I don't even know at what point in the round. I mean, I was focused on the retake happening, wasn't looking directly towards Flashback. I have no idea when. It's an ironic high five there. Yeah, well done. Clean that one up easy.
Good job, yeah.
That is a killer.
That's really unfortunate.
A very winnable round, actually, there for DRX. but 12-3 up for Fnatic. At least it hasn't happened in a map where it's like 11-11.
Sure, yeah, when it's right down to the wire.
At the same time, though, we're talking about tilt. We're talking about mental burdens that you must carry. There's another one.
It's the kind of rounds that happen where you just got to get it out of your mind if you get onto the next map. You got to not really be thinking about what could have been.
No.
Because there was a real chance there in that spot. That's a heartbreaker of a round for freeing to crash at. That is a crash as well. We're going to be getting into the game momentarily.
Oh, it was freeing, sorry. I was getting mistaken there that it was flashback. But yeah, pretty devastating.
Yeah, absolutely. For now, though, as well, we can follow up. I believe we'll be getting into the game soon enough. We'll see. Loading it back up and away. But you're right about the mental resilience. I mean, this is going to test a team like DRX. So untested, so unused to these big stage, flashy lights. They've been trying to take it one game at a time. That's what they've been saying the entire time throughout this tournament. Yeah. Following yesterday's win over Paperx, we did speak with Mako for this Omen player moment, so take it away.
안녕하세요. DRX에서 IGL을 맡고 있는 마코입니다. 저는 이제 그 전날 밤에 뭔가 2대0으로 이기거나 질 것 같다라는 생각을 했었어요. 일단은 되게 생각지도 못한 자리에 와 있다고 생각을 하고 있지만 뭐 오늘의 승리처럼 다음 경기만 또 생각하면서 기다리고 있습니다. 내일을. 오늘의 결과보다는 그냥 오늘 열심히 하자라고 말한 게 이제 팀 전체적으로 그렇게 말을 했었고 DRX 하면 꾸준함인데 그 이유는 저희가 5년 연속 챔피언스를 진출하기도 했고 항상 좋은 모습이든 나쁜 모습이든 꾸준하게 진출을 했었기 때문에 이번에는 좀 더 높은 곳으로 향하겠습니다. 푸나틱을 이미 플레이오프 때부터 첫 경기에서 만났었고 저희가 유리한 상황에서 졌다고 생각하기 때문에 오히려 좀 더 좋은 상대를 만났다라고 생각하고 있습니다. 푸나틱한테 졌을 때 배웠던 거는 뒷심을 좀 더 챙기는 그런 거를 좀 더 경험을 쌓았던 것 같습니다. 보스터, 우리 옛날부터 발로란트 씬에 같이 있었고 항상 챔피언스마다 같이 만났었고 지금도 또다시 만나게 되었어. 우리 재밌는 체스 한 판 다시 하자.
My shining star in the sky. Without you with me, I'm hopeless. You're my reason to try. You're my ship in the ocean. You guided me through the night. You're taking me through the motions. You're guiding me through the night.
Another brutal one here, but DRX get a sign of life, light at the end of the tunnel, I suppose, for them, because the round will be momentarily rolled back.
Yeah, so the score on your screen at the moment, 12-3, but actually when we go back into the game, it's going to be 11-3. The decision being made there to roll back the round due to the game crash on the DRX side. So, yeah, that's going to offer an opportunity, but still, I mean, a massive, massive deficit here for DRX to try to get back up to. Close to having a conversation with somebody off stage here too.
Yeah. A lot of confusion as well.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's a huge kind of moment here in the lower bracket final. Interesting to hear from Mako actually after the previous victory that he had. Looking forward to this game. They have played every single time, Mako and Boaster. They've been at every single champs. Two of only 3 players to have done that.
Hell of a thread of fate that's woven between these two players.
And it's back and forth every time they've played against each other at these big tournaments. It's you know, one win to Fnatic, then a win to DRX. It's DRX's turn, if you believe in that kind of stuff.
Yeah. The pattern recognition goes crazy in the human brain, always looking for superstitious elements, but there might not be some. But you are right. If you want to follow that trend, it should be DRX's turn here. But now just trying to get back into the action as soon as possible and really just giving a bit of space to breathe. It's unfortunate for Fnatic because, listen, when you are so close to victory, so close to being able to get that turning point in a series, especially in the best of 5 like this, lower finals where there are no second chances. It's a brutal one. It's going to be weighing on them perhaps as well. They've got to be competitors about it though. They have to be resilient in their minds. And immediately calling a timeout off the backside of it is Fnatic. Time to discuss, time to talk it through.
Yeah, Fnatic going into a timeout here very, very early in the second half. Well, some weirdness going on, but anyway.
It is strange, yeah.
This is now a tactical timeout. An opportunity for the coaches to actually have some level of discussion. So Milan gets involved here. They know what they're going to be up against. They know the kind of style that DRX are going to be playing. And when Boaster last faced against DRX in this tournament, he said the key is to disrupt them before they get into executes. That means taking the fight to them in mid. That means taking the fight to them in B main and A main and harassing them, taking engagements and peaks before they can set up. I didn't actually see too much of that though when they played against each other. I think DRX still got really nice attack sides going.
On the center was glimpses of it, but
yeah. But
you know,
clearly it's something that
so.
they're like theoretically aware of what they should be doing. We'll see whether it plays out in the game. We're looking to head back into things here. A reminder that this is DRX coming in, choosing to force up, not play a bonus round out. A slight difference though in terms of the buy. Only one Odin for Boaster and a Judge for Hyunmin. So maybe just planning to go for that B exec where he dashes into a smoke or something.
It looked like it. All signs point towards it, and through B main. Flashback wants to apply the pressure, making them feel like they are taking that mid control. Keeping the players anchored to the spot here. Fnatic, though, with a defensive setup, they've only got Boaster home. Odin in hand, he could make mincemeat of them if he's handed the right opportunity. Now you're seeing it. It's a Prowler, Thorns up and overhead. A double dash into that smoke to try and dominate that angle. Still it's Chronicle, he's forward, steps forwards onto the mark again. Now Horn lights them up, and the bullets raining down. Still Boaster's going to be taking a dink of his own. TP's in to try and disrupt this play. Fnatic fast onto the scene, looking to see if they can make a play towards it.
Really quick on the flank here, Kayak.
Planted.
Coming up behind to challenge Freeing.
And that's a fight to be taken on 1 hour. Freeing drop now, the pressure is applied from multiple angles. A pit is the extra element introduced here by Fnatic. Really ensuring that they do not let this opportunity slip. Bane going for the reclearance, but Kayak plays it well with patience and discipline. Holds his hand as an overstay is welcome, and he's going to be just harassing from the sides the entire time. The emphasis and the onus being placed onto DRX. They're the ones who have to fight their way past this one because it is a slow death from 1,000 cuts, man! Judging that proximity, the damage already been done. That is that 12th round. Earned up again here for Fnatic. Coming into this one angry.
Yeah, this one flawless. Look at the punish here on both of these players. Hyunmin punished inside the smoke. Chronicle anticipating that. And also the Odin being used to spam through the wall. Pretty similar to the way that Alpha just did it.
Not happy about it, are they?
No. Shouting at them to roll around back again. You do not want to annoy Alpha. Yeah, the position that Boaster's using the Odin from, he's being able to get this angle where he spams into Hut through a wall, which is a normal pathing that Hyunmin likes to go for. So DRX getting antied here on their attack sides.
Big reads by Fnatic and a double hole, double face.
They're so ready. I mean, that one as well could easily be to counter Hyunmin when he takes his normal pathing over towards A-Link.
Every player on DRX feeling like they have to be the ones to step up, but they just don't have the weapons for it. The shot's not landing. This is all Fnatic right now. They have put on a statement on Corrode. Leading out the available DRX players now. There is no more chances and no more hope for DRX. In the hands of Freeing, but short-lived for sure. Fnatic answer, and we are 1-1 in this best of 5 lower finals.
Clean finish in the end for Fnatic. They're going to feel vindicated for that one. A 10-round lead, a DRX with a lot to shrug off after just being eviscerated on Corrode. Now we get into more comfortable territory. Now the next map coming up on Haven, one where these two teams have played before.
And they know each other intimately here. The storyline continues. Mako and Boaz, the two vets who have been to every single champions, facing off, squaring off. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, the analyst will get us nice and ready for that Haven, the fated map.
I want you to stupefy them.
No, I don't want to stupefy them.
Should we stupefy ourselves then?
Just wait, I didn't think about that one.
Yeah, stupefy.
Stupefy.
Stupefy. Stupefy. Stupefy. Stupefy.
Hey, Zestify.
Oh my goodness, Zestify is out.
Zestify.
Oh, I'm dead.
Holy shit.
Oh my goodness. They're coming B. Ah!
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Diamant peligrosa, j'ai bien compris que pleurer ne m'apporterait rien. Écoute bien, si on y a mes voix, ils m'attendaient pas. Je le fais taire et puis je reviens. Tu finiras en tôle si t'es pas mort avant. Une vie dans un coffre, ce t'en rêvera. La vérité c'est tough et t'es fait comme un rat. C'est beau t'y réfléchir à deux fois dorénavant. Écoute bien. Passer les bornes, je suis votre chai pendant que tu t'en vas. Tu finiras en tôle si t'es pas mort avant. Une vie dans un coffre, ce t'en rêvera. La vérité c'est tough et t'es fait comme un rat. C'est beau t'y réfléchir à deux fois dorénavant. Dis-moi comment je vais te rattraper, je suis en pleine forme. Garde tes belles phrases pour ton procès. J'étais trop sage à marcher en serrant bien mes clés. Et j'accroche ta photo à l'entrée. Yes. Mais t'aurais quoi de plus si je me coupais les cheveux? Je sens bien que t'as la trouille, je vais te le dire dans les yeux. Tu sauras où te le mettre pour venant de Cobra. J'ai pas besoin de pour que t'aies peur de moi.
Welcome back, friends. Before we take a look at that map 2, we do have to take a moment to give a massive shout out to our host for this event. The city of Paris is partnered with Riot for Champions Paris as part of their ongoing efforts to promote esports in the community. As a guy who's been working in esports for well over a decade at this point, and I've seen and visited Paris for a lot of esports events, I can say that the French know how to do esports. So it's actually pretty dang cool, and we thank you all so much for joining us here, both in the venue and of course at home. But now let's go ahead and welcome a guest to the desk. We have head coach extraordinaire, if you happen to watch the EMEA broadcast, which I'm sure a lot of you do. It's Pal here. Coach Pal, pleasure to have you here, my friend.
Thank you very much.
How's the event been for you so far?
It's been great. Finally managed to actually get here in some form, not the form that I'd originally planned.
It's too soon.
Yeah.
Don't do this to me. It's too soon.
You can't tell me that. But yeah, no, thank you very much, guys, for having me. It's been a great event so far. It's actually been my first ever sort of international event for Valorant as well. So
awesome.
Yeah, enjoying the show that's been put on for all of us.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to your insight. Let's dive into our HyperX Reflex moment here. And Bea, talk about what we saw, because Crashies absolutely lit the server on fire.
I think that Crashies knows that NRG is on the other side, just waiting in the grand final, and he wants to take his revenge. And he proved it during this match, entering in many of the situations and every single execute. This time, it was surprisingly not just the utility that we have to highlight from him. I think everybody from Fnatic after that first map has really stepped up.
Yeah, I mean, truly incredible stuff that we were seeing from Crashies Pal. Feels like he is really clicking here, but more importantly, it just felt like a complete control from Fnatic.
And it was these buy rounds where Crashies had his moments. He had his 1, he's had his 2, he had his 3 in this clutch in round 9 as well, that kept that snowball going every single time. Putting DRX back down onto the eco as well, just didn't give them any space to get into the map whatsoever.
No, he was out of his mind. I mean, hit nearly 50% headshots during that map too. Absolutely insane stuff. Tremendous ADR. Chronicle as well, really playing phenomenally on that map. You know, as that Viper, that round, you know, where he almost got the ace on the, you know, eco, that was absolutely insane. Obviously, Boaster is doing Boaster things.
Yep, he was...
we have to give him props. I think that he played very well. Like, yes, he did get the 1v3, but Boaster was also part of that. He was also part of all the clutches. Coming into this match, we spoke about the importance of Mako on one side and Boaster another. And yeah, Boaster is doing Boaster things. So I guess
he hit him with the Fortnite L dance. Okay, wasn't ready for that one. All right. Partly, I'm hoping he busts out the Macarena at some point in time. That'd be pretty dope, you know. Throw it back, whatever you want to do.
The Macarena.
With the Macarena. That really showing my age there. With the, you know, Macarena.
I know it.
Anyway, you know it. You know it. Now, of course, though.
And I'm just there in the middle.
Oh, you don't know the Macarena? Wow, that is just a sad time. A sad time for society. All right, let's go ahead, though, and talk about what happens to DRX here, because paper thin, DRX absolutely got shellacked. No way around it here. They certainly need to bring it back. This was supposed to be a good map for them. We all thought this could be a DRX being up 2-0 in this series. Instead, they don't just find themselves, you know, tied up, but they found themselves kind of getting the butts whooped out there.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think this reminds me a bit of what we saw on Haven the first 2 times these teams played, right? They go over to the defender side and they can't stop anything with this double duelist comp. They're playing so passive, they're playing so safe. Their side anchors can't be relied upon. You know, Freeing was getting beat up. So I think for me, I'm looking at this the way that I'm going to be looking at Haven the next map is the mental game. How are they going to prepare for their defender side coming up?
I think that's going to be the biggest thing that we've got to look at now is, right, how do they reset themselves? They know they had a very, very strong performance, even on that defense side, with Hyunmin having a lot of value from his utility, creating that stopping power that the rest of the comp doesn't really have. And now it's about, okay, we've got a best of 5. We don't need to rush through this. We've been there, we've got the first map, okay, now we're back to equal again. But now it's down to a straight best of 3. You back yourself every single time. As long as you're prepared well enough, you're going to back yourself across those final 3
Is that
maps.
what you're telling your team when you're in these situations like this?
Yeah, tried saying that. Didn't quite work, unfortunately. But yeah, absolutely.
But as a head coach, though, that's what you're more or less trying to push forward for.
Exactly, especially when you've got to this situation of, right, we're 1-1, okay, back to equal. There's no reason why everybody individually now isn't warmed up in the server. Everybody's ready for the game plans. Normally at this point you start to get a little bit more loose with your preparation on the maps as well. Doesn't need to be as anti-strat heavy, doesn't need to be as specific with some of the adjustments of the game plans. And now the players always in these situations start to become a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident, reliant on their own individual skill as well.
And isn't it cool that we restart this best of 3 with the first map that we had earlier in the competition between these two?
Oh yeah.
that being Haven. You guys remember the insane comeback that Fnatic had on this map. But as you're saying, Pal, everybody's warmed up here, and we have to look at the individuals. Clint, you were speaking about Chronicle. Remember, guys, how he started the first half, even on this best of 5 with a 1-11. He's back in the server, but what I want to see is a little bit of Kayak.
All right, here comes the agent select now, and Fnatic, of course, Crashies, he's just going to hold that one for the timing. He's doing his thing here. We're not, of course, getting any changes here, Paper Thin, from the DRX side of things. They're going to continue to run that Mosquito comp. We're looking for just some more aggression here, right, especially on the attack, without a doubt, but just more of that ping-pong gameplay that we've been seeing from the Waylay and the Yoru, right?
Yeah, exactly, and I mean, specifically on the defender side, you need more value out of the Waylay. Like, you've got to be able to get some good ults to hit, to get some good saturates to hit, to find those moments where you can set up those crunch plays, maybe at the top of a lobby, things like that, where you can really utilize that agent's ability to cause chaos, to slow up and gum up your opponent's ability to create space.
Absolutely. It's those saturates, those ultimates that Hyunmin was so good at on the defense on Sunset. But now, when we go into this attack side, going up against the Fnatic's defense, they need to get in and around them. They can't just start going through the Viper and the Killjoy utility. They need to find those gaps around the middle of the map a lot more.
Mimi did a brilliant job explaining how VaporX wanted to deal with DRX and what they do in the attack. It's the same almost in every map. Fnatic did find a way around it, and they have to repeat it for this one. Again, put in a little bit of pressure, also learning to just play for the retake, understand that they're going to be extra aggressive and just playing around it. You know how to.
Both teams are at an even keel here. It's now time to start map 3. It's Haven. Let's send it back over to Brendan Sideshow for the call.
Really getting into the swing of things here, this middle ground territory and best of 5s, and time to see if DRX can put their best foot forward. They're setting on their favored side of the attack with this composition, even making changes to it, which I'm a fan of. I didn't like it, at least when they were playing the Neon with the Waylay. It left Flashback almost out on his own a lot. Much better when they combo off of each other and they can play that ping-pong style. So they made the changes there, adjustments need to be made, and then there's also the question of mental resiliency. Can they bounce back after being smacked around by a Fnatic squad that is used to really asserting themselves in these high-pressure scenarios?
I think it is so important, though, that they're starting on the attack side here of Haven, because that's where they got their 10-2 lead last time around, and it's the defense where they've been struggling. It was defense Corrode that they just got bullied on. It was defense Haven where they ended up losing massively. Went down 11-1 there to lose the 10-2 lead that they gained. And I agree with you that the change onto the Yoru is a good one overall on Haven. But I think it should make their attack side slightly weaker because the Neon Wall and the stuns are super good on BXX. So it should make their defense side a lot better, slightly worse in this half.
Chronicle is playing right onto the edge of the smoke there. A couple of shots to lay it down. He's got Crashies by his side.
And taking a lot of A space very early on. It was almost impossible, sorry, for Fnatic to hold on against what DRX were doing.
One play break start, doesn't give away the game just yet. 5 players grouped up over towards A now, looking to apply that pressure. Reinforcements need to arrive, and what a perfect paranoia just in time. Boaster towards the back, and the shots don't land. The recall back, and Alpha DRX are playing themselves in anyway. What a way to assert yourself and announce yourself to the party. Felt like that one was falling to pieces when the duelists weren't really able to get anything going, but
well, that shows you the power of the refract in that situation too.
Absolutely.
Hyunmin pulls all of the attention. Trip broke on the flank, freeing Star to think about it, but Alpha would have to hit some ungodly shots to make this one a reality.
It's gonna have to be surgical because on either side here, Kayak already taking a dink to the dome. Not much life left in him, but he can still do some damage perhaps from this angle, but time is ticking. It's getting away from him, and right from behind, that's where Bane is gonna strike.
I mean, that's a good, confident look from Bane there, pushing all the way upstairs. Not just cowering on the site after getting brutalized on Corrode, looking to try to take the fight to Fnatic. Hyunmin, he takes a loss, but also building up one step towards his ultimate. Wasn't really about the duelist though, was it? It was about those players behind them. Bane and Mako in particular.
More supportive elements.
Yeah, taking all of that space together. I like what Boaster's doing with the paranoia there, because it's a really good idea of being able to push back the duelist, but there is no smoke on site for the others to play around. I look at Crashies and Chronicle in that situation. If they had an on-site smoke to also use, that would be really good to stop the others from being able to take all of that space. But Boaster instead prioritizing the paranoia in that spot because it's really good at keeping the duelist back.
Not dealt with early. Name of the game for Fnatic on their eco, going to be trying to farm up most of these orbs. take away some more win cons as well, because, listen, you don't want to get DRX going on this comp attack side with the ults generated. They will snowball. The game can get away from you.
Yeah, we saw in Haven 2 extremely one-sided halves. We've just seen a super one-sided half on Corrode as well. We've had quite a lot of these over the course of the tournament, actually. Teams building up a huge amount of momentum, snowballing off the back of ults, and then, in some instances, ridiculous comebacks. Could be a map for that, but you'd expect that both teams have made adjustments to how the other was playing earlier in playoffs. This time, though, Fnatic giving up the A side. It's very, very difficult to anchor against DRX's composition.
Smoke's propped up. It's a really awkward one as well, but as it goes down, that's going to be the sign to go forwards. Big smoke to play in as well. Makes it uncertain almost, but dominating the angle still with that hinder, dropping down. These are players that are flooding their way back in. Fnatic finding their footing. Paranoia sweeps. It's massive, honestly, and alongside the dart, it combines it all. The only thing missing from Fnatic is the weaponry in their hands to do the job and the damage after the fact. It's good util combos, though. Could be signs of life for a little bit later when Fnatic are on that even ground.
Yeah, all three players there inside the site getting caught by the Paranoia. Yeah. The recon combo, but comes down to Alpha to do something simply miraculous and, I would argue, impossible with the classic in his hand.
Yeah.
So cleanly done there for DRX. Shaking off the doubts from Corrode. Now we're getting into more familiar territory, remember. The first two maps we'd not seen Fnatic play all tournament. Now Haven, a map where we've seen both teams clash. Bind coming up next that both teams have played quite a lot of. And then ending, if we get there, on Ascent, which was again featured in the match that these two teams had to open playoffs. Looking towards C as part of their default for this round. Maybe just to deal with Alfier's turret.
That's way out in the open. It's broken though, so acknowledges that they are leaning over towards C early on. Flashback. Happy to take a few pot shots, apply the pressure evenly, still see if he can keep a couple of players of Fnatic anchoring over towards A. Instant reclear being caught. I mean, Crash is already using a drone and it's forced a rotation. You can see Boast already getting a move on.
Right here.
Alpha should be trying to challenge this one with his rifle a little. They've got the wall to flood back in. Alpha and Chronicle are a nasty duo to hold on. But DRX can be pretty overwhelming. They take the front side at least.
Yeah, it's slow for now. Trying to save a bits and pieces of the util to try and take into the further fights. Deep Smoke that's going to be layered down and dropped down. Still that Logs angle is going to be anticipated. Mako to clear it. That dart not dealt with. It does light up multiple players, but they're flooding in now, trying to get the fight going. But what a flash and blind. It is flashback with the immediate answer back.
They've got so many tools to deal with that Viper wall. Mako was set, prepped, ready to go for a Paranoia. Flashback has two flashes to work with as well. They've got so many ways of being able to put pressure on backside players. And that's why usually when we see these teams clashing in Pacific, it's the job of the Killjoy to try to drag util out early on. You don't just play for the flood. You have to challenge a little bit before
especially
teams like DRX get in.
Like DRX. It's one of the identifiers that Boast was talking about. He was saying, well, you got to fight them early. You got to force the util out of them.
Well, that's the exact opposite of what they just did.
Exactly, right? So, got to see them playing towards that a little bit more. It's tough on a map like Haven. You see pressure spread out. You never really want to be the player that's hard anchoring alone when the rest of your team isn't ready to help out.
No, but I mean, at the same time, you see teams like, if you want to pick out a team that's playing a pretty similar composition, you find a team like Gen G, for example, and Foxy9 is stood in front of default, trying to take challenges onto players running up long. You know, you sometimes need a nutcase.
Don't have that confidence, and there's that play. Just missed Prior. Beautiful flash. Nice setup. Bonus conversion. That's an early timeout, isn't it?
Early timeout. Super early. Makes me think it's either something to do with the calls and the mentality on the team, which would be weird because the energy should be high. Feels like Fnatic should be in prime mental position, having just come off the back of an incredibly dominant Corrode, which is their opponent's opportunity to go up 2-0. Or, alternatively, it's just Milan reminding them to play to their outs, the prep that they've had. The ante and the read that Boast has demonstrated, which is to skirmish with them a little bit, to try to avoid DRX being in a position to just exec. We didn't see it on Corrode. You didn't get the chance to watch it, but this team is perfection. It feels like they have spent years in a server drilling every execute. The timing of all of the different pieces and how they ping pong off each other is really nice. When it comes to teams running set executes, DRX second to none at this tournament.
They're doing it best.
But then Boaster is also saying if you stop that aspect of them, they can't mid-round. So, you know, you take the good with the bad, and Fnatic have got to try to force DRX more towards the bad.
Time to jump.
3 sheriffs, 2 rifles saved. Look towards round 4. Adjustment's still going to be made immediately. Look at that, Kayak. Happy to step up again, a bit of posturing from him.
One of the only players with a rifle. Instantly gets him the opening kill.
Yeah, that's a gun potentially on the ground. I think they might be able to reclaim it.
Activates a trip. Trip, though, not broken off the back of that clone. DRX going into B here, but without the neon wall, remember.
Yeah, it's not going to be holding back this one. Still, Fnatic are waiting in the wings, looking for a chance to really strike where it hurts, but that plan will go down. There's no pressure.
They're looking to apply pressure to these players they know are going to be falling back, so a double push out through Garage. Kayak and Alpha. Playmakers.
Yeah, looking to see if they can insert themselves into the conversation. Boaster as well onto the flank. Noise coming out either way with that paranoia, but it doesn't really catch on the freeing. Look at him flying off to the sides. Takes a shot to the dome. We come in instantly there. Answers in kind. Take a gun for it, and yeah, I mean, trying to withstand that kind of stuff. It leaves it down to Chronicle and Crashies, though. It is a 2v2. Long range with the Shockies. Dart over the top, and a Hunter's Fury was earned up prior. All that damage done. Going a bit wide on the mark, but it has bought enough time for the round win, nevertheless.
Forced a Hunter's Fury out from Bane, so a silver lining and 2 guns still kept for Fnatic. But I think they'll have been hoping that that pressure on the B post plan would have worked a little better. Boaster gets himself tucked up all the way into A lobby and throws a paranoia through. They're supposed to clear grass. They've looked at the previous game. They know where DRX like to play from, but Freeing's position is so smart. It's just out of all the danger. Able to re-swing back in anti-flash while Bane's covering the other side of things. And no chance there for Boaster to win that duel. 2 ult orbs away from Flashback, having a massive attacking ultimate. Kayak a little closer.
Fnatic players still spread with the default. Bit of pressure again being applied. The shots fired off. Turret's a bit further back from now, but Chronicle's gone down. That's just spam through the wall.
That's brutal. Don't know whether they saw the traces coming through or what, but that is a massive loss. You can't re-clear and flood back in on and see that easily. And Garage should weaken as well. A really nice pause called in the round for Mako.
Look at what it's done for Fnatic.
He's been remarkably good at closing out 5v4 scenarios. Fnatic usually get the first picks. I mean, that's been something that's been working for them all tournament. Whether or not they close out 5v4 is a different matter, but DRX are so drilled in these spots. Very unlikely they make mistakes.
Being a part of the util. Hold being dismantled here by Alpha, currently sitting at 0-4, but he's going to get his chance to shine soon enough.
They are starting to go into the stacked area of the map.
Yeah.
Recon broken and DRX sniffing this out possibly, but don't have too much room to maneuver. You can't go anywhere here. You just got to re-hit.
Comes down to this fight, taking us an off angle though, and this is disjointed. Freeing, he's not ready for the trade. Almost immediately off that back. Fnatic forwards again. Alpha wants to step up even more. Cage in your face though, and this is damage being dished out on either side of things. Crashies! It's 2 instantly layered out, and Freeing takes the right time to strike. Patience played, but doesn't have control towards the back of the site. Boaster left turning around, looking for the time to see if he can deal that death blow. Denied for now. Freeing spotted out just from that barrel, and the shots are going wide. Boaster still with that control. It's going on either side. Mako! He's done him dirty with that one. IGL v IGL action, and the running and gunning is what's saving them in this. Kayak in a 1v2. And no one willing to give him that sign of life. No one willing to give him that fight.
Oh,
Mako!
It's illegal!
Can't be doing it to him.
That's a red card! What on earth has he just pulled out to get DRX up to 5-0?
It's disrespectful, isn't it?
It's revolting! There are a few traces there that detect Chronicle. They have over an 80% win rate when they get the first kill across this tournament, DRX.
Yeah.
And you see that even when things get really sticky, somehow they find the 2v2 magic they need, which in this scenario was Mako running around spraying a Vandal at close range.
Round might be living rent-free at the back of Boaster's head. There was opportunities for him. Couldn't find it. It's knocked Fnatic down to lower economy. A couple of sheriffs still have a gun or two, at least with the Guardian. But up in mid here, flashback. He might get overzealous, and indeed has a head clean off. Shave from the shoulders. Gun not reclaimable. Take flight. It's the only silver lining for DRX currently, but you don't want to get bled out, especially when these shots are firing off. Fnatic are perfectly happy to try and take the fights towards you.
Yeah, and it definitely feels like they're trying to play to that win condition we were talking about, where they disrupt DRX before they get into position. Flashback going down early. Fnatic not quite as clean at closing out 5v4s, and this round a bit unfair to hold them to the same standard because they've got 3 Sheriffs and 2 Guardians. So DRX will have chances here to keep that clean sheet they're working with. Fnatic could love a Thrifty though.
Max contact. Boaster is a paranoia in the back pocket. Repositions though, and spotters it out at least now. There's about 40 seconds left. Double dash in. That's a TP alongside it. Reveals the position. Kai doesn't care. All popped off, and he is safe as anything. Even a gun reclaimed in the process. He's got a rifle now, and this is applying from multiple directions. Plan from DRX is caught for. It's going to be towards that A-Link area, but you still have the smokes to contest with. These players are going to dig deep. If they fight on the site in a position like this, Fnatic have got them surrounded.
Drone doesn't get a tag on Bane, he'll have a chance.
Broken, but there's no fair fight, no squared up engagement. Dart reveals, Hyunmin spotted, noted, out, and this is too much to overcome. Overwhelmed here. Call is made, and there's the danger from Fnatic. Always lurking around every corner, you know, the damage they can do, weapons or not.
A big Thrifty, and that one showcasing, I think, the aggression early round really paying off. A small gap in the default for DRX, weren't aware that Kayak could be that deep, and he gets one and gets out. And from there, you don't need to continue pressuring. Fnatic can be confident in the way that they swarm around the site. But they've got to keep that same idea going.
So now we just need a couple more of those. I hit a little jiggy.
I don't know what he's up to out there.
Listen, at least the spirits are high.
Yeah.
Not disheartened. Fast off the rip.
Very quick. Looking to take the fight into Kayak.
2 players spotted with the drone as well.
4 people.
They're going to refight. Flash through this one. They've got a ton of util to do it. It's a paranoia to lead the charge. And I mean, Free just worse for the way. Didn't expect that one. Mako is going to try and hold it down here. Recall into the corner. The heads are turned. What is that from Flashback? To TP up the gut straight through onto the site, but his immediate return of that fire. Kayak is there. Lying in wait now with the operator, might get another chance of things as well with the contact plays the DRX. They're playing right into Kayak's wheelhouse. And Bane's in a 1v2. Unexpected, unanticipated. Alpha, yeah, should be able to do it easy enough.
Fnatic bring the fight to DRX. And in the midst of all the chaos, almost let it slip. But at the end there, it's Kayak and Alpha to secure the round. Alpha very fast on the flank, making use of all of the info that the rest of the team is giving him. There were a lot of players here that died in unexpected ways, not anticipating where the op was going to be, not thinking where the refight was going to happen. Crazy double dash refract as well from Hyunmin. Played Mako in, and DRX almost managed to turn it. But now, tag timeout coming in from Termi, and I think this is about the right time because there's been a very big shift from Fnatic.
A sharp adjustment. I mean, you think about the pace the fight's being taken.
Yeah.
Fnatic are super eager to fight and re-clear a lot of that space. It's pretty rare for Fnatic to do a play like that.
It is. Yeah, you think of that more with teams like Heretics, for example, or Giants even. When you're looking at the EMEA squads, Fnatic are more known for their patience. Of course, that's on the attack side, but on defense too, they do tend to hold their ground, play for retake much more. They're not running at you, but they've really noticed that you got to play like that against DRX. Against this comp that's so overwhelming with its executes, you got to fight them early.
I don't think those are going to be working the same way you think, but nice try with it. How did he smuggle it into the arena? That's what I want to know. Double up with the baguettes. Regardless, like we were saying, it's a good time for the timeout. DRX facing that pace adjustment Fnatic have pulled out. It's not their first rodeo.
So now you're expecting DRX to come back in here and try to slow the pace down, bait out the fights from the defenders. See if Boaster and Milan are one step ahead, whether they can adjust their own style too. Any confirmation over here from the drone, and Chronicle might think about ulting, but
he's walking up. He's walking up.
He's
freeing. He's found himself that opening fight as well, but Kayak is happy. Responds to the opposite side of the map, out towards Garage. That's Hyunmin dropped. No theft, hold on. Spotted out where Crashies is, a flash as well, but he's repositioned, the reposition is Paranoia, they don't know! It's a half clearance and Crashy thrives underneath it. Buying enough time for the rest of his team to get in. It's an anger smoke place, and this is dangerous territory, dangerous indeed. Bane rattling a couple of heads, trying to knock it all together, but that is way too much to deal with. Fnatic, the tempo's trying to be turned up against them, but they are happy as anything to play up to that pace.
What a wild play for Crashies. 99% of the time, players are leaving the site there, and instead he tucks into that deep corner, and it's so unexpected. DRX don't even think to clear it. It's mad, but sometimes you need to be a little bit mad in these big games.
Oh, no one.
DRX knocked down onto an eco. The adjustment, anticipating what Fnatic are doing, but not quite well enough. Freeing has an angle over the top of this. Boaster's looking to challenge from short. Backs it up as the drone clears down long, and Freeing hears all of this.
Here's the footsteps. Right time to strike on this one, and there it is. Head clean off the shoulder. Hunter's Fury being offloaded, an attempt to answer back, but that isn't all, and Crashes like, wait a minute, they could push me on A long. I have to cancel this.
I think that's just a straight up misclick, I think. I think he just got panicked. And now DRX are looking to exec on B.
Freeing inserted himself in through short as well. He's sowing confusion, misinformation. Alpha, ADS up sharp still. Surgical with a shot. Maka with the plant though. Crashies, they just missed each other in terms of that timing. Boaster might go for a reclearance of his own, but they do need to be wary of this one. Hopping up behind, Crashies' patience played and pays off beautifully. Nice little two-piece. And a lockdown even inserted towards the tail end. They want to seal this one up. Getting a move on, Boaster knows it. He hears it, all sound cues falls to him. And Fnatic are well back into this map.
2 rounds in a row, down to the way that Crashies is playing his spots, making the decisions. And he was phenomenally good on Corrode as well. You take a look at this. I mean, obviously, okay, we don't need to show this one. That's a mistake, that's an error. But at the same time, the way in which he pushes out and is able to find this backstab timing, even the patience to just get closer to the corner.
Yeah.
So he gets an immediate swing onto the next. It's too clean. It's too clean. 4 in a row now, answering the 5 in a row that DRX put down early.
Guns in the hands of DRX though. This is, again, all in over towards A.
Boaster hears it. Calls for reinforcements.
Drone sees a lot of them. And they're already calling for the players to move forwards. That is spamming to the corner. Mako didn't know where to stand to that one. TP as well, unexpected as anything. Another fight taken towards it. This is so damn aggressive. Fnatic, they don't let them breathe, man. Not a single inch of space is given up. There needs to be a course correction for DRX. Everything they're doing, butting their heads against a brick wall against the might of Fnatic. And they're playing like they want to get themselves into another grand finals, but for the first time, they'll be champions.
This already was an adjustment though. DRX managed to tuck themselves into the other side, but they weren't anticipating that recon dart being there. The whole point was they get somebody deep and you actually have a crossfire, you dodge the paranoia reclear. But the adjustment again coming out from Crashies is so clean. You gotta go away from him, man.
Yeah.
He's taken over.
He's absolutely taken over. And he knows what it takes to get to a grand final, especially the top tournament, the best spot, the biggest stage of the year. Doesn't stop. It's an eco round overall, but there's a tag and damage done through the wall. Alpha, with him gone, a lot of the setup removed, and again, the call for the speed up. To double dash over, the recall as well, going to be pulling them all the way back, but again, okay, follow the traces, and you're going to be finding your marks. Damage done to all of them, up on top of logs. They are not ready for this. Paper X, or excuse me, DRX, giving glimpses of Paper X with the way that they're bloody playing. But Crashy, still a danger player. Lays it in towards the back, but he's just one man. What can he do? Lights up. Knows where the 2 players stand. TP across. This is a crossfire setup. Flash forward to the fight taken. And there it is. Player removed. Massacre Thrifty. I'm surprised at TRX, man. The pace like that has not been working out for them, but they are not to be dismayed.
I mean, the fast pace has been working once they get to a site, and I think that's the big difference, right? They increase the tempo as they hit the site and know where all of the defenders are. It's a much deeper fight that they're taking into people towards the back of C. So funny that you called them paper X. They really are. They are playing like that.
Hide the names, and it's looking like them.
Those big, fast-paced exec moments really do show you what Pacific's up to. 5v5 though, heading into the final round. Guns on either side as well. So a straight-up rifle round. Kayak pretty close around here. And Alpha,
he sees it.
He's spotted that.
The gate crash. Lines in your face. TP to be taken. Into the back. It's a fake one. Double dash over towards it, but that's a pocket to play in. Alpha strikes where it hurts the most. If you don't have your diligence, if you're not clearing this one out, Hyunmin is just trying to punch a hole through the defense. It's too much though. Way too much. And just like that, in rapid succession, it's Fnatic trying to end this one 6-6. Even up the half, blind in your face, shots fired in the dark, but surely a matter of time, and it is. Drawn up level, Fnatic, they're the ones in control.
A sick recovery in the half from Fnatic when it looked like DRX could run away with things. What a play. What a nice little pocket for Alpha to navigate around, and even when lit up by the drone, managed to take down Hyunmin too. Perfect adjustments from the last time they played on Haven. Fnatic learning. And all the big players coming out. Kayak, Alpha, and of course Crashy's keeping it up from Corrode.
The tension is there. It's getting to that point in the series, but for now we're going to send it down to the stage. Lewis standing by with a legend of the sport who knows what it's like to play in these very scenarios.
Et encore deux légendes du jeu m'ont rejoint. Two big faces of Valorant history just joined me, Sassy and TCK. First of all, it's a pleasure to have you here. Oi, bem-vindo a Paris. I'm trying my best Portuguese, guys. First of all, Sassy, I wanted to ask you, you've been on these big stages, right, for several times in your career with Sentinels, with Loud. So what makes the difference on those big days? Is it just shooting better, or is there more to that?
I mean, Champions is a big difference, you know, like the stage, the crowd, especially here in France. Man, this is so loud right now. I've never seen that before, and I think this is the most beautiful stage that the Champs have ever seen.
And I think the crowd agrees with you on that. Donc ouais, effectivement, qu'est-ce qui fait la différence ces jours-là? Est-ce qu'il faut juste être plus fort? Eh ben non, en vrai, tu joues avec le public. J'ai jamais vu un public comme le public français. Donc faites aussi du bruit pour Sassy, mesdames, messieurs, s'il vous plaît. And TCK, we speak about the French community, but I want to speak about the Brazilian community. You guys are so passionate about FPS, always smiling, always cheerful. So what makes you build difference? Where does this passion come from in Brazil?
I think since the old days, Brazilian has always shown a really good FPS gameplay. So I think it's not different on Valorant. Sass is here to tell this story, right? And yeah, franchement, merci de l'opportunité. Je suis très ravi d'être ici. Voilà, c'est franchement une chose de fou. Cette mèche, ça va être 50-50. Et oui, tout le Brésilien aime l'FPS. Et moi et Sassy, on est franchement très heureux, très ravis d'être ici. Donc voilà.
Merci beaucoup. What an insane French from TCK. Thank you for that. On est trop contents d'être ici. Les Brésiliens, on adore les FPS depuis très longtemps. And let's see now. Thank you, boys. Obrigada. And let's see now who takes the lead on map 3.
It's properly heating up here in Yacor. I mean, the crowd raring to go. The French crowds are never disappoint in esports, really. This is no exception. Fully turning out for this one. But this kind of rumble and uncertainty is what we were questioning, and that's going to be weighing on the minds of some of these rookie unknown players. But for one of them, really, he's just been lighting them up. Kayak has been unstoppable, really.
Yeah, he's been playing a great game. Sometimes was a little out of the fights as well, actually, in that half. Just posted up with an operator on the other side of the map, but still found his opportunities to get seriously involved. Playing the Yoru, he can instantly respond to the action, and playing as one of those flooders behind the rest of the anchoring Fnatic squad. Now, they came up with some great adjustments, right? To be able to recover that half, and also to stop a similar 10-2 performance for DRX's attack side. Now the pressure is on DRX to make similar levels of adjustment because they only won a single defense round last time these two teams played on Haven, and then their defense was shocking on Corrode we just watched.
So a lot of questions asked of them. Whether they have made those adjustments, we will find out. Well, opening here for round 13.
Hyunmin's burned the refract already for a little walk down mid with Mako. Didn't see anything. And the slower that Fnatic play, the more likely Hyunmin is to just waste that ability.
Flashback spotted. Forced to retreat there with a gate crash, already trying to post himself back up, but this is a setup here. Mako holding close. A shoulder might spoil the party. Reveal his position before he's known, and he's trying to re-clear off into the corner. Overwhelmed, potentially damaged. Oh my goodness! Coverage there from Chronicle. Bottom section of mid. Could have been even more deadly at that, but Mako still delivering, still raining down those blows.
How on earth was he able to get so much value for just going on that swing?
Just absurdity. If we wanted to see the course correction, it starts here in round 13, and with a pistol round under their belt, DRX can be all smiles.
Absolutely. Last time they lost the pistol on the defense half. Look at the damage he's done. That's mad. I mean, he's doing that before the saturate even really comes through. Crazy stuff from Mako with a classic. But yeah, last time they played, DRX ended up losing that defense side pistol and got bonused afterwards, and it just ended up running away from them. This time winning double pistol should put them in a position. A great chance to win here on Haven.
Doing a thing.
Turret gone, that's an okay! Large space with the presence here. Fnatic are never down and out for the count, even with the weaker weaponry. Fight taken forwards towards them. Reaction here from DRX, but this is overwhelming. Potentially there, the bodies are just toppled! Backflips occurring onto the B site. And all in the name of Fnatic. They spill it out in the blood of their enemies. What a return. And it feels inevitable at that. Bane, he didn't come into this with much weaponry whatsoever. That's laying at the feet of his comrades.
He won't be leaving with much either.
Damage under Kron. 7 bullets. Rapidly from behind, crashes onto the flank. This surely should be a done deal. Finished business, especially with the damage done to Bane. Steps forward. Chronicle, safe pair of hands for this guy.
That's a ridiculous thrifty round there for Fnatic. The first 2 kills happened so fast, but also, am I mad, or was DRX trying to take that long-range fight with a Spectre of all weapons?
Not too sure.
Currently, had that in his hand. Oh, the shot of Mako as well.
Adjustment.
Did a classic from that kind of range. Mastercard's Drifty comes out at the perfect time to get Fnatic.
Bro, guys, I'm the gold pro.
I mean...
Well, listen.
Yeah.
You're making a way, you're making a claim for it, aren't
Truer
you?
words never spoken. The winningest player in Valorant. Quote, I am the GOAT.
Fnatic do win this one. They will be sailing into that grand final as a chance to claim a trophy that has always eluded them.
It can be better to lose the pistol and win the follow-up here, because you're more likely to have ults online to be able to snowball the attack side. So, as much as we were talking about round 13, DRX avoiding disaster that had visited them previously, they actually might be in just as bad of a spot, looking to potentially get bonus. Last time they got Alpha Year's Killjoy ult up, which is a nightmare to deal with, because then you have to play retake against the Viper, which is horrible. You never want to be doing that. Now, though, DRX are deliberately leaving A open for retake, just gambling on the eco.
They hit a drone now, break the turret. Signs of life over towards A. You're saying it's a bit of a gamble. Deep push up mid. Mako alone in this play, though.
And there's an alarm bot.
Yeah. Should be open for the taking here. The A site momentarily there. Smokes on smokes here, pushing them back, and the paranoia is the extra element, just in case. You can see Diligence there with the anchor smoke.
Yeah, definitely. Looking to put down the snake bite, throw down a little bit more utility, and buy time for the orb to come back up.
Oh yeah, Dart, double dash forwards. Hold on, he's playing this one into the anchor smoke. This is rapid by DRX. Kills acclaimed across the board. But a weaker weaponry, surely they can't stay the hand of them. Up from the high ground, Kayak's got his eye on it. Flash in your face, and he's made it a 1v1. Flash back versus Kayak. Yoru v Yoru, and it comes down to the finer margins. The tiniest of details. But an angle locked down by Kayak ensures that the round is theirs.
The Outlaw doing huge work there, just calming all of that instability. What a shot to open from Flashback. These A retakes. Fnatic know how DRX like to play them, but the explosivity bears mentioning. And that's through the Viper orb, where you're taking decay damage constantly.
Double dash into the anchor smoke cooked him.
Yeah, it's a mad one.
Time to jump.
But at the same time, it's Fnatic who are still in a bit of control with an opportunity to go for...
Hey up, hey up, hey up! What an adjustment! Micro flick to the dome, flashback is gone. Out for the count in this round. Deep push down mid, that's the IGL done. Bleeding out now is DRX. They need to find a way to stem it entirely.
They're taking risks. They're looking to try to take the fights early on. Here comes Freeing again. One of them's got to work for DRX to have any hope. Freeing, in fact,
I have the spike.
not actually catching contact just then. But he's managed to get a deep walk up, and the alarm bot not here. They spotted it earlier.
Stack of bodies, Freeing has to be the playmaker if there's any chance for DRX in this one. Potentially hearing with the sound cues, but guns out, well trained, return of it. Trying to tip-tap again. Good movement overall. Rightful aim of Alfia is intact. Players are spotted though. Our alarm bots triggered. That's going to be alerting it and calling for the speed up now. Fnatic are getting a move on.
They don't know that there's two on the flank, but Alpha puts down the turret just to make sure. Fnatic fully in control. The Viper not present in this postman, but the numbers are just overwhelming.
I mean, DRX are already looking to save, I think.
Yeah.
You have to.
This round was so many individual risks. Flashback getting himself tucked down short. I quite like the idea of that. I think that's the kind of thing that Yoru needs to be doing. Contesting the space that Chronicle wants to try to create in A short.
It's the trouble though.
But then when he goes down, it just starts a cascade of other people feeling like they have to take risks
Exactly.
too.
Stepping up to be the hero to try and salvage the round. Fnatic, they love it when teams play into them in that way, in that fashion. They've got discipline.
Yeah. Could you think of a worse team to trickle into than Fnatic when they're running a slow, disciplined default?
They're going to be holding a slow default for like a minute.
Yeah. Still not up to a remarkable ult snowball here, Fnatic. Most of the points going into Chronicle's ult, which you need the site for, you're looking towards people like Kayak or Alpha Year to really start the snowball, because those ults get you in, crack open the sites. So DRX still with at least one more opportunity to try to stabilize before Fnatic run away with things, but it's the EMEA team who are in control right now.
Good time for the timeout here for DRX as well, because as we said, I mean, Fnatic are in control. They've been in the driving seat. Past few rounds, outside of round 13, a blip on the radar in terms of pistol round earned up, immediately answered back by Fnatic with a thrifty win. And it's just been a string of rounds. I mean, round 6 onwards, they have been dominant, in control of the map. And it's that middle ground territory in a marathon that is a best of 5, that these are the moments where you look back at it on the other side of a series like this and you're left with regret. It's important for DRX, if they can, to turn the tide of the fight before it gets out of hand.
They need to play and put everything out there. I'm looking at the way in which DRX are composing themselves, holding themselves on stage. Every time Fnatic win a big round, they're out of their seats. They're jumping up. Boaster fired up, but Alpha as well. Plenty of the players stood up. Something that Achilles was pointing out to me last night. Mako, don't think I've ever seen him jump out of his seat and pop off. He's a calm guy.
He's a stoic giant.
He is. He's the gentle giant of DRX. Been with them through thick and through thin, but you never really see him rallying the team's energy up in the same way. For that, they tend to rely on Bane. I'd like to see DRX, if they are able to win a couple of rounds here, trying to really focus on getting that feeling of a comeback happening.
Tension is there. It's an A-lobby fight that's going to be called for here by DRX. A lot of util being thrown in to make sure that they can try and win this one out. It's given up and conceded the space by Fnatic. Very willing to absorb it, look in other directions, see where the cracks in the defense might lie.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
The clearance. I mean, Alpha's very much alone when he's taking a fight like this, and he could be overwhelmed rapidly. And look at that. With the rifle in hand, it's Yeoman who will lead that charge. There's only 2 of them in the hands of these players. Swapping around with the weaponry as well. That Outlaw will hit the deck.
Oh, Mako's on 1 HP.
God almighty.
I mean, he needs to chill in that position. It's a 5v4. You don't need to try to double down. The weaponry's not great, though, and that might have been why he was trying to take the incentive further and further.
Deep drone. Spots it out, but again, there's that uncertainty here for DRX, and it's all about how they hold on to this one. It's Bane and Mako, though, the ones without guns, and they're trying to find this one. Mako, bullet to the back of the head. surviving that one. Big reveal, and they are just so damn unaware. Crashies looking to take over this.
He's a big game player and he makes big game decisions. He's just contacted fully in on A.
With a pit drop down as well, that surely should be it. Flashback attempts to be that playmaker. Inserts himself back in when Chronicle was occupied with the ult, but to no avail. Hyunmin and Free now left in that 2v3. Dire straits. Gotta try and spot where these players could be behind him, but again, there's so much to account for.
And Hyunmin's not even attempting this.
No.
So it was all on Freeing, hitting something completely bonkers. What a play, what a risk to take for Crashies there, to just walk in. As he starts to walk up long, I think he hears a piece of recon utility and so realizes where Bane is playing from, and just catches Mako completely in the back too. DRX not anticipating it, not thinking that Fnatic would go for something unusual off the wall like that.
I mean, there's a major weak spot right now at DRX, is that, listen, when their money is bad, and they're working with just pistols, maybe a rifle too, you don't see the same level of creativity that you do from other teams. They're left drifting around like this, uncertain of where they should really be holding.
I think their early round idea was quite good. I like the trap play over towards B main to put pressure onto Alpha. It just never went from there into anything else.
Yeah.
They weren't immediately trying to be proactive, and the body language is not good out there.
It's telling a lot, isn't it?
That's an eco round.
DRX have been trying to play this one game at a time, is how they've been handling the entire tournament, understanding that they are the underdogs.
And that's your vibes merchant, by the way, Bane. Head hanging low.
Down with the reveal. Operator in the hands of Hyunmin. This is a big investment. It's all in.
Round 18 and we're still not up to Kayak or Alfier's ultimate. Still playing these rounds. Right.
Broken. Clone. Takes a bullet to the chest there. Hyunmin will be forced to respect that line, and everybody's scurrying away from that. They see signs from the operator. Moving over towards C. Good jump spot, Freeing. He's going to get some information off the back of it.
And Alpha now is going to have his lockdown available. So you can use this one in Cubby, or you could use it in post-plan. But I think Cubby seems like a good idea to try to take the site.
Gate crash. It's heard and broken. That's going to be looking to dismantle most of this one coming through, but there's a dart not broken in time. Hunter's Fury is going to be used to supplement, but no way off the mark. It's Fnatic who don't want to play into this one. A mad dash scurrying away from the action.
Well, Bane's just used his ult as well,
DP.
so now Alpha has a completely free one.
That's going to be heard. But the question is, where is it? Lying in wait, heaven or hell. It's a guessing game right now, and Bane has to win this fight out. It's a critical one.
30 seconds left.
Revealing area.
The IGL down and out. This is 27 seconds
What
left
are they
into the
cooking?
round. What are they cooking? Hyunmin still lying here. Him to drop down on top of it. The spike is laying in retreat. Ooming and ahhing, moving around the map. It's onto Alpha now to see if he can carve out that spot, but Mako is not to be removed. Cemented into his spot. The spray now might be messy, but the damage is done. There's no way in hell he's reclaiming that. Mako to make the play when it mattered most, when time was fully against them. And all you got to do is survive. DRX, they stem that bleeding.
Get a round on the board at the final hour here. Just to stop Fnatic getting up to 11. This kill is so crucial. Bane up in heaven, taking down Boaster. He dies there. It's an open path to the A site. But Boaster, when he died, had to call so many different pivots back and forth, going into Alpha, over towards Garage. Now they should have something a little simpler, though, because you've got the lockdown. Your opponents can't break it. You should be able to set up a fairly easy, like, A short ult, maybe B cubby ult. And so DRX looking to fight over A lobby, expecting that to be the location.
Flashback again.
What a shot!
Crashes into it. Oh my! The damage done is just overwhelming. It's too much to counteract. It's taking absolutely everything for DRX to remain in the game. The Fnatic are so willing to just walk all over them.
As soon as there's a little bit of extra pressure, that saturate through early. Everyone on Fnatic guns out, watching for the squad. Watching for the play, ready to punish at all times. It's smothering out there. Reminiscent of what they were doing on Corrode too. DRX trying to set up for these fights. And just getting battered back. Alpha didn't need to use the ultimate. I think they were trying to make their way down short to get that one tucked into the little cubby, take the whole of the A site. Well, now they've got Kayak and Crashies to play with as well. This is where it gets completely out of control for DRX. They're going to need something huge to get back in this game.
Not even a consolation prize, but weapons be carried into the next. You're right, Josh. They need a major adjustment.
Or a single player who just decides that they can't lose here on Haven.
It's this A lurk wall as well, though. It's causing so many issues. You see every single round so far, most of the time trying to contest over towards A short. DRX are never favored.
No, Fnatic are so good at playing around it. They just know the angles. I mean, they're hitting some outrageous shots too. Kayaks onto Hyunmin was filth. DRX force with Bane on a Sheriff.
Deep cam broken immediately. That gets the acknowledgement that Freeing was looking for, and he's going to be feeling this now. If the dimensional drift popped off early, it's again a pace increase by Fnatic. Looking to clear most of the way in through the cage, and they spot out exactly where Freeing is playing. But he's going to try and take the play here. What is going on? Lit up Freeing, really being ISO. Booster! It's making matters and taking him into his own hands. Smoke blooms, blossoms, the recall just saves the day. Damage is being done though on either side. Dimensional drift. It's a decision to be made here. Choosing to use it. DRX is sending it, flying forwards. It's getting that feel, spots out the two of them. One is missing, flash into the back. Oh my! This is Fnatic fully taking over. DRX can't keep up.
Huge mistakes at the end there for DRX. Toe-to-toe with Fnatic at the final moments there. And then a team flash comes through, blinds up Hyunmin. Nightmare scenario. Great entry. Poster playing off the back of his teammate. But DRX had a chance of being able to get back in.
See what's going on? They're everywhere, they're like ants!
That's the pace that DRX tried to play around, but the mistakes inherent within the way that they were playing. And now 4 rounds in a row, it would have to be perfection from here to drag it into OT for DRX.
And they don't have the guns. There's no chance in a position like this, but with Alpha down and out.
Well, you asked for a hero. Flashback was that early in the tournament for DRX.
Steps up, drone spots it, taking that fight, taking it fight forwards, not the gun for the job. Guardian just can't do it. It's a lot of damage done. Kayak barely alive, but these DRX players now making sure to seal up the gaps.
Fnatic playing slightly faster, going deeper, and offering DRX early fights, early engagements.
There's no reason to take risks still.
No.
The 2 players up, Freeing is very far forwards.
Yeah, in a 5v3, just drop back and play off. They can play off the trip.
Could get caught here.
You can feel the nerves in this game.
No way. Fake clone, you're not doing it to him. Not like this. There's no way. There's no way. Surely maintained. I mean, that spells it out. The mental composure, the state of affairs for Fnatic themselves. They're still believing like they can win at any moment. Chronicle would have to do it in a 1v5. For now, I think DRX can breathe that sigh of relief.
For a moment, but like we were talking about earlier, it takes everything for DRX just to fend off what Fnatic are doing.
Yeah, they're barely keeping their heads above water.
And this was a bit of a sloppy round from Fnatic. It was one where they went forwards and started scaling within the first 20 seconds pretty deep, offering DRX those early fights that they want to take. This one just really nice, clean stuff, but taking those kind of engagements, deep down A long, deep down A short, on an earlier timing, I think favors DRX. Can Fnatic find the patience in a nervy situation for both teams to just close this out cleanly? Althea and Chronicle's ults should be a slam dunk combo.
The argument still there, as you said, the ultimate's building up.
Paranoia trap play down short here.
Try and make a play for it off of whose contact.
Well, there it is.
It's going to take the swing. It's not a favored fight, is it? Fnatic again are just so happy to put the wall back up, apply that pressure constantly.
But think about if Fnatic had gone for that aggressive pace again. They may well have been caught by that, but this time slowing things down and baiting out the early skirmish from DRX.
In minute 10, this is both recon tools using for reclear and to no avail. Bane might be baited into a false sense of security. He might think this is not clear at all. He's taking a jiggle though. Still playing with that caution.
It's actually short that I'm more worried about as well, because that's the best position for Alfier's ultimate. And so they're escorting him. VIP.
Gonna know that the fight could be taken here. That's an ult as well. Claimed out into the corner. Hinder dropped down at their feet. Drone tags. A lot of damage done. Hyunmin could be in a spot of bother. Calling for the call. What a shot is that? Just takes the peek anyway. It's a predictable play with a lockdown now. It's going to clear out most of the way into the A site. DRX How do they play it?
How do you get back in against Chronicles? Oh, they're going to waylay all this.
You can try and fight this. There's 3 seconds left. Use just to try and slow down the approach to make sure that they can't scale, but that is entertainment into the back anyway. Can we fake pressure? DRX holding it down, rooted to the spot, unwilling to give an inch. And time bled out of them. There's no pivot options, there's no chance for it. DRX are finding ways to claw back in.
What a sick read from DRX there. There is a tiny gap for them to be able to play in heaven and in hell. And the waylay afforded them that opportunity to run backwards, dodge the lockdown, only one
really
person getting
smart.
detained. It's the exact same lockdown that Alfie ran against them in round 15 last time they played on Haven. And they got bonused against it. So that's going to stick in the back of your mind and going to be one of the things that you make specific counter plans to.
I'm all out.
It just so happens that Hyunmin had the perfect moment, though.
It's even the clone that got detained.
Yeah, to pull something together on the fly.
Smart stuff.
But that's only half of the necessary rounds that DRX needed to get this to overtime. They had to be perfect for 4 in a row. I think Fnatic have got a real question here, though, of whether or not you want to force.
Yeah, take a fight to them.
I think if you force by this round, you're going to have a bit of dodgy weaponry for both of the rounds coming up.
Yeah, you're almost guaranteeing OT.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Because they can get proper weapons for everyone apart from, I think, a single Guardian. So it's not a bad buy. It's just not perfect. And then your economy is going to be on the rocks for a potential round 24. Have
More
they,
chances.
Yeah, have they got something special in the bank? Have they got an idea that they can rely on from the coaching staff? Has Boaster got a read?
Time out was taken for this purpose. Put this map to bed. To lead in the series in this lower finals against the scrappy underdogs that no one expected to be here. 4-seeded team from Pacific, but they are carrying the hopes and dreams of their region alive, and the same could be said for Fnatic.
Fnatic have decided to force Brent. Guardian, Bulldog coming into this round.
Risky. Bit of money in the bank left trailing. Might not be an all-in. That is faster to saturate, and that dart. Broken in time. Kayak's still there. Trying to square up and take that fight forwards. It's a drone to supplement.
Flashback
his way.
Flashback already left thinking that this wasn't real pressure. And now he's had to scurry back over to A. We can see that the main pack of Fnatic is trying to explore towards Garage and put a lot of pressure on Freeing. Freeing and Mako need to be perfect.
Spam goes either way, goes both angles. Kayak feeling like he needs to take the matters into his own hands and win that fight out, but his flashback does him in. The adversary dismissed. And now all grouping up. Fnatic looking to explode on B.
Into a B exec potentially here. Oh no, maybe going Garage. This trip has been up for basically the whole half, waiting, begging for Boaster to TP into it.
Avoid it for now. It's Molly's on either side, trying to see if they can carve a path in. Pressures here, but it just feels like it's the one player. It's a fake that's being played by Fnatic. They're trying to make it feel like it's just Alpha into the front of Paranoia. Forwards into the cage! Oh! They made their match! Double TP up, and it's a Boaster. Finger on the trigger a little bit faster towards it, but it's getting whiffy. Down into these tiny details. It's going away at DRX. Crashes in Alpha, forced to retreat and seeing if they can escape the ire, but it is just impossible. DRX dragging it back.
From the very beginning of this half, DRX have been so ready for that B finish. Again, something very clear that they've noticed from the previous match. The problem is that massive skirmish over towards A lobby, they haven't been able to win consistently enough to force Fnatic here.
30 seconds left.
What a mad moment you've got of Boaster and Mako. The two leaders, the two legends just staring at each other at the top of B. And this, the final one that DRX need to win to drag us to overtime.
Just to survive in a map. Tension is mounting. You can cut it with a knife at this point.
Chronicles had this pit forever, Bren, and he's just never been in a position to use it.
Count on your hands the amount of times he's been able to when they've got into a successful post plant. Drone takes the lead. Clone off onto another level of this one. Flashback hears it. There's signs of life. A lot of pressure, and Freeing needs help. He needs it now. Bullets raining down as a Paranoia forwards, but they anticipate it. They buy their time and they temper the moment. Fnatic have found that opening, and it's going to take heroics, but Mako can't compete. Not against it. Fnatic primed, the pit layer down, flashback finished. Fnatic surely have done it. All the way down to the wire. It requires miracles now from Bane and Hyunmin. Sharpshooting is a given to even stand a chance, but look at the Merc, look at the Gloom, you have to try and get past. Chronicle, so keen to punish, so eager for the blood, and this is it. Haven is Fnatic's 13-11. Despite the best ever to DRX, it is Fnatic now leading in this finals.
Incredible performance, remaining undefeated on this map at Champs. Really strong 13-11, fending off a comeback when it looked like it was going to happen there. DRX, though, I think, still believe that they're in this one.
They've earned themselves a bit of respite for now as well. That fight back shows that they do have that dog in them. They can take it all the way. Just with that belief into themselves. We're going to go to a quick break. On the other side of things, our analysts getting us nice and ready. Do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss it.
I hear a little jiggy. Oh, come on. Let me hit him with a jiggy. Let me hear you say, way-ho! Oh, no one. You think you come to ours, A-Side? A-Side, look down, brother!
Yeah, okay, focus.
Got the new iPhone 17 Pro and Verizon picked up the tab.
No way.
That's me. Handsome and hilarious. It's a rare combo.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us on the best 5G network.
I mean, where else would I get it, right?
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with VALORANT. If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
So looking for revenge.
There's the shorty, and Alpha goes crazy!
They've all battled through the pressure and expectation. Heretics have come back all the way! Finally, everyone, finally!
Yeah, let's go.
I think we crumbled under stress in our match against NRG. Just didn't do well as a team. Like individually we could pop off sometimes, but you can't always rely on that, honestly. I think NRG played well. Like for them as being kind of an underdog team coming from Americas, like no one was expecting them to do that well, and happily for America's fans they did. And obviously respect to their rookies, because like Scuba and Bro played really well against us. I think for doing a good rematch against NRG, we don't really need to change that much except in terms of our game plan, strategies, maybe even individual gameplay, but we just need to focus on how to deal with the stress and be better as a team, I believe.
OT, can he do it again? It looks like he's starting well. Good follow-up, great kill. Oh my God!
DRX, we respect them, and Human, I think he's doing very great job. Like in DRX, he is sometimes their literal savior. Their duelist Flashback and Hyunmin. They're both kind of rookies in international stage. Big respect that they're doing that on this stage, and like they're just super strong. So we respect them, but we will do our stuff properly in order to win this match.
And there you heard Chronicle on our Omen player moment, and they are doing just that, one step away, and that is a slow motion for the ages. Oh man, all right folks, welcome back here to the desk as we look to break things down. We're at the midpoint of this series. Golden Boy here alongside Kukuka as well as Pao and Mimi to break it all down. Let's go ahead though and dive right into this one, because we were seeing, Bea, a DRX that after getting absolutely trounced in that map 2, came out swinging. But if there's one thing we know about Fnatic, you can never count them out.
Yeah, they started off pretty strong, and we wanted to take a look at one of the rounds when Fnatic starts bringing it back. I think that DRX was very concise in the way that they wanted to play from the attack. The way that they wanted to deal with the Viper was one of our questions going into that. But Pao, this round definitely set the tone for what was about to come from Fnatic.
This was fantastic. This came straight out of Fnatic's first time out in the map. And they changed a lot about how they positioned some of their players. They put Crashies towards A, they got him pushing up really early, and it allowed them to get into this early pre-flank position, use Crashies Sober Drone to get them right up close to that site.
Yeah, and if you look at this series as well, it's been a DRX who I think has come in with really good game plans to most of these maps. Obviously, the second was very different, getting absolutely stomped there, but they had such good ideas for how they wanted to run their pistols, their bonus. They won that in the first half here, but then Fnatic, that first time out, I think is always like the critical point in these maps, and they're so good at very quickly finding that right adjustment and very quickly getting back into these matches.
Where did you feel like DRX was really struggling? Because it felt like those A-long fights, you know, they were trying to make those things happen there. What can you make with that one, Mimi?
Yeah, I mean, I think that DRX with this composition, a lot of what they want to do is try and find an isolated player and run them over with the double dive. That's what works so well for them if they can get in positions hard side exact. So what Fnatic was doing really great was disrupting them by picking timings in the mid round to fight into them. And instead of allowing DRX to walk up and run whatever exec they want or to isolate a player on an extremity, Fnatic's instead finding the right timings to re-clear space and punish DRX while they're setting up for the own style of play that they want.
And especially with this rounds, you see that DRX, you remember Boaster saying they don't really mid-round. We expect them to commit to the side after they've made a little bit of noise, and I think that Fnatic dealt with that very well. I felt that honestly Kayak was going to be even more of a win condition. I think that, of course, he did have a massive impact in this game, but also not on we saw a bit from the first half, but also in the second half, with them having the Viper wall. For DRX, it was so difficult to fight that part of the map, but at the end, it just led to a massive lead.
I think that what you spoke about there with Kayak, he was not necessarily always involved in a lot of those A re-clears, but it was his positioning that actually facilitated that. When they moved post-timeout, him with the operator towards C-Long, allowed everyone to then shift across towards the A side of the map, then they could have the numbers there to actually start doing those re-clears. Yeah. And it worked brilliantly.
Yeah, no, it did. And as a result of that, we have Fnatic up 2-1 in this series, just one step closer, one map away from being able to run that one back against NRG in the grand finals, except rather than being the upper final, they're going to be fighting for a trophy. But let's talk about this bind, Bea. What should we be expecting here from Fnatic? What should we be expecting from DRX?
From DRX, Mosquito, I assume that is what we see on every single map, so that is what we'd be expecting. On the side of Fnatic, though, and with the break, also knowing that we've seen a couple of the showings of their comp that they were running in the EMEA here as well, and it has not worked. I know that one of them was with Doma, so, you know, we don't talk badly about Doma because we love Doma.
That's right. Okay? He did his job.
And I wonder if we're going to see adjustments there, if they feel like the Tejo is going to be enough to stop the... I think that we saw it coming from G2, and I think that the drone is extremely strong against this composition. I don't know if they're going to double down, though.
Yeah, I do really like that Teo. I think he has the best drone in the game right now. With the range you have, especially on a map like this, you can full clear down long with it. You get the suppression onto the Yoru as well. For DRX, on their attack sides at least, they really like to go for a lot of places to try and catch a player on extremity. Normally, you're going to have someone who's playing towards long. Normally, your initiator player probably crashes here on the fade, who's always trying to dog that, keep that space. They have a lot of ideas to punish with the Mosquito and send in with the slow, double dive on that player and punish them. But I think Fnatic have already shown really great awareness of the set plays that DRX likes to run. So I think they're going to have to dive a little bit deeper here, even if this is a map that tends to play very well to that harder execute style.
Where are they coming from altogether? Were they going to stage together?
I mean,
are we not going to talk about them?
You can speculate.
Outrageous.
You can speculate wherever you want. You know what I mean? Go for it, Powder. You had him.
They just like doing their thing, especially with those two. They're going everywhere together. But no, going back to the point you're making, Mimi, of having to actually do that little bit more extra work. You're right. Fnatic should be more than capable of dealing with that early round, more direct aggression coming out of DRX with their comp, and then being able to use the fade, use the drone that you spoke about on the Tejo as well, to be able to take that information, make their reads in the middle of the rounds, and then get their numbers towards wherever DRX want to be finishing.
We know that after map 3 and on a best of 5, everything comes down to a lot of mental. Maps have been extremely close. Oh, look, that is Milan's mom and Jake's mom and Boaster's mom. Oh, that is so sweet with their jerseys and everything. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, sorry. The mental is going to be the most important thing. And right now we have to look at DRX. They are the ones having this miracle run. Not a lot of eyes onto them and not many people believe in it at first. But of course, they want to take this map. But they do have the upper hand of being very comfortable on it. But to me, again, goes back to Alpha. I think that last time that they played, he was making maybe too many mistakes, so I hope that he's learned from some of them.
I do think that the players who need to are stepping up for Fnatic. You've seen confidence from guys like Kayak, guys like Alpha, who maybe aren't having like insane stats overall, but are still having those rounds where they just take a risk with extreme confidence and are shutting down DRX early in these rounds.
Absolutely. Now, this is where we get into the point in the best of 5. On this amount of pressure, this sort of stage, okay, the plans start to go out the window. The players start to be a little bit more in their own element. They start to rely on these little bits of micro-coordination from their communication, because without that now, things get very, very messy. That's where the focus now must be for all of them.
And that's why I think you have to look to the younger players on DRX.
Absolutely.
Fnatic is a team who has so much experience in these situations, going deep in PO5s for every one of them. Even the newest player in Kayak has had those moments before. But for DRX, this is something new. Only the 3rd best of 5 they've played on a global stage. They've lost the first 2 they played, and this one is with a new roster, with fresh players. This is a ton of pressure for these guys.
Fresh players, young players, this is what experience is about. Can you keep talking to the guys around you when it counts?
I was going to say the same thing. I was looking for who that person is going to be. Talking to Paperthin about it, he was telling me, you know, Bane is like one of those individuals. He's kind of like that emotional center for the team from time to time, and you see it on the stage as well, Bane.
You see it on the stage, and I think that we also saw it during the map that we just watched on Haven, that first half. all that aggression that we were seeing, that it was working. The vibes and everything were coming from the side of Vayne. Also, him individually was playing very well, so I agree with you, Alex.
And when you're talking about falling back on that micro coordination, just knowing what's up with your teammate without having to fall back on a strap hook, that really goes to Hyunmin and Flashback for me. DRX's entire read on this tournament was to prioritize these guys on the double duelist with the Waylay. Of course they're going back to it. Both of them didn't have a particularly incredible map 3 of this series. They got smoked on map 2. This is the map where they have to find that form that brought DRX here.
Absolutely. Pressure is on for both of these teams, and they're going for that Mosquito comp as we talked about before. But Fnatic, Bea, one step away from being able to fight for a Masters trophy. This is huge for them.
Yeah, it's the first time that they might be able to make it into this grand final.
Yeah.
It's not Masters, and I was like, maybe I'm in Toronto. I don't know anymore. But yeah, one step closer to the first Champs finals for them. We know that Crashies, you're baiting. We're never going to buy that. It's never going to happen. But of course, pound for pound, this should be very comfortable positions for every single one of the players on Fnatic. I still think that for DRX, I need Free stepping up. I think that in the last couple of maps, he's been having a terrible time.
There's memories of moments like this from years before. For Mako, the closest he ever went to a Champs final was against Crashies. That was back when he was on Optic, a very different man, a very different player now, but that opportunity has always eluded him. He's always spoken about wanting for Mako to finally lift that trophy. Had to watch Genji do it last year, had to watch 2 other Pacific teams do it this year. Now, last chance to keep his team in this one, now as a leader.
Can Mako call the game that brings the boys to map 5? Let's go ahead and find out. Send it back to your casters. Here's Brent and Sideshow.
And not a lot of players get tested quite like this in their careers when you get down to these moments here where it is literally Fnatic in the driving seat, in this lower finals. Now they're on the impetus here. The pressure is all on DRX's shoulders. As a player, listen, you might have experience of Mako up there, but you have young players being formed around this core. And now the question is, how are they going to survive under it all?
The last 2 maps that we have here in the BO5, though, are both maps in which you've seen DRX have 3-0 records at Champs.
Yeah.
So they're very strong here against the rest of the field, and it's where Fnatic have been a bit more shaky. So I think if they play like they have done at the rest of the tournament, DRX can make it to a match 5. They can make it, perhaps, still to the grand finals. But it does come back to what you were saying, the experience, because being able to play like you did in those games that didn't matter as much is a skill in itself.
To shake it all off, the pressure, the expectations that you're weighing upon yourselves. Entire tournament long, DRX have been taking it one step at a time, but with an early kill like that, it's all gone to pot.
That's greedy, playing for the ult orb.
Fnatic, well accustomed to playing in positions like this, in the driving seat, the ball in their court.
Freeing feels like he has to make a play.
Yeah, and he's essentially almost overstepping himself, barely getting out of there.
Escapes and Flashback through the teleport, making it feel like it was his clone. Does Crashies clear this corner? He's been diligent, but he backs it up.
Time to be taken here by Flashback. Potentially against a drone. They've missed each other. Now the onus on Flashback to see what he can do. Pressure apply potentially. Xiao's control still there for the DRX, and he's found it. Doesn't wait it out, just wants to take the kill, and a shot straight away. White face in the end. Ghost aim! This is going all over the place. Doesn't matter how much you tip-tap away. B site entirely open now for the taking. He's kind of got that early ground.
Yeah, he's so deep, isn't he?
And Mako, will it be anticipated? Not quite. Doesn't expect them already to be that deep here. This is DRX getting cut out one step, one player at a time.
And now in a 2v4 that will be a nightmare to recover. They don't know if there's a player deep towards elbow. Could be in any positions all around the site. And Crashy's still with a bunch of util to work with. Kayak with a flash. Fnatic pushing and pulling on the pistol round, finding those gaps and those openings.
And how do you even play this? No smoke to work around here. Everybody ingratiated themselves into the deeper corners of the site and the map. Fnatic cleaning up easily as that, only one player dropping. Letting nothing slip here. Early beginnings for Fnatic themselves. And they're a team that want to close this one out. They don't want it to go to distance, not to all 5.
I mean, this was just straight up greedy, I think, from Bay. Look at the wide swing, though, from Crashies.
Yeah.
I mean, that's confidence. That's a player with experience who knows that in big matches, people are just going to shoot too early. They're not going to settle their aim, and go for a steady kill. And he can mess with people like that. He's now picked up a Phantom. 3 rifles available for Fnatic in this round. Looking to try to put some pressure over here.
Yeah, it's a deep TP through the T.
It's a weird one.
Yeah, I see the gate crash behind.
I'm not sure that Fnatic got the read on that either. Potential for Flashback to end up in a weird position.
Every stack of bodies over towards it. Fnatic are trying to make sure that this one lands safely over towards the A. Sight Kayak, again, asserting himself, full control over towards that showers area, and it's a fake with a TP. Looking to re-clear this one. Again, needs to be held into the smoke, and right-click and a recall. Not enough to see if you can dissuade the plan from going down. Fnatic are the ones now once more in control. Don't know where these players are lying. Salvos as well going to be meeting. On top of that, C's collected. Right-click there. Hold on, that's a saturator. Does connect. Bullets are landing right now. Pulling apart these players. It's going to be up to players like Kayak to see if they can do anything about it. TP backing away. The Prowler forces the issue, but again, the issue is weaponry. Mako does have the rifle. A tap to force the pull. Kayak again might be expected onto that position. A bit of spam forwards. Again, these kills being rattled across. DRX doing a lot of damage, but it's left up to Mako. Spike already ticking far too out of range. Can't play for the win, but he can play to do the damage.
Just making sure that Chronicle goes down with him there. At the end of the day, it's just about that economic damage. DRX looked like they had a chance of being able to get that through, and it shows you how powerful some of this util can be. Because as soon as they landed that saturate, there was an immediate follow-up possible. But here, Fnatic are not going to have the greatest buy heading into the next. They bought 3 rifles there that they were hoping to take with them into the bonus round, and they can't. Boaster actually forcing, which implies he's going to, I don't know, run a Judge or a Stinger or something next round. So they've actually got quite a bit of weaponry to work with, and back to the pistol round idea.
White face, that's way too many players to deal with. Another jail card called here by Hyunmin. He's going to be backing all the way out.
And Flashback coming to reinforce.
Hold on. A fight in showers. Orb tapped, given up and conceded. They want Kayak's ult online ASAP. Deep drone, that's a saturate refight called for. TP Alpha, they've left Alpha out in the middle of nowhere. Boaster! What a step up from the IGL.
He forced the Bulldog and he's come away with a potential round win. And look at Crashies, look at all the space he's gathered towards the back of A. Freeing is on an island.
He is. So tight in the corner here. Clearance will spell defeat. Here's the pressure, here's the footsteps, wall goes up. Crashes all the way around to the corner, it's getting cleared out, they know roughly the position. Gotta suspect that something was up, especially with Crashies in such a deep spot, and none the wiser.
Mako again, same as the pistol round, rotating back to the site.
Conversion.
Doesn't realize how deep somebody is.
Spike planted.
Crashies is just pushing the very limits of what he can get away with. I think ever since map 2, he's realized that there are gaps in what DRX are doing, whether that be to do with their micro or their macro, and he is testing the very limits of it. He's getting away with murder. The kind of things that you wouldn't expect players to be able to do in less tense environments.
Sure, big games like this, normally you're thinking about the safe play, not one to take risks, but...
But if you can take the risk, if you're the kind of person that's got the experience and know which risks to take, there's also more mistakes being made in these kind of big games. Yeah. There's more gaps, actually, because people do tense up, because, you know, you run out of mental bandwidth to be able to cover everything. And here, the gap was all the way through lamps. Nobody from B rotated over to try to pick that up. They just left freeing in showers.
Already seeing difficulties here for DRX. For Fnatic, it is a dream beginning, potentially a closer of a map. To secure a ticket to the grand finals to get their fated matchup against NRG and a chance to potentially get their hands on a trophy that has always eluded them.
They've already done the best that they ever have at a champs. First year, they made it to the quarterfinals, then they took a step further again and made 4th in 2023, and then slid back, and this year, podium finish at the very least. But eyes on the trophy. See the disappointment on the DRX coaches' faces there.
Yeah.
Not happy with the way that their team's playing it, and it makes sense. Kayak and Flashback taking the duel over towards Showers. Flashback getting the worst end of it and having to leave.
The Rifles just chewing them up. Sheriff's in the hands of these DRX players. It's going to have to be Real precise, sharp shooting on their end if they want to see if they can find a way back in, but that orb is conceded, given up, and that's a dimensional drift now earned. It's the danger, especially with these compositions on bind, easy access to the orbs. You see the ult start to get generated, the war chest brimming with them. Big one, Hyunmin spots it. So Dash to try and disengage away from that, especially with the C's and a snake bite just in time, but looking like he might want to take a fight forwards anyway. Saturates there. Prowler meets Prowler. Salva's at the back in a dimensional drift as well. This is highlighting the position. Hyunmin, he's not sharp enough, not quick enough at all. Needs to be that back of the Bane's position, completely highlighted. Pinpoint accuracy and pointed out by that dimensional drift, and now you're seeing it. I mean, Fnatic are just, again, all the momentum behind them, the wind in their sails, taken from Haven to now, all the way to bind.
Yeah, they're running away with things, but I think there is a small silver lining in this round that DRX, the pressure over towards Garden, did actually force out that dimensional drift from Kayak that they accessed by the Showers ult orb earlier on. So Fnatic at the next rifle round, the one that really matters for DRX, are not going to have that huge ult to be able to turn the tide, or rather keep the tide going in their favor. It is obviously a disaster start for DRX, but I guess my point is it could be worse. DRX, though, next round, need to find the adaptation. They could try to run a Showers crunch, right? Fnatic have been baiting that they're going to take over towards Showers repeatedly, and then when they're tapping the ult orb, it is Kayak, he's probably still going to escape. But at least you keep control of that area, especially if you do a crunch with your Yoru and you can then TP back over to B. You've got to adapt to what your opponents are doing. Right now, Fnatic are saying loud and clear, we are taking Showers. Another round, same idea. Nobody set up the crunch. Nobody really set up the fight. Hyunmin's just sat inside a Astra Star.
I don't really know what's going on at DRX. They need some sort of hit back, okay.
Sure.
That's one way to do it. If
just hit the
start
shot.
hitting, might be signs of life yet. Hyunmin, you are hard committed. Let's get the info he's looking for. There was a smoke blooming in his face just before.
2 recall stars. He might be tempted to push back in. Those recalls might make him think that Fnatic have left.
Looking like it, but no, disengage, pull back, and away.
Well, I think partly the reason why they're happy here is because Bane's jiggle peeking towards B long and getting them good info. So it feels like it's still going to end A.
Crashies, hold on, what's going on here? There's fights to be happening across the board. Towards this A site, Sowers are sent flying forwards up into Lamps. Hyunmin, hard committed, tucked tight, and that is insanity! He's up for an ace and around like this! And he's pulled them straight back into the game!
What a timing for it. They needed an adjustment. I'm not sure they even had an adjustment strategically, but he just went out there and killed all 5 of the players on Fnatic, so that, I guess, will get the job done. Brent, still though, no one on DRX out of their seats. No one on DRX, from what I could see, particularly popping off either. A quite reserved reaction from Hyunmin. Acing to get the first round on the board.
Yeah.
To fend off being eliminated from champs.
If you're not reacting at least to a play like that, then when are you going to be reacting? I think it spells it out quite clearly.
God, he's looking for another fight again. He's just sat inside these Astra Stars.
He got it done versus PaperX. DRX played against them the opening match. It looked like Jing was going to be running away with things, and it was Hyunmin to step up.
Oh, he activated.
He bought enough time for his team to lock in, shake off the nerves.
He got 20 kills in that second half.
Yeah, he definitely did.
Here, though, they've lost B-long control, which I think was crucial for Bane to be able to get that info in the previous and get a 3-player stack on A. Yoru's messing around with the teleports.
Fake pressure.
Yeah, well, Flashbacks is real, though. He's committed to this one.
Come on, Chronicle's watching. Chronicle's watching, and look at that. Primed and ready, onto it. It's picture perfect with a crosshair placement, and even posted with his attack side op, laying claim to his life. There's only so much you can do from a spot like this. Hyunmin might be forcing the issue again. Sidestepped. Out of the eye of it, at least for now. Knifeforce going to be sidestepped. Horn forwards again, sees close quarters. Crashies, more than ready. It's going to be that 5th round added up to the tally because Fnatic are not done yet.
Picture perfect response from Fnatic. One blip of Hyunmin acing and Fnatic straight back into things. Real calm. As soon as the teleport noise is made, it could well be a fake, obviously. That's what happens when you have Yorus with clones in on bind, but Chronicle tucked into a corner, make sure that he gets the punish onto Flashback, And then the attack side up that Boaster loves to bring out on this map. Punishes an info peek over towards short as well. Mako has had the wrong read on where Fnatic are ending every single round. Yeah. I guess apart from the previous, where Bane was just jiggle peeking B long.
I mean, credit to Fnatic as well. They're throwing in enough misdirection.
Yeah.
TP in, the deep drone into showers, making it feel like it could be anywhere else. And look at it, the info peaks.
Yeah.
It's just DRX trying to put together a clear picture of where Fnatic are. Punish for it. You're playing right into the playbook of Fnatic. There needs to be a timeout, something to cancel out this momentum. And they will deliver. Hitting the panic button here is DRX because this is your last chance. You can't let a team like Fnatic just run all over you. They will take that opportunity all the way to the bitter end of the finish line.
And what I'm worried about here, Bren, is that it's not just that DRX are losing and they're down 5-1. They haven't really changed too much.
No.
They're still trying to do the same kind of stuff where it's like one solo player contesting over towards showers, no attempt really to crunch, still trying to do the same game plan of flashback going into the Sands TP. They're not reacting and responding to the changes that Fnatic are throwing out there. They're just running their own style, which is fine if it's working. Terrible idea if it's not. Junman's ace has given him the ult, so that at least is a tool to be able to work with. But you know coming out of this that Boaster's going to twist things around, right? You know coming out of Termi's timeout, it's an opportunity for Fnatic to try to land a curveball. Something weird.
Sort of idea to get them back on track.
The last two BO5s that DRX played, very different teams. I should say that to start. It's only Mako really that remembers those games. But they both went to 5. So in spots where DRX has made it to a 3rd place at Champs, semi-finals before, they've been able to go the full distance. Here it feels like they're running out of gas.
It's that question of best of 5 territory. They have those hidden reserves. Can they pull and dig deep?
What's the adjustment here? Bane taking a slightly deeper line over towards B long, just getting in front of the Viper Orb. Still Hyunmin solo contesting showers. The only major difference is that Flashback's tucked up a bit closer in short.
Not broken, 2 plays lying in wait. Bane, he's trying to make a play! Util into the hands, tries to adjust the aim, it's crashes! Left to contain, it's an even trade out.
It's a very solo effort though.
It is, and it's all feeling like heroics. Nothing really joint together from DRX, but maybe heroics is what it will take. Flashback, Alpha gone, out of the fight for now, but that operator still deadly and still goddamn dangerous. Boaster gets his weapon into his hands, you're playing right into the palm of his hands.
Flash to re-clear. So DRX with some information. Mako holds strong.
Mako'd up. Way out to the open, but the smoke dissipating. He spotted this player out. Dimensional drift forward! No way!
Sorry!
It's all gone wrong!
How has Boaster managed to punish Flashback there?
Chronicle forwards taking a step, but this is free and crosshair placement impeccable, but it's a guessing game. This Boaster could be landing anywhere. He's gambling onto the A side, excuse me. It's freeing, who's going to be left wondering now.
Wipes the sweat off his mouse hand and gets the plant down with 10 seconds left on the clock.
10 seconds.
Freeing, fairly far away. Boaster not with a great weapon for the job though.
He's still going to be left guessing where could he be, but he's taking risks now to reposition. Has stars to work with, can delay the plant. Big reposition. Wrapping all the way around, here's it. Concuss into the pull, disrupts it enough and buys him time. He's going to move on, it's knife out behavior. And Freeing still left guessing, but he's guessing incorrectly. The gambit going wrong. Smoke up, propped up, showers of the TP, but that is going to be the snake bite, but it doesn't slow it down! What is that?
Unbelievable! Within a fraction of a second, just as he's about to die, acid creeping up, melting his ankles, he lands the shot. Top fragging for Fnatic. What's going on there?
It's Boaster.
Oh, he's outplayed him.
Having an absolute life game.
Oh,
Knife out, anticipating it.
Oh, he's done him.
He's 8-3 right now. When Boaster's playing like this, there is no stopping Fnatic.
Boaster with the attack up on Bind. Actually an iconic combo.
Made history with it.
You're ulting
now looking to do
on
it
an
again.
eco.
You've got Sheriffs to work with. Freeing's got a stinger. A Viper's Pit, but it...
There.
It's pure desperation.
It is, man.
They're also just not doing anything different at the start of these rounds. I guess this time, with the pit, they've managed to double up in showers. But They're just allowing Fnatic to run their game over and over again.
Tap to bait, there's no refight. Alpha happy to pick up the orb, he's got his ult now.
It's just got to be shots hit with the Sheriffs once more.
Form factor.
DRX put in so much reliance on their players to deliver with the mechanics.
Mechanics just isn't enough though against a team like Fnatic. Prowler forwards, catches that contact, Bane forced to respect it. Backs himself out. I mean, the way that Fnatic are working, they've had access to the orbs the entire bloody time. Drone's good. Saturate there, just onto the one, and it's being covered here. White face, white swing. Shots need to be landed, but they don't have the guns for it. It's a dynamic duo, Flashback and Hyunmin. They collapse under the might of that pressure. At this point, it's looking like an inevitable 7th round added up.
Freeing has a gun that he could try spamming with. Plant's not down yet.
Oh,
God!
What is that? It's fate firmly on the side of Fnatic with plays like this, but they haven't stopped.
DRX have been out here running the lower bracket this whole tournament, giant slaying, taking down top seeds, left, right, and center. But against the greatest team that we have in Valorant, they are coming up short today. They're looking out of their depth.
One enemy remaining. More confidence, more confidence.
More confidence.
More
than
confidence?
That. Listen.
The confidence difference couldn't be bigger.
The energy's there, and it feels like an inevitability at this point. DRX, they don't have those hidden reserves.
Finally,
Bullet
something
deep,
different.
This is it. It's a horn play out of the TP, but Flashback taking it one step further. He feels like he needs to take that necessary step. Almost dying for it, almost punished. Barely alive. He's going to be limbered into the next engagement. Reposted up.
Yeah, Prowler to try to get him on the line.
2 players, double Prowler, broken early, bullets are raining. Chronicle, he's hunting, he knows he's there. Caught into the corner, the defense from Bane. Horn broken, sees there still, it comes down to the reactions, and he can't handle it. Not against the heat that's being turned up. Crashes. He knows what it takes to deliver a team to a grand finals, especially on the biggest stage of the year. And Kayak can just lie in wait. It's all too predictable. It's all too easy. The DRX are left scrambling, wondering how the hell do we fight our way out of this one. Mako was back against the wall, in a rock in a hard place. It's Crash is just forcing the issue. He's hammering the nails into the coffin with every single kill, with every single round.
Spike planted.
The 1v4 again, miracle plays ordered up, but can Freeing deliver? 1 player found, 3 more to deal with. TP's misinformation sowing it into their minds, and what a flick and adjustment again. They can't be stopped at this point. It's Fnatic with that day with Destiny. They want that for our grand finals. They want that placement there. They want access to a trophy that they've never been able to lift before.
They can feel it, can't they? The confidence in which they're taking all of these fights. When you've played enough big games like this, you can tell when your opponent's starting to crumble. And you can keep increasing the pressure. DRX, for once at least, try something different. They tried to pop through that teleport over towards Showers, see if they could set Flashback up. But then the refight trying to get Flashback posted into a Viper orb, it's like they're not taking a breath and adjusting and thinking about whether or not the decisions they're making make sense. The pressure seems like it has cracked this Korean squad. And Mako, I got a feel for him because it must be like a nightmare loop happening again. Every time he gets to these kind of positions, they just meet a brick wall.
One of the best players ever to never lift a trophy, and this has been their closest chance in a long while yet, but you're exactly right. It's nightmares repeated. He's the one consistent element that's followed from Vision Strikers to DRX in the last 5 years of Valorant history. It's been Mako as that centerpiece, but it's all happening again. History repeating itself. They have to turn it around. It has to be now. The final timeout used for interjection, at least on the DRX side of things. Confidence needs to be there. It couldn't be much worse for them. And at this point, they have to put in everything because you have nothing left on the other side of it.
They're obsessed with Showers. DRX determined to try to hold this area, this time with a smoke. Locking it off, and immediately Fnatic realize that something different is happening, start to take the spike in a different direction.
And just maneuver around it, like water flowing into the cracks in the pavement.
Oh,
peak timing.
For a moment there, could have been Mako going down. And this Viper Orb that's been in Bane's face has been horrible for him too. Chronicle keeps putting it up and down, limiting his knowledge and information that he's got access to.
It's incredibly static by DRX. Weaker guns, but not willing to take a risk in a moment like this when it could turn it around. No switch up, no change in the confidence. And Armageddon's going to be waiting to layer it down. That's a red carpet rolled out behind, and a deadly one at that. Ball's going to be dealt with. Snakebite as well, the follow-up, and a sees close quarters. Kayak is in and through, and oh man! Heads are turned, and they were not ready for that.
They had no clue. Kayak had an easy entry. Shooting players in the back, the side of the head. Bane and Freeing left reeling. And the retake just has no hope, surely. 3 Sheriffs. Kayak going so wide. Yeah. I mean, this is just mad confidence.
It's done. The dreams for DRX, carrying the pride of their nation on their shoulders, the pride of Pacific. Looks like it will be ending here. It's Fnatic who are writing that next chapter, and they're using the blood of DRX to bloody do it.
It was Chronicle, actually, who we just heard say that they felt like they crumbled under the stress against NRG. Remember that for all that we talk about Fnatic being in great positions before, Champs is a little different. They haven't even been in this spot, but they have so much experience in big BO5 games. And this time they're stepping up to the moment. Rifles back online for DRX, again doubling up, this time with the Viper over towards Showers. Slightly different setup where Flashback picks up Hookah and is able to teleport away to A if they need it.
It's an operator.
They've not at any point tried to fight Hookah aggro. Bane now trying to grab information over there. It does seem like a good defensive swap. I like the adjustment they've made. It's round 11. You're down 1 to 9.
Too little, too late.
It feels hopeless.
The ult stacked against you. DRX might have them themselves, but they've never been put in a position to use them now. Drone forwards. Pressure applied evenly across this A site. Freeing and Mako are going to be asked the most. Can you hold back the onslaught? Showers control. Vitally important. Salvos to clear on at least one side of it. Orb up.
Trying to make it difficult to tell when they're actually going for a big site hit. There are huge ultimates available for DRX. Mako's waiting, trying to figure out when to use his smokes, when to use his molly. And then, of course, he's got the orbital strike in the back of his pocket too.
30 seconds left. Star's going to be dropped down out of Dimensional Drift again to layer out a path to success. Or even the Cosmic Divide is seeing it. Everything being used. Conversion pass to slow down the approach. It's a flash in the face of Mako. He can't withstand it. It's too much. He turns up all the way. You're out of the bloody pan and into the fire at this point. It's up to Hyunmin to see if he can deliver it. Nightfall, ults, everything being invested. It's a last hurrah and a last chance at that. DRX, they got to win this out and they need to do it now. Bullet through the box, that's another kill claimed, and it's going even at that with a 2v2.
Another flash still.
Rapid action, Stars lay it down. It's never ending. The pressure being pushed. One tap, forces it to pull, finding it. Seconds being bled out, stun connects. Chronicle slinking in from behind. The deliver of death and more. And he's hunting for that chance to gain another trophy.
They're just not worried about anything. He's running front of the Waylay ult there, Chronicle, scaling with the spike, and then the post plant walks fully through lamps about as quickly as he could without making any noise. Because he's not scared about being punished. They know they're going to win.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Poster's running out of dance moves.
I don't even know.
Not enough emote slots at this point. It's 10-1. One more round and a half, but demeanor is just in the dumps for DRX. Nothing they've done is working. Aggro play, white face at that, but straight into the operator. It's a missed shot for Boaster.
Every time they try to take the fight, somebody on Fnatic just backs up. And DRX never get that clean engagement they're looking for.
No.
Meanwhile, they lose space elsewhere.
It's a masterclass in calling that's being worded by Boaster.
That's a really good indication of Bind defaulting.
Kayak, it's a fight taken. It's just a stun off the contact. Even if Kayak is alone, it's a gate crash to get out. There will be no trade in sight. And again, risk to be taken. Freeing.
Oh, yeah.
Stepping forwards. Might be able to catch the timing again as back's turned towards him, but he fires too soon! And he's lit up on either side of things. Kayak rejoining the rest of the pack. One last chance here, but Maka's not even going to get it. With the molly layered down, a short controller's theirs.
Time is ticking.
It's Fnatic that are working him like a fiddle, though. Hyunmin forwards onto the angle. It needs to be sharp, needs to be more. Stuns up into the corner. Alpha takes it. Bane towards the back. It's left into that 2v2. One last chance to really correct the course. Fnatic sidestepping, dwindling into the fight. Damage done to all of them from behind. Mako gives him a lifeline, a shot in the dark. But they have to follow it all the goddamn way. It has to be perfection on the second half.
DRX have put themselves in such a hole here. It's a nightmare scenario, a 2-10.
Let's go.
Fnatic have had accomplishments before. Lock-in, we all remember that. Masters Tokyo. The one big one that's always eluded them has been that Champs Trophy, and now they stand on the precipice of making it further than ever before for a chance to potentially take it to NRG in that uppers all the way. Dance and really a date with destiny for themselves.
Here's Boaster in your Coinbase Econ report, putting down a fabulous first half, buying up the operator, and getting great value out of it too. I think the calling, though, was just masterful.
It was.
In that half. The way that he danced around the fights that DRX wanted to take. And let me be clear, it's also a crumble from DRX. There's no getting around that. But the mental fortitude being shown here couldn't be more different on both sides. And now it just falls to Fnatic to close things out cleanly and not give DRX a shred of hope.
Like most comebacks, it's going to have to start with a pistol round, but I'm not going to sell you it just yet. Looking all too insurmountable.
Yeah, it feels very similar to Corrode, where Fnatic were just completely in charge.
Timer ticks down, though. Game is afoot. Pressure on immediately here. Deep Horn, Hyunmin wants to take that line. Most will catch a contact to most of that one here. It's immediately going to be blooming that smoke in their face, making it difficult DRX to get sort of foothold.
Flashback, the furthest one in over towards Showers. Had a very rough half. Inexperienced player looking to try to get a bit more confidence, taking the challenge.
Out there, he's eager for that fight. Feels like he has to redeem himself, perhaps. What a util collapsing onto a short, deadly trap, and even deadlier still, there's multiple layers to this. Players lying in wait like Crashies. Kayak's gone though. That's freeing forwards, but no follow-up onto Hyunmin. This is disjointed at best, yet DRX are still making the best of it. Find their way forwards, smoke dissipates, and with it the kills are claimed and collected. Corralda add it all up. DRX not finished yet.
Another lifeline. Mako gave them one to end the half. And now freeing and flashback combo together. I'm not even sure that he was intended to get that opener. That looked like he was aiming for the clone. Either way, freeing with 3. Flashback follows up. And DRX give themselves a shred of hope. The attack side execs, really strong. But we were talking about that on Corrode and they just never even materialized.
No, and now it's all about just making sure that you have no weak spots. No sore spots. Making sure that you clean out around like this as best as you can when you have that weapon in your hands. Mako, sure not to get overwhelmed. Could have been deadly. We've seen Fnatic thrifty multiple times over the course of this series so far.
Yeah, this one doesn't look particularly likely. Crashes and Kayak left with classics. Important that you don't allow a big ult snowball to happen, but Marco's you're not too worried about.
It's this buffer.
Yeah, it's this kind of dive in that Bosa will have been prepping for. We saw the prep come out on Corrode. I think that's the most similar map in terms of drawing comparisons. But Fnatic were really ready with some crossfire setups to try to punish the way that Hyunmin and Flashback want to get in. If Fnatic have done that level of prep here on Bind, I mean, the game should already be over, we just don't know it. But 10-4, a 6-round lead. It's Fnatic who are known for the comebacks. Fnatic that have pulled it off.
Oh, that's a rifle. Hey up. Has to be reclaimed, tapping away. Ghost is there in time. Hands are freeing.
Crashy's desperately just trying to throw it off the edge of the map there, I think.
He did it.
I think, was that a pistol that he recovered?
That was a pistol on the ground.
Yeah, I don't think he managed to get the rifle back in the end there, actually. So this is the first test for Fnatic. Maintaining composure and dealing with what DRX have got to throw at you.
They're just cheering for the gun off the bloody map, man. That's the state of mind that Fnatic are in. They feel like they've already won.
Yeah, spirits are high. I think everybody watching feels like they've already won as well. The question is whether DRX can make you doubt.
Yeah, they're going to have something to say about it here. Flash and a horn. Lines it up in the face of Crashes, but he does break it in time. Prowler primed, held in hand. That's a miss onto the corner. Flashback being inserted.
They're ready to go for this crunch. Look at Alfier's position. He's just backed it up now. He was thinking about going through the TP.
Lash Prowler, and there's a squeeze occurring. Out from the short angle, double dash up towards the top. Kayak! Tight. Again, he can't actually escape out of that spot. So the spam is enough with the Traces. Chronicle forwards again. Chronicle! My God, man! Flashback now is really going to be forced to answer back as best as he can in a spot like this, but it's just too much! The trophy cabinet is brimming for Kron. A man like this, and he's rising to the occasion, to the chance and the challenge to take it all the way.
He's a guy that just seems to get better the more the pressure is applied. There's a reason that he's been on winning rosters time and again.
I feel it. He's actually going to terminate them.
16-6. Look at some of these shots, how sharp and quick they are.
He's just locked in.
He really is. He's in the flow state. You don't pull off a comeback against that kind of Chronicle. So the bonus round goes nowhere for DRX. And they have really one last hope at making this snowball a reality. Otherwise,
I have the spike.
It's doomed.
Finished, done, dusted. It is your year done. Despite themselves setting low expectations, coming in as the 4th Pacific seed themselves, trying to take it one game at a time and having fun with it. Despair is creeping in.
Yeah, you can't help but hope for more when you get into a position like this.
Exactly, and then it all just becomes a little bit too real. Even if you were playing with that house money! Bait and switch.
What a punish. And he is becoming the Terminator. Flashback, reels back. Grabs an ult orb, 2 away though still. Not close to providing that opportunity for his team to engage. They're going to have to do this one at 4v5. NRG were winning a bunch of them against Fnatic. But DRX got to go through A nasty crossfire setup here.
How do you deal with it? Kayak tucked up here. Chronicle's going to be forced fight out into the open. That's a shot that does get claimed. Familiar position. Kayak still playing here. Will get traded out in the end. Even exchange at that. 3v3. DRX still to get that plant down, and the pressure is relentless. The Util Silk's coming out, and Alpha creeping from behind. He's found it. The right time to strike with Hyunmin gone. Comes down to the shots, and he needs to be landed now. DRX trying to carve a path, trying to carve anything at all. But 12 rounds is inevitable. Fnatic will not be denied.
Huge performance out there from the players under pressure after Chronicle went down. And Fnatic get their way up to match point. They have 8 opportunities to close this game out in a 3-1 fashion. Not even seeing the 5th map here. They go on a rematch with a chance for revenge against Crashy's old team. The crowd behind them. DRX desperately clinging on. But this map felt like it was over a long time ago.
Dream close to dying here for DRX. Flash forwards, aggression, name of the game. The weaponry not good. Judge staying in his rifle in hand, a Spectre maybe the trail at the end. Dimensional Drift earned up. It's all or nothing now for DRX. Taking it forwards here, but Fnatic gearing up themselves. Down into a short angle. Kron spotted out, outside of it. That's a Judge in your face, and the trades are coming in. Thick, fast, and ready already. Bane is running all over them, but shots in the back, shots in the dark. Oh! And that's surely done it. Fnatic, the uncrowned kings, are looking for that final trophy, that final throne that has always eluded them. They are coming for NRG's neck.
An opportunity at revenge, well earned today. They fend off DRX twice in a row after these squads had gone back and forth across history. And Mako, a small smile on his face. It all crumbled around him today towards the end, but they can be proud of what they put together, this rookie version of DRX. Today though, not enough to be able to take down Fnatic.
It's where that miracle lower bracket run will die. It will finish just before the finish line. But for Fnatic or Smiles, they have a date with destiny in that rematch against NRG. And the chance to lay claim and put their hands on a trophy. As I said prior, it's always eluded them. It's been the gap in the cabinet for DRX. They can't be proud. Bows across the board. 4th seed for Pacific coming into this.
Yeah, and equalizing their best tournament run ever, which was a Champs in 2022. But Fnatic, you're right to put the focus there because they've never been in a Champs Grand Final. They know it, they've never even been in a Champs lower bracket final. And they played today, as you would expect, like the goats that they are. Super experienced, an incredible squad, able to rely on pillars like Chronicle and Crashies who have been in those finals. But Fnatic have been at every single Champs. And this, the first one, where it really feels like they have a chance of being able to win.
Where it feels real, doable for them. Deepest placement they've ever had on the biggest stage in the game.
And awaiting them in that grand final, NRG.
Showmanship towards the end there by Alpha. Respect.
Yeah, that's the thing when you are so experienced, you know what it is to lose in those kind of moments too. You learn from those losses. Fnatic looks scary though. There's a couple of games here. I mean, Corrode and Sunset, they hadn't even showcased. Bind, they hadn't won on at this tournament. And so being able to turn around those massive maps, Sunset less so, but Corrode and Bind, they stomped today. They really absolutely dominated.
It's pure showmanship, domination from them, but for now we're going to set it down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Fnatic est en grande finale. Fnatic in grand finals here in the MEA, and I'm gonna have to grab the hero of the day. Chronicle, you're going to be back at signing very soon. First of all, congratulations. What an insane performance, aura farming, everything. And I need to tell you that it feels emotional to see you back on a grand finals at Champs. It has been so long since the last time. We know that you guys were a bit disappointed after your match against Energy yesterday, yet you came today in such a big fashion. So what was the secret recipe for a speedy recovery like that?
Fnatic always come back. I hope Energy will not forget about it tomorrow.
Oh, so it's going to be time for revenge, right? Du coup, on sait que vous étiez un petit peu déçus de votre match contre NRG hier. Vous revenez aujourd'hui en grande forme. C'est quoi le secret? Bah, tout simplement, NRG, Fnatic peuvent toujours revenir, donc ne l'oubliez pas. And we're going to see that tomorrow, of course. And since 2021, we've been following you, and we've rarely seen you as emotional, as concerned about doing good for the boys as this year with this roster. So what makes it so special to make grand finals with these boys specifically?
I think, honestly, I'm just happy for us because we had a rough start towards about this year, like literally maybe one of the worst kickoffs for us, and we come back to the stage so good, like a lot of second places in international tournaments, and right now another grand final of international. It honestly feels insane.
Where you belong, Chronicle, I'm not gonna lie. Donc deuxième question, forcément depuis 2021 on te connaît, c'est rare de le voir avoir autant d'émotions, Chronicle, vouloir autant faire bien pour ses coéquipiers. Donc pourquoi avec ce roster-là en particulier? Bah, je suis trop content pour moi et pour mes teammates. On a eu un kick-off compliqué, un des pires kick-offs forcément de l'histoire de Fnatic, et du coup on est trop fiers. Do you want to say something in French maybe?
No, NRG, we're coming for you, and we're going to be ready tomorrow. The crowd is with us right now tonight, and you better be ready. When you're eating your dinner tonight, you better know that we're ready. When you're watching our VODs, you better know we're going to be ready. And when you're in bed having nightmares about us, you know we're going to be ready.
NRG, soyez prêts, Booster a des mots pour ses teammates, and I'm gonna get back to you, Chronicle, for one last question. Chronicle, as a player, we've seen you growing. You know, we've seen you growing as an individual also. So looking back at it, those 4-5 years of Valorant, what are you the most proud of yourself, and what do you want to show NRG tomorrow?
Honestly, our confidence, our consistency. Like, you know, there's not that many opportunities to play in grand finals of champs, believe me. I played it 2 rounds already, I played it second time. I hope, and I'll try my best to make it successful now.
Wow, and we trust you on that for sure. Donc dernière question, on t'a vu beaucoup évoluer, de quoi est-ce que tu es le plus fier? Eh ben j'ai déjà joué dans des finales de Champions, c'est très rare d'avoir cette opportunité, donc je vais la saisir et on va tout casser demain. Thank you so much guys, make some noise for Chronicle in the arena. Thank you, and we're gonna meet you tomorrow for grand finals, Fnatic versus Energy. See you tomorrow, à demain.
Holy moly. Thank you so much for that, Lou. We are now joined by the one and only Alfier. Brother, congratulations. You're going to the finals here at VALORANT Champions Paris. First and foremost, man, how does it feel to, after the hardships you dealt with, not being able to make that first game or that game when Doma filled in until now? What a journey this has been for you.
This is interesting journey for me.
Yeah.
I didn't surprise when I'm coming here.
Yeah.
I didn't thought we're gonna go final or I'm gonna get sick and Doma is gonna play. It was like all random things. But right now I'm so happy, to be honest. We could make final because after Doma played and they won with Doma, I felt like, oh, this team can win without me.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, I got to give yourself a little credit because every time we see you, you're always bringing energy. You're always trying to bring the team together. Do you feel like, more importantly, that's like a big part of your role on the team to kind of be, you know, just that central figure that uplifts everyone else?
Yeah, and my energy is really good. So like, other than the other players, like have the same energy, of course.
Yeah.
But the way I share the energy with other people is always positive, and I'm like, when we feel really bad, I'm just making them hype again.
Good.
And I'm that person. And I'm also like hype and shooter person, so.
He's making it easy.
He really is.
Yeah. That's so good. So you had a rough start to today. You lose Sunset, but then you guys just come roaring back on Corrode. Like, what happened after map 1 that you guys just seemed to hit that gas pedal and you never let go?
To be honest, when we play Sunset, I think we are really good Sunset team, but we just didn't play any official. That's why we didn't know our mistakes. And now we played Sunset. I mean, I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. On Sunset, we know we were better than them. We were out shooting them. I think individually we are better players than them. So we just said, this is just map, boys. When we go to the comfort maps, we're gonna be like win easy.
Were you? Did you feel like what happened in Corrode, with the way that you guys started off so strong? Because we were all like unsure of what you guys were going to be bringing to the table on Corrode, but it just looked so good on your end. Did that not shock you at all? You're like, oh no, we know that, because you said you felt like you were better than them. But did Corrode surprise you with how good you guys were on that map?
I didn't surprise at all. I think, like I said, I think we are individually better than DRX. I mean, I'm also thinking we are better than NRG as well.
Okay.
So if we just play like us, if we don't doubt ourselves, we're gonna like easy win.
Yeah. Okay, so that leads me into tomorrow. Like, what's going to be the difference maker here? You know, you came back to face NRG there after taking a very short break, thank God, and then you're back in. You know, you can't get through there to the grand finals. They're going to have that 2-map veto. What do you think it's going to take tomorrow to beat them? Obviously, your shooting is good. Nobody doubts that. What else? What else are we going to see, maybe?
I mean, their map pool is similar to us, so I think that's why we're going to win against them.
Yeah.
Because their map pool is not different than ours. I mean, we have 7 maps, if you consider us. But I will make sure... Where is the cam? NRG.
Oh, you're right there. You're right there. You're right there. Oh, wait, are you cutting a promo, too? Are we doing a pro wrestling promo? Go for it. Go for it.
NRG, if you pick Abyss tomorrow, you can make sure we are not losing like that this time, bro. I know, bro. I know this strat now.
Yeah, you guys, after the loss, you guys talked about it and went back and checked out the VOD, or were you just really focused on ensuring you got through this and tonight's going to be like really hammering down the strats for tomorrow?
I mean, probably we're going to go chill today. I think, I do believe that we can easily win tomorrow if we just, like I said, if we play like Fnatic.
Okay.
If you don't have a negative energy, if you don't just like feel sad or something in the day, if you just be positive, I think our team is unstoppable.
Yeah. Okay, tell me a little bit, what was going on with Crashies today? He played out of his mind. I mean, he was going nuts. I mean, obviously the energy's there for the whole team, but he had individually maybe one of the best performances we've ever seen from him.
I think this is the best team I ever had in my life, to be honest. We had like a really good team at 2023 as well, but I think this team, which I like, if somebody can't shoot in this team, others in the back. Like if he can't shoot, I'm on their back. Like it's always, if someone can shoot, someone is just shining, and everyone have really like good skills.
Next man up.
Yeah, next man up. So
were you know, kind of taking all the way back prior to kickoff, or when kickoff happened, Crashies joins the team. Is this like a thing where you were like, oh man, here comes this America's player joining the lineup? Were you excited? Were you, because you know, obviously he had a lot of pedigree, a lot of experience and all that. And did you think that with Crashies coming into the team at the beginning, that these are the kind of highs that you guys would be able to hit together?
I mean, to be honest, when Crashies joined this team, Jake and me, like Buster and me, were like, oh, this guy is so bad, bro. I'm not gonna lie. When he joined the team first time on kickoff, he was like so bad. He wasn't ready to play at all.
Yeah.
But he is really good player, and he is also like outside good player.
Yeah.
He is like, he's grinding gym. He's doing everything correct in the game.
Sam always had a lot of amazing things to say about him.
Yeah, in the game, out of the game, he is the guy like you should look and just learn stuff.
Yeah.
So like when he come first, he was not that great, but I think he is right now.
I think he's okay now, right?
He's okay, yeah.
Go for it.
He did pretty well. So you guys have been to a couple international finals this year. Another one coming up. You know, you guys have fallen just short. Obviously, we've talked a little bit about the difference. You've talked about the mentality and things like that, but you know, are you going to be able to get in the minds of NRG? You know, you're already out there yelling at them, and Boaster's, you know, you got things to say. Boaster's got things to say. Do you think that that's going to be part of the strategy here, that psychological damage?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we are really motivated right now because we lost 2 international trophy, and that's so bad. Like, after that, both like international finals, we all cried.
Yeah.
We were just crying, holding like, it was so bad. I don't know how to explain, but...
No, I understand. It was an emotional moment for you
It
guys.
was really emotional, so we don't want that emotions again.
Yeah.
We just want to cry because of happiness, not because of sad.
For sure. That's true. That's true. Hey, man, I respect that. Very profound of you, my friend. Well, look, Alfier, thank you. Stick with us for a moment there. I'll ask you one or two more questions in a moment, but for now, though, we do have to say goodbye to DRX. One hell of a run for the 4th seeded team coming out of the Pacific region. Paper Thin, you've casted this team time and time again. All these iterations, the ups and the downs. You know, what's your report card, if you will, for this DRX team as we send them home?
Yeah, I mean, for this entire event, it's near an A, right? Like they're so close to pushing through to a grand finals. Obviously, coming up against an unbelievably difficult opponent in Fnatic, but just getting here in general. Very, very impressive, because this is a team that's had to deal with roster shuffles. They've had to deal with changes in metas when they had seemingly such a good read on the meta earlier. So all of these things, and they've been able to face that adversity, get to a spot that no one thought they would, you know, back to where they did at Istanbul in 2022, get another 3rd place. That's well above expectations for them. So there's a lot to be proud of.
Oh, without a doubt. But there you could see the road ahead of us. It all comes down to the final 2. The run back that we've all been looking forward to, NRG versus Fnatic. Of course, it sets the table for an incredible matchup, and they will meet on that stage tomorrow. Alfier, before I let you go, my friend, you want to give me a prediction on the score? What do you guys think you're going to do tomorrow?
I think it depends the first map.
Yeah.
I think if we win the first map, it's 3-0.
Ooh.
But if we can't win the first map, I will say 3-2.
Okay.
Yeah,
You think it could go 5? Hey, I mean, they're a great team, regardless. You're both phenomenal squads, right? You both are here for a reason, you know what I mean? So I think at the end of the day, we're just excited to see some damn good Valorant. And I know you are as well, my friend. Alfier, we've been covering your career for so long, from the young guy joining Fnatic to now this veteran who has really been forged in the fires of competition. You have truly, truly exceeded all expectations. I'm sure you feel that as well. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm still young, by the way.
He's still young. He's still young. Don't get it twisted, but he's, you know, a veteran. Right? You know, you feel it, right? You know, we got the experience up there.
It's so funny that because I'm the veteran of the team, kinda, but I'm 20. I'm the youngest still.
Hey, but you know what, man? One thing I've always loved about you, you carry yourself like an absolute king, and you are just such a genuine dude. And it always comes off on that stage, man.
Thank you.
All right, brother. You have a good one. That's going to do it for us here today. Of course, a massive congratulations to Fnatic. They will be meeting up against NRG tomorrow in our grand finals, where we will crown our next VALORANT World Champion. We'll see you then, folks. Fnatic have forged themselves through the setbacks and ups and downs, a legacy of greatness. But on the other side, DRX, can this underdog strike yet again?
Here comes the Breach ultimate.
Mako is still holding down a conversion path, like you said, and that sets it up beautifully. Mako strikes where it hurts. Mako squares up to it, 4-piece for him to finish. Freeing, just putting the bullet straight to the body. Double holding up. Hyunmin is fast onto the scene of the crime. Now YouTuber, what is that? It's Alpha again. Shouts out his authority onto the round. What a stamp to end round 12. Still that util up, wall into your face in close quarter combat. That's where it's going to be thriving now. Hunter's Fury, another layer towards it, and there is no comfortable ground to stand. DRX, they fill up the feed, and what a statement it is. Crashies, instinct kicking in, the awareness in the back of his mind that he is being pressured from multiple locations. Crashies, no way, no way! DRX can catch a bloody break! Double dash into that smoke to try and dominate that angle. Still it's Chronicle, he's forward. Going for the reclearance, but Kayak plays it well. The emphasis and the onus being placed onto DRX. They're the ones who have to fight their way past this one because it is a slow from 1,000 cuts, man! Fnatic answer, and we are 1-1 in this best of 5 lower finals. Cage in your face though, and this is damage being dished out on either side of things. Boaster still with that control. It's going on either side. Mako, he's done him dirty with that one. No one willing to give him that fight. Mako! It's illegal! Can't be doing it to him. Double dash over towards it, but that's a pocket to play in. Alpha strikes where it hurts the most. Hyunmin is just trying to punch a hole through the defense. It's too much though. Way too much.
A sick recovery in the half from Fnatic.
He's going to try and take the play here. What is going on? Lit up, freeing. Really being ISO. Boaster. One is missing. Flash into the back. Oh my! haven is Fanatics, despite the best efforts of DRX. Alpha gone, out of the fight for now, but that operator still deadly and still goddamn dangerous. He spotted this player out, dimensional drift forward. No way!
Sorry!
It's all gone wrong. Showers of the TP, but that is going to be the snake bite, but it doesn't slow it down! Slow it down! Conversion pass to slow down the approach. It's a flash in the face of Mako, he can't withstand it. Seconds being bled out, stun connects. Chronicle slinking in from behind to deliver of death and more.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Poster's running out of dance moves.
I don't even know.
Spam is enough for the Traces. Chronicle forwards again. Chronicle! My God, man! Flashback now is going to be forced to answer back as best as he can in a spot like this, but it's just too much. The uncrowned kings are looking for that final trophy, that final throne that has always eluded them. They are coming for NRG's neck.
Stay on my side. But now you run and hide. Okay, fine, goodbye. Okay, fine, goodbye. Okay, fine, goodbye. up a lot, it sounds. More when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. When I bring it into you, couple hits to the face. I know that I need time now, so I gotta call, find my way. Now let me throw it. Why they wanna move like that? Why they wanna move like that? Why you want one? Why you want act like that? Why you play hard? Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. Old guy, old man, old school, young jam, all black, MZ, still screaming out that chain gang. When I bring it into you, couple hits to the face. I know that I need time now, so I gotta call, find my way. Why they wanna move like that?